Chapter 1396. Yang Ming could only sigh and smile bitterly at the butterfly family's current situation. Originally, it was not difficult to break off the engagement. Just as he was about to succeed, a storm arose again. Wang Songshan's sister, Wang Ruoshui, suddenly appeared. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Fang Tian. This old man's previous wife had died several years ago. Now that he met Wang Ruoshui, he would definitely revive. However, it had become a headache for Yang Ming. Wang Ruoshui was very stubborn. She didn't seem to listen to his explanation at all. She wanted to compete with him no matter what. Moreover, it seemed that the outcome would be the same whether he won or lost. Yang Ming rubbed his slightly painful temples. He didn't know how Fang Tian, Wang Songshan, and Wang Ruoshui were communicating. Yang Ming wanted to use his special ability to detect the movements of the three people, but he gave up after thinking about it. The possibility of these three people reuniting after such a long time was very small. It was nothing more than reminiscing about the past together. Yang Ming was too lazy to care about their matters. He would wait until he met Fang Tian at night to discuss countermeasures. At the same time, in Wang Songshan's study, Wang Songshan and Fang Tian looked excitedly at Wang Ruoshui, who was sitting on the sofa with a very calm expression. "Sister, it's been so long. Why didn't you send a letter home? I thought you had already." Speaking of this, Wang Songshan couldn't help but choke because of his emotions. Looking at Wang Songshan's agitated look, Wang Ruoshui sighed faintly. Her previous indifferent expression couldn't help but be a little moved. I originally wanted to die, but I was saved by a senior. After that, I couldn't make up my mind to die. Wang Songshan and Fang Tian were shocked after hearing Wang Ruoshui's words. If it weren't for the coincidence that Wang Ruoshui was saved, the two of them would not have seen Wang Ruoshui at this time. As for Wang Ruoshui, she had died once, but did not die. It would not be easy for her to die again. The human heart was like this. It was hard to make up your mind to die a second time if you didn't die once. This was human nature. It's good that you didn't die. It's good that you didn't die. Wang Songshan couldn't help but sigh nervously when he saw Wang Ruoshui alive. "Brother, I'm sorry." Although Wang Ruoshui was already over 40 years old, she had been living in seclusion. Her mind was still that of a little girl in her 20s. At this moment, seeing Wang Songshan so worried about her, she couldn't help but be moved, revealing the weakness of a little girl. "Ruoshui, in fact, the one who should say sorry the most is me." Fang Tian sighed. Looking at Wang Ruoshui in front of him, it was as if he had returned to 20 years ago. Wang Ruoshui didn't respond to Fang Tian's words. She just snorted coldly. It seemed that the hatred in her heart towards him had not yet disappeared. But on the contrary, this hatred should also contain love. Without love, how could there be hatred? Otherwise, if he treated Fang Tian as a stranger, what did his love and hate have to do with him? When Fang Tian saw that Wang Ruoshui did not respond to him, he smiled awkwardly. His face turned red, and he looked at Wang Songshan for help. Wang Songshan also hated and was angry at Fang Tian, but he was helpless. He was the one who forced Wang Ruoshui to commit suicide, but he had the best relationship with Wang Songshan. Now, since Wang Ruoshui had returned, the knot in Wang Songshan's heart had been untied. He no longer complained about Fang Tian. Instead, he felt that it would be a wonderful thing if he could match Fang Tian and Wang Ruoshui together. So when Wang Songshan saw Fang Tian's eyes for help, Wang Songshan quickly mediated. "Ruoshui, now that you're back, you won't leave, right?" "It depends on the situation." In Wang Ruoshui's heart, she naturally didn't want to leave, but women were reserved. Especially in front of Fang Tian, she would not say anything definite. "Then don't leave." Fang Tian was delighted when he heard that Wang Ruoshui did not directly refuse. He was also a cunning old fox. When he was young, he was blinded by the so-called single-minded love. Naturally, he would not make such a low-level mistake now. Since Wang Ruoshui did not firmly say that she wanted to leave, Fang Tian directly climbed up the pole. "What does it have to do with you whether I leave or not?" Wang Ruoshui glared at Fong Tian. Fong Tian was not annoyed at all. Before, Wang Ruoshui did not say a word to him and acted as if he did not exist. At this time, it was already a big improvement for her to talk to him. So no matter what Wang Ruoshui said, Fong Tian was very happy. You haven't been to China yet, right? Shall I take you around? Fong Tian said with a smile. Sorry, I have been there in the past few years. Wang Ruoshui said faintly, directly choking Fong Tian's words. That doesn't matter. We could travel around the world and go to other places. Fong Tian didn't know what thin skin was at this moment. If he couldn't grasp this opportunity, he would probably be laughed to death by Yang Ming when he returned. Let's talk about it later. Wang Ruoshui frowned and seemed to be annoyed by Fong Tian's nagging. She turned to Wang Songzhan and said, Is my room still there? I'm a little tired. I need to rest for a while. Fong Tian directly ignored Wang Ruoshui's frowning expression. Although Wang Ruoshui's attitude was still bad, a sentence of let's talk about it later could express most of her thoughts. If she really didn't want to have anything to do with Fong Tian, then she could just refuse directly. She wouldn't say ambiguous words like, let's talk about it later. It's still there. I'll send you there. Wang Songzhan stood up, and Fong Tian quickly got up and prepared to send Wang Ruoshui out. No need. I can find it myself. Wang Ruoshui took a deep breath. Her heart was in a mess now. Originally, she came back this time just to attend her niece's engagement ceremony. However, was this really the case? Wang Ruoshui shook her head. Perhaps, deep in her heart, she still wanted to see Fong Tian, but she didn't know what to do when she saw him. Should I hate him, ignore him, or? Wang Ruoshui had worked hard to train her skills. She wanted to kill Fong Tian, this ungrateful guy, when she came back. However, somehow, it inexplicably became a competition with Fong Tian's apprentice. Even Wang Ruoshui couldn't figure out where her unconstrained thoughts came from. When she returned to the family, she valiantly asked the disciples of the butterfly family to pass a message to Fong Tian to let him come out. At that moment, her idea was to kill Fong Tian to wash away the shame of the engagement. However, Fong Tian wasn't the only one who came out of the butterfly castle. Her brother, Wang Songzhan, and Fong Tian's apprentice, Yang Ming, were also there. This short chaos disrupted Wang Ruoshui's original plan. After hearing that Yang Ming was also here to break off the engagement, Wang Ruoshui directly transferred her resentment to Yang Ming. After following Wang Songzhan and Fong Tian into the butterfly castle, the previous thought of killing Fong Tian disappeared. It turned into an indescribable and very complicated feeling. Do I really want to kill him? It doesn't seem like that. Wang Ruoshui listened to Fong Tian's messy words, and her heart became very messy, so she wanted to be alone. Wang Songzhan hesitated and stopped his footsteps. Wang Ruoshui had lived here for more than 20 years. She was very familiar with the terrain of the butterfly castle. Old man Fong, I really didn't expect Ruoshui to come back. Wang Songzhan sighed, but his expression was indescribably relaxed. Although Fong Tian and he had tacitly not mentioned this matter in the 20 years that Wang Ruoshui had disappeared, it didn't mean that both of them had forgotten the existence of this person. They didn't mention Wang Ruoshui because they were afraid that both of them would be sad when she was mentioned. Secondly, it was because this matter was caused by Fong Tian. If Wang Songzhan mentioned it, it would inevitably hurt the friendship between the two of them for many years. But now that Wang Ruoshui had returned, there were no more scruples between the two of them. Fong Tian also seemed particularly excited. This time it may be a double blessing. Wang Songzhan was stunned when he heard Fong Tian's so-called double blessing, but he immediately understood what he meant. Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan were a couple, Fong Tian and Wang Ruoshui. Old man Fong, I'm telling you, my sister's happiness for the rest of her life depends on you. Don't let me down this time. Wang Songzhan looked at Fong Tian and said with a serious and determined expression. Chapter 1397. Don't worry. Fong Tian smiled. Do you think I will make the same mistake as before? Yeah. Wasn't it because of you that we agreed to not limit how many girlfriends your disciple could have? Otherwise, I'm afraid that the tragedy would happen again. Wang Songzhan sighed. However, why were you so stubborn at that time? Although there was no such rule at the beginning, my father would not have disagreed if you insisted on taking Ruoshui away. AI, don't mention it. I can't keep up with it. Fong Tian waved his hand with a red face. If I had accepted Yang Ming as an apprentice earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have made this mistake. Your apprentice is quite fickle. Wang Songzhan frowned. If he hadn't been with Yin Yin, maybe I would have agreed to break off the engagement this time. With so many women, I'm afraid Yin Yin will be bullied. Come on. Fong Tian rolled his eyes. Who dares to bully her? I didn't marry Ruoshui back then because I was afraid that she would kill my wife if she didn't agree with her. That's true. Wang Songzhan nodded. Yin Yin is an assassin. Fong Tian smiled and didn't say anything, but he disagreed in his heart. Fong Tian was very clear about his apprentice's ability. He believed that he could handle these things. Right. Do you think we should tell Ruoshui about our plan to break off the engagement? Fong Tian suddenly remembered that Wang Ruoshui seemed to want to intervene in this farce and compete with Yang Ming. He quickly asked Wang Songzhan. This? Wang Songzhan also hesitated. Originally, this farce of breaking off the engagement was going to end when Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan met. But now it seemed that there were waves again. Wang Ruoshui also wanted to participate. I think it's better not to tell her first. It's quite interesting to have her involved. With her involved, I'm afraid that the more she gets involved, the more complicated this matter will be. Fong Tian smiled bitterly. No, her purpose is to let Yang Ming marry Yin Yin anyway. Wang Songzhan said. Bored, Yang Ming lay in bed and watched TV for a while. Suddenly, the intercom in the room rang. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment before picking up the phone. Hello, Mr. Yang? Master asked me to inform you that the banquet is ready. Please go to the dining hall on the first floor of the castle. A respectful voice came from the phone. Is dinner ready? He was actually that fast. Yang Ming didn't think that this banquet was specially prepared for him. It was probably because Wang Ruoshui had suddenly returned to the family, and Wang Songzhan wanted to celebrate. He would just be an accompaniment if he went. Since Yang Ming didn't want to have anything to do with the Wang family, he didn't want to see Wang Ruoshui again at this time. This woman was obviously hurt in her heart and vented her resentment on him. Yang Ming didn't want to bear the sin of Fong Tian, so the wise choice at the moment was to stay in the room. Sorry, I'm not very hungry, so I won't go. The Wang family disciple who made the call was stunned after hearing Yang Ming's words. He didn't expect this to happen. In his opinion, it was normal to inform guests to attend a banquet, especially this kind of formal banquet. How could the guests refuse? However, Yang Ming refused, which made the Wang family disciple not know what to do for a while. I'm not feeling very well. Help me apologize to Uncle Wang. Yang Ming didn't wait for the person on the other side of the phone to speak. He continued to say, Okay, that's it. I want to rest. After that, he hung up the phone. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I'm obviously full of energy, but I have to pretend to be sick. This is all because of that woman, Wang Ruoshui. Forget it, I'll bear with it. I won't starve to death even if I don't eat a meal. Yang Ming changed a few channels on the TV and stopped at an entertainment program to watch. Not long after, there was a knock on the door and a hearty laugh outside the door. It was Wang Songzhan. Yang Ming, little friend, I heard that you're not feeling well. Yang Ming was stunned at first. Then he smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Isn't my face too big? The family master of the butterfly family has personally come to visit me? At this moment, no matter how arrogant Yang Ming was, he had to get up and walk to the door of the room. He opened the door and looked at Wang Songzhan and Fong Tian who were standing outside the room. He said helplessly, Maybe it's the time difference. I'm a little tired. When Yang Ming spoke, he looked behind Fong Tian and Wang Songzhan. He was relieved when he didn't see Wang Ruoshui. Yang Ming didn't want to meet this unreasonable woman face to face. It's like this. Wang Songzhan glanced at Yang Ming and smiled meaningfully. He could also see that Yang Ming was fine at all. What he said at the moment was just an act, but he didn't expose it. Eat something and you'll feel better. Fong Tian also saw Yang Ming's thoughts at this moment. Let's go, kid. You're a man. Don't be fussy about small things. Small things? Is this a small thing? Yang Ming was speechless. If he didn't marry his niece, he wouldn't let him leave. If he lost, he would have to continue to stay here and cultivate until he won. This rule is simply overbearing. Uncle Wang, I want to ask, is Senior Wang Ruoxue also downstairs? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. Wang Songzhan and Fong Tian looked at each other. They seemed to have guessed that Yang Ming might ask this question. Wang Songzhan gave Fong Tian a look. Fong Tian coughed twice and said, Ruoxue is indeed downstairs, but she's a very nice person. You can rest assured that she won't make things difficult for you. Nice person? Yang Ming rolled his eyes and thought, it's only in your heart that she's a nice person, right? However, since it had already been said to this point, Yang Ming really couldn't refuse anymore. After all, Fong Tian had already spoken. When they were at home, his relationship with Fong Tian was like that of a teacher and a friend. It was no problem to joke around. However, when they were outside, Yang Ming still had to give Fong Tian face. Otherwise, he would be laughed at for not knowing the rules. So since Fong Tian had already said so, Yang Ming had to say, okay, then I'll eat a little less together. Yang Ming followed Fong Tian and Wang Songzhan out of the room, went downstairs, and walked in the direction of the restaurant. Along the way, the Wang family's disciples put down the things in their hands and stood respectfully on the side. After they passed by, they continued to be busy with the things in their hands. Right, Uncle Wang, your daughter, didn't come, right? Yang Ming suddenly thought of a very important question. That was, would Wang Songshan's daughter, his fiancée, come to this banquet? If she also came, he should leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, with Wang Ruoxue present, she might do something whimsical. Oh, she's not at home. Wang Songzhan waved his hand and said, she went out to buy things and will only come back tomorrow. Yang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If they could avoid meeting, it would be better not to meet for the time being, so as not to embarrass each other. As for Wang Ruoxue's side, he hoped that Fong Tian could persuade her as soon as possible to stop the competition. In the restaurant, there was no sign of Wang Ruoxue. Yang Ming looked around. Maybe she hadn't come yet. Yang Ming's nervous mood eased a little. He followed Fong Tian and Wang Songzhan to a luxurious round table in the restaurant. Uncle Wang, can I sit between the two of you? Yang Ming hesitated and asked. Since Wang Songshan's daughter was not here, there were only 4 people eating this meal together. If Wang Songzhan and Fong Tian sat next to each other, then Yang Ming would inevitably sit with Wang Ruoxue no matter which side he sat on. That was why Yang Ming made this request. If it were another occasion and place, Yang Ming's request would be too much. After all, sitting between the 2 elders was like he was the guest of honor. However, there were only 4 people eating now. There was no priority at all. Yang Ming took the liberty to make this request. Fong Tian and Wang Songzhan naturally understood the current situation. One of them was Wang Ruoxue's brother, and the other was Wang Ruoxue's lover. Wang Ruoxue had been away from home for more than 20 years. Both of them were very close. Yang Ming's request was exactly what they wanted. Chapter 1398. After the 3 of them sat down, they saw a woman in white slowly walking into the dining room. It was Wang Ruoxue. However, she had changed her clothes. When she came, she wore a set of tight black clothes. She looked like an assassin who had come to provoke them. It was no wonder that the outer disciples of the Wang clan thought that she was here to cause trouble. However, Wang Ruoxue did not bring any luggage when she came, so he did not know where this set of white clothes came from. However, when Wang Ruoxue approached, Yang Ming obviously found that the clothes seemed to be old. The creases on it were very serious. It was probably Wang Ruoxue's clothes before she left the Wang family many years ago. Now, she found it again and wore it. Yang Ming did not say anything, but he obviously noticed a nervous breathing sound beside him. Yang Ming did not turn his head, but he could see the situation beside him with his special ability. The person whose breathing became rapid was Fong Tian. He clenched his fists and looked at Wang Ruoshui not far in front of him with excitement. Wang Songshan, on the other hand, did not have any special expression. He was only slightly surprised that Wang Ruoshui had changed her clothes. Perhaps he had the same idea as Yang Ming at the moment. After the surprise, he thought that this might be Wang Ruoshui's clothes before she left home. Wang Songshan also felt strange about Fong Tian's strange mood. It was not the first time he saw Wang Ruoshui. The three of them had talked in the study for a long time, and everyone's emotions had already calmed down. If this was the first time Fong Tian saw Wang Ruoshui, then his expression at the moment was reasonable. However, when they were in the study, Fong Tian and Wang Ruoshui had already communicated. Although the relationship between the two was not ideal, it was not to the extent of showing such an excited expression. To say that Fong Tian was fascinated by Wang Ruoshui at the moment. Although this was possible, Wang Songshan did not believe it. Even if Wang Ruoshui at the moment did not look like she was in her 40s, but like a beautiful young woman in her 30s. However, Fong Tian was also in his 40s or 50s at the moment. Even if he saw a beauty, he would not be so excited, right? Moreover, if he wanted to be excited, he would have been excited long ago. Why would he wait until now? Just as Yang Ming and Wang Songshan were puzzled, Fong Tian slowly stood up and walked toward Wang Ruoshui. He murmured something, but it seemed that his excitement had not calmed down. Ruoshui, 25 years ago, when we first met, you were wearing this white dress. Fong Tian stood in front of Wang Ruoshui and slowly said. Yang Ming and Wang Songshan were stunned when they heard Fong Tian's words. They immediately understood why Fong Tian was so excited at this moment. It turned out that when the two of them first met, Wang Ruoshui was wearing this dress. No wonder Fong Tian would lose his composure like this. Yang Ming didn't know much about the past, so he naturally didn't understand these things. As for Wang Songshan, although he was present at the scene 25 years ago, he was Wang Ruoshui's brother after all, not her lover. So, he didn't care about what clothes Wang Ruoshui wore, so it was normal for him not to remember. Really? I don't remember. Wang Ruoshui responded faintly to Fong Tian. As if she was afraid that Fong Tian wouldn't believe her, she added, the previous clothes were a little dirty and uncomfortable to wear, so I casually found one. I planned to wear this tattered dress once and throw it away. Yang Ming and Wang Songshan couldn't help but smile bitterly at the same time. How could Wang Ruoshui tell such a clumsy lie? How could it be so coincidental to randomly find one? Yang Ming and Wang Songshan could tell the lie, so could Fong Tian. His expression was the same as Yang Ming and Wang Songshan's. He smiled bitterly at first, then said, Really? I'm also wearing the same clothes from that year. Nonsense. The one you wore back then was also a white suit. Wang Ruoshui looked at the gray cashmere coat on Fong Tian and frowned. However, when she saw Fong Tian's weird smile, Wang Ruoshui's face stiffened. A red glow rushed to the tip of her ears. She snorted. How would I know what you wear? What does it have to do with me, what you wear? After Yang Ming heard Fong Tian's words, he almost slapped the table and exclaimed that he was indeed his master. Like disciple, like master. Isn't this my usual trick? Fong Tian actually used it to perfection. With just a few words, Wang Ruoshui fell for it. Even Wang Songshan looked at Fong Tian with admiration. He secretly said in his heart, I haven't seen him for a few years. Old man Fong's pickup skills have become much better. If it was like this in the past, it wouldn't have created such a tragedy. Looking at Yang Ming's secret thumbs up, Fong Tian smiled and looked at Wang Ruoshui with thick skin. Well, no matter what you wear, you still have to eat. Ms. Wang Ruoshui, please sit. Fong Tian helped Wang Ruoshui pull out a chair as he spoke. Wang Ruoshui snorted faintly and didn't say anything. She sat on the chair pulled out by Fong Tian, and Fong Tian sat next to Wang Ruoshui with a smile. Huh, this is also a reunion meal for us. Wang Songshan knew that the atmosphere would be awkward at this moment, so he mediated We haven't held a family banquet for a long time. This restaurant is a lot quieter. Family banquet? Who is their family? Wang Ruoshui glanced at Fong Tian and Yang Ming faintly and retorted indifferently. Yang Ming was basically immune to this woman who had been hurt in menopause. He was too lazy to argue with her. This woman's identity was special. She was the aunt of his fiancée, whom he had never met. She might also become his future master's wife. Therefore, Yang Ming would not offend this kind of person. It was best to stay away from her. Fong Tian naturally knew that Wang Ruoshui's words were directed at him. As for Yang Ming, he was just an innocent bystander. He touched his chin, but he couldn't refute. He could only continue to ask Wang Songzhan for help. Wang Songzhan looked at Fong Tian's pitiful look, and he was very happy in his heart. Wang Songzhan had a lot of opinions about Fong Tian because of Wang Ruoshui's incident. However, because of their many years of friendship, Wang Songzhan couldn't cut ties with Fong Tian. But when there was a chance, the two began to bicker. So, Wang Songzhan was still very happy to see Fong Tian suffer now. However, this time, Wang Songzhan had to help Fong Tian out of the situation. If there were other things, Wang Songzhan would definitely be happy to see Fong Tian suffer. He might even help others to mock Fong Tian, but this time was different. If Fong Tian and Wang Ruoshui could be a couple, then Wang Songshan's knot for many years would be untied. He would have nothing to worry about when he saw his sister's happiness. Of course, if Wang Ruoshui really hated Fong Tian at this moment, maybe Wang Songzhan would help his sister continue to attack Fong Tian. However, Wang Songzhan was not stupid. He could see that Wang Ruoshui only had deep resentment towards Fong Tian. She still couldn't let go of Fong Tian in her heart, so Wang Songzhan didn't mind being a peacemaker. He knew that Wang Ruoshui's sarcasm towards Fong Tian at this moment was not sincere. It was nothing more than a woman's face. Back then, Fong Tian heartlessly broke off the engagement, and her face was ruined. How could this not be untied just like that? Although she still had a good impression of Fong Tian in her heart, there must be a suitable platform for her to let go of the dissatisfaction in her heart. Wang Songzhan would smooth things over at this time. He believed that Wang Ruoshui would gain enough face and be able to accept Fong Tian. This was also what he was happy to see. So when he saw Fong Tian asking for help, he helped him out. Sister, although Fong Tian and I are not brothers, we are closer than blood brothers. He has long been a part of our family. And this little friend Yang Ming, before the engagement was broken off, he was also my son-in-law in name. He could barely attend the family banquet. Break off the engagement? You still want to break off the engagement? Wang Ruoshui's face was cold, and she looked at Yang Ming coldly. Yang Ming thought, this Wang Songzhan, why did he drag me into this for no reason? Even if Wang Ruoshui was sarcastic towards me, I didn't care much. However, he mentioned the matter of breaking off the engagement again, which provoked Wang Ruoshui's anger for no reason. However, since he had been named, Yang Ming knew that it was useless to retreat at this moment. He had to bite the bullet and said, Senior Wang Ruoshui, you don't know the inside story. I'm afraid that your niece is not in favor of this marriage, right? Chapter 1399. What do you know whether my niece approves or not? Wang Ruoshui sneered. Moreover, our butterfly family is considered a well-known top family in Europe. How can we keep our face if we break off the engagement? This, Yang Ming sighed secretly. He knew that he couldn't reason with Wang Ruoshui with common sense. This woman's heart was abnormal, or it could be said that she was very stubborn. After Fong Tian broke off the engagement once, she became extremely sensitive to breaking off the engagement. However, she initially rejected the engagement between her and Fong Tian. After meeting Fong Tian and communicating with him, Wang Ruoshui fell hopelessly in love with Fong Tian. Therefore, in her opinion, as long as her niece and Yang Ming met, this marriage would be successful. Yang Ming was making all kinds of excuses and breaking off the engagement without even meeting them. He simply didn't put the butterfly family in his eyes. Let me tell you, you have to agree to this engagement even if you don't want to. You should think about how to win against me. Wang Ruoshui scolded Yang Ming mercilessly. Senior Wang Ruoshui, aren't you making things difficult for me? Yang Ming was really helpless. Since his debut, this was the first time he felt that he couldn't reason with a soldier. If the person in front of him wasn't Wang Songshan's sister and Old Man Fong's old lover, Yang Ming might really make a move until she changed her mind. But now, Yang Ming knew that he couldn't be ruthless to Wang Ruoshui. Although Yang Ming felt that he was already much better than the average assassin, facing an old pervert like Fong Tian, Yang Ming could only be beaten up. What's more, there's still Wang Songshan. If I bully Wang Ruoshui, can he sit back and do nothing? I'm afraid that in the end, the situation will become 3 against 1. Yang Ming felt terrified just thinking about it. This wasn't something he could bear at all. I don't know if I'm making things difficult or not. However, I have already said this. I believe your master will not object. Wang Ruoshui glanced at Fong Tian when she said this. Cough, cough. Fong Tian coughed twice. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. He turned to look at Yang Ming. That Yang Ming, why don't you marry Ruoshui's niece? You see that Ruoshui is so beautiful. Her niece definitely won't be bad, right? Yang Ming rolled his eyes and thought to himself, I knew this old fart was unreliable. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have followed him no matter what. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Sigh. Yang Ming sighed inwardly. Then, may I ask Senior Wang Ruoshui? If I beat you, I will marry your niece. If I lose, I will stay here and continue to cultivate until I beat you. But what if we're tied? A draw. Wang Ruoshui was slightly stunned and couldn't help but laugh. She had lived in seclusion in the mountains for many years, and she was rescued by a mysterious senior who taught her martial arts. Wang Ruoshui felt that she wasn't much worse than Fong Tian. In her opinion, Yang Ming was a young man in his 20s. If she didn't deliberately let him win, it was impossible for Yang Ming to win. Therefore, a draw was simply impossible. Why? Yang Ming saw Wang Ruoshui's somewhat playful expression, and his heart couldn't help but sink slightly. Could it be that this woman has some trump card? That's impossible, Wang Ruoshui said faintly. Her words were full of absolute confidence. Impossible. Yang Ming looked at Wang Ruoshui's conceited look and took a deep breath. Maybe, but Senior Wang Ruoshui, I have a presumptuous request. I don't know if you dare to agree. Presumptuous request? In that case, why are you still saying it? Wang Ruoshui smiled as if she saw through Yang Ming's purpose. You still ask me if I dare to agree. Don't you know that your provocation is very clumsy? Yang Ming's face was slightly red, but he had no intention of backing down. At this time, he couldn't back down. If he took a step forward, he might seize his own interests. If he took a step back, he could only be at the mercy of others. Since Senior Wang Ruoshui is so confident that we can't fight to a draw, then I would like to ask Senior Wang Ruoshui to promise me that if we really fight to a draw, then you will let me leave. Yang Ming ignored Wang Ruoshui's sarcasm and expressed his thoughts. Oh. After Wang Ruoshui listened to Yang Ming's words, she looked at Yang Ming with interest. You have a lot of requests? However, do you think it is possible for you to fight to a draw with me? Since Senior Wang Ruoshui thinks it is impossible, then it is fine to agree with this junior, right? Yang Ming quickly followed up and said, Senior Wang Ruoshui, this junior can guarantee that if the result is that I lose or win, I will obediently get engaged to your niece and will not have any more objections. Hee hee, you have learned to make requests? Wang Ruoshui looked at Yang Ming coldly, but in her heart, she was calculating the request made by Yang Ming. The more Wang Ruoshui looked at Yang Ming, the more she felt that it was impossible for him to win against her. In that case, there was no harm in agreeing with him, lest he was unconvinced. As long as she won against him, he would not be nagging anymore. Even if this kid was really talented and was really better than her, she could just show weakness and lose. There was no possibility of a draw. So when Wang Ruoshui thought of this, she made up her mind, well, if I don't agree with you, I will force you to get engaged. You will definitely be unconvinced. In that case, I will agree with you. However, you must remember the promise you made. Don't make other requests when you lose. Then, I will not agree again. Don't worry, Senior Wang Ruoxue. This junior only has this one request. If it really can't be a draw, then this junior will naturally accept Senior Wang Ruoxue's instructions willingly. Although Yang Ming's words were very firm, he was also uneasy in his heart. However, this was already the maximum he could fight for. Yang Ming also knew that he was now in other people's territory and surrounded by their people. Even if Wang Ruoxue did not agree to his request, he had no other choice. Now, at least there was a glimmer of hope. Although Yang Ming himself was not sure, it was better than the previous situation. AI, Fang Tian has now become Wang Ruoxue's person. It seems that I can only rely on myself. Well, then tomorrow morning, we will meet at the martial arts field. Wang Ruoxue did not give Yang Ming time to breathe at all. She directly set the time for tomorrow morning. She was also afraid that Yang Ming would come up with a way to deal with it after a long time. Now it seemed that Yang Ming was on her side, but it was hard to say secretly. Maybe he would secretly give some pointers to Yang Ming. Therefore, Wang Ruoxue decided on the time before Fang Tian figured out her background. Since Senior has set the time, this junior will naturally obey. Yang Ming hesitated. Although he also felt that the time was a little rushed, there was no other way. Wang Ruoxue had already taken a step back and agreed to his request. If Yang Ming continued to push his luck, he believed that Wang Ruoxue would definitely be dissatisfied with him. She might not even agree to his previous request. However, Fang Tian and Wang Songshan did not have any strange expressions on their faces. Anyway, this was just a farce. Even if Yang Ming won, lost, or really fought to a draw, it did not matter because the final trump card was Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming. The two of them had already slept together. What was the point of canceling the marriage? Yang Ming also secretly glanced at Fang Tian, but found that this old guy was still calm. Yang Ming knew that he could not put his hopes on him. If he consulted him, he might deliberately lead him to a dead end in order to please Wang Ruoxue. Then, see you tomorrow. Wang Ruoxue appreciated Yang Ming's courage to calmly agree. Chapter 1400. If Yang Ming was a coward and stuttered, Wang Ruoxue would have to reconsider the marriage between Yang Ming and her niece. How could her niece marry a good-for-nothing? If Yang Ming really begged or fought for some conditions, then Wang Ruoxue was really ready to give up on Yang Ming. How could such a person be worthy of her niece? Without the courage and spirit of man, Wang Ruoxue would naturally look down on Yang Ming. But now that she heard Yang Ming agree to her request so readily, Wang Ruoxue also looked up at Yang Ming. If Yang Ming knew Wang Ruoxue's thoughts, he would probably be dumbfounded. If Yang Ming's special ability worked at this time, perhaps Yang Ming would really pretend to be a coward and let Wang Ruoxue give up on him directly. But unfortunately, Yang Ming's ability could not be used at any time. If Yang Ming knew that agreeing so readily was also a mistake, he would probably regret it, right? Well, since we have agreed on the time of the competition, let's eat first. Wang Songshan mediated and laughed twice. Then he said to the Wang family disciple standing not far away, "Serve the dishes." Yes. The Wang family disciple, who was waiting respectfully by the side, quickly responded and left the restaurant. Not long afterward, plates of exquisite dishes full of exotic delicacies were served on the table. These dishes should have been prepared in advance, and the last step was to put them in the pot. So as long as Wang Songshan ordered, they could be served quickly. We are all family, so we won't drink. Wang Songshan was not addicted to alcohol, and with Wang Ruoxue present, it was not good for him and Fang Tian to drink. After that, Wang Songshan took the lead in picking up a dish with his chopsticks. After that, Wang Ruoxue and Fang Tian also began to eat. Although Yang Ming was very hungry, it was not good to eat in this situation. He just buried himself in the two dishes in front of him and did not move the table. Ruoxue, it's been a long time since you tasted the noodles at home, right? Wang Songshan smiled and said, "The dishes on the table today are all made by Chef Maicon. They are what you liked to eat the most when you were young." Uncle Mitsun? He's still the head chef? Wang Ruoshui was a little surprised when she heard this. A look of reminiscence appeared on her face. He has been the manager of the restaurant for a long time. Now the head chef at home is manager Mai Chan's apprentice. He has inherited Mai Chan's skills. However, when manager Mai Chan heard that you were back, he was so happy that he personally cooked because he knew that you liked to eat his dishes the most. Wang Songzhan explained. That's right. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Uncle Mai Chan, who was his prime back then, should be 70 years old now, right? I wonder if his body is still strong? Wang Ruoshui sighed. Fortunately, his mental state is good. You can go and see him after dinner. He misses you very much, but he is busy in the kitchen at the moment, said Wang Songzhan. I will definitely go. Wang Ruoshui nodded. Who else is left in the family? AI. Wang Songzhan sighed. Some people have passed away. Some people are old and have returned to their hometown. I am afraid that besides Mai Chan, who has never married in his life, there is only Butler Mu left in the Butterfly Castle. Uncle Mu, is he already a butler? Wang Ruoshui nodded. I was wondering why no one recognized me when I came back this time. Yeah, otherwise you wouldn't be blocked at the door. Wang Songzhan said, if Butler Mu hadn't accompanied your niece Yin, Xiao Dai to go shopping in town, he wouldn't have blocked you at the door if he was at home. Wang Songzhan thought that it was a close call. He almost said Yin Yin when he wasn't paying attention. If he hadn't suddenly remembered that he had to hide his daughter's name from Yang Ming, he would have been exposed. So, he quickly changed his words to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai was Wang Xiaoyan's nickname. When Wang Xiaoyan was not born, Wang Songshan's father gave it to her. However, Wang Songzhan felt that the name was a bit rustic, so he changed it to Wang Xiaoyan. In the past few years, Wang Xiaoyan had grown up, so Wang Songzhan changed it to Yin Yin instead of Xiao Dai. However, when Wang Ruoshui left home, Wang Xiaoyan had not yet been born, so what she knew was the name that her father had already given her, Butterfly Wang. It was the first time that Yang Ming heard the name of his fiancée. Is she called Butterfly Wang? This butterfly family is really unique. Even their names are related to butterflies. Just as Wang Songzhan and Wang Ruoshui were reminiscing about the past, a disciple of the butterfly family walked into the restaurant quickly and stopped in front of Wang Songzhan with a dignified expression. This person was the disciple of the butterfly family who was in charge of patrolling outside the castle, Wang Kazhao. Family Master, this disciple has something to report. Wang Kazhao lowered his body and whispered in Wang Songshan's ear. Wang Kazhao, what's the matter? Wang Songzhan remembered Wang Kazhao's name, but he was a little dissatisfied that Wang Kazhao had disturbed their meal at this moment. After all, he had just recalled the past with Wang Ruoshui and was interrupted when they were happy. No one would like this feeling. However, Wang Songzhan did not show a dissatisfied expression because he also knew that in the Butterfly Castle, these things were usually reported to Butler Mu by the disciples. Today, Butler Mu was not at home, so these disciples could only report to the Family Master. Family Master, young Master Good of the Douglas family, is at the entrance of the Butterfly Castle. Wang Kazhao said hurriedly. Oh, what's he doing here at this time? Wang Songzhan frowned. Wang Songzhan was well aware of Good's thoughts, but his sister, Wang Ruoshui, had just returned today. How could he have the mood to deal with Good? This disciple is not sure. Wang Kazhao shook his head. Even if he guessed some clues in his heart, he would not speak carelessly. After all, as a disciple of the butterfly family, he had very strict discipline and did not allow these people to gossip. Young Master Good of the Douglas family liked Wang Xiaoyan, the eldest daughter of the butterfly family. This was an open secret in the upper class. How could these disciples of the butterfly family not know about it? In fact, there was no need to ask why young Master Good came here at this time. His intention was already obvious. He was here for Yang Ming. The news of Wang Xiaoyan's upcoming engagement had been spread from Wang Songshan's mouth. Everyone in the local upper class knew about it, and young Master Good was no exception. His arrival at this time was definitely directly related to Wang Xiaoyan's engagement. You tell him that there are important guests at home. I am having a meal with the guests and have no time to receive him. If he has nothing important to do, Ask him to come back another day. Wang Songzhan hesitated and instructed Wang Kazhao. Although young Master Good also had a strong background, he was only a junior. It was normal for Wang Songzhan to not see him. There was nothing rude about it. Of course, if the family master of the Douglas family came, then Wang Songzhan would have to personally receive him even if he was unwilling. Family master, this disciple had already told him beforehand that the family master was having a meal, so this disciple could go and inform him. However, young Master Good didn't listen to this disciple at all and directly rushed into the fort. Although the disciples at the door were desperately trying to stop him, "I'm afraid," Wang Kazhao said carefully. Although he didn't finish his words, he believed that Wang Songzhan understood his words. Wang Songzhan frowned after listening. Wang Kazhao didn't finish his words, but there was no need to say it. Wang Songzhan certainly understood what he was going to say. He waved his hand to indicate that he understood. This matter was a bit tricky. Wang Songzhan certainly didn't expect the disciples at the door to be able to stop Good. Not to mention that these disciples were afraid of Good's identity and didn't dare to really fight with him. Even if they really fought, they were not Good's opponents. Therefore, if Good wanted to break in, these people would not be able to stop him at all. Just as Wang Songzhan was pondering, there was a noise at the entrance of the restaurant. Then, a white man strode into the restaurant. Behind this white man were several men wearing the butterfly family's disciple costumes. At this moment, they were helplessly chasing the white man with bitter faces. Chapter 1401. This Caucasian man was the eldest young master of the Douglas family, as well as the first successor of the Douglas family. In other words, if there were no accidents, the next leader of the Douglas family would be this young Master Good. However, even so, Wang Songzhan was very dissatisfied with his unreasonable behavior of suddenly breaking into the restaurant in the Butterfly Castle. Others were afraid of the Douglas family, but Wang Songzhan was not. On the contrary, the Douglas family was very afraid of the Butterfly family. This was natural. No matter how prominent the family was, they would be afraid of a family like the Butterfly family that played with assassins. No one would complain about their long life. Once they became enemies with the Butterfly family was full of assassins. Many families were not afraid of open swords and spears, but these families were no match for the Butterfly family when it came to assassination. The Douglas family was the underworld family of Elo Town, where the Butterfly Castle was located. The current family master, Good's father, Elt Douglas, was the godfather of Elo Town. This kind of underworld family would inevitably be a little arrogant, but it was nothing in Wang Songshan's eyes. "Good, what are you doing here?" Wang Songzhan looked at Good with a gloomy face. Even Elt wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. "Uncle Wang, please don't be angry. I mean no harm." Good spoke Chinese fluently, but his tone was a little strange. It seemed that this young master was not as reckless and idiotic as he looked. This was Yang Ming's initial impression of him. Although Yang Ming did not know what this Good was, he guessed that the identity of a person who dared to break into the Butterfly Castle was definitely not ordinary. It could also be seen from Wang Songshan's attitude towards Good. Since Wang Songzhan did not turn hostile on the spot and teach Good a lesson, it meant that the power behind Good was not ordinary. However, Yang Ming originally thought that even if the power behind Good was strong, this kid was just a reckless idiot. In any case, it was stupid to dare to break into the Butterfly family, even if the power behind him was strong. However, after hearing Good's fluent Chinese, Yang Ming changed his opinion. Since this guy could speak so many languages, he didn't seem to be a retard. In that case, there should be a reason why he barged in at this moment. No malice? Wang Songzhan sneered. "If you have malicious intentions, do you think you can still stand here and talk?" Wang Songshan's rude tone made Good's expression slightly stagnate. However, he also understood that his approach had indeed angered Wang Songzhan. "I'm sorry, Uncle Wang, but I have no choice." Good lowered his head and said apologetically, "Well, no matter what you have to do, I have an important guest today. I don't have time for you." Wang Songzhan waved his hand. "You can come back tomorrow." Good understood. He knew that Wang Songshan was asking him to leave. However, he gritted his teeth. Since he was already here, he might as well be presumptuous once more. He thought that even if his father knew the reason why he was here, he would not scold him. "Uncle Wang, I heard that little butterfly is getting engaged." Good took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked at Wang Songshan with piercing eyes. "That's right. Your Douglas family should have also received the news," Wang Songshan secretly said in his heart. "Sure enough, it was for this matter. It seems that my guess is right. However, I am afraid that only this matter can make a young man lose his mind and do such an outrageous thing to break into the butterfly castle. I heard that little butterfly's fiancé is someone she has never met before." Good saw that Wang Songshan had answered his question and did not ask him to leave. He was relieved. As long as Wang Songshan did not expel him on the spot, he could reason with him. "This is an internal matter of our butterfly family. You don't need to know," Wang Songshan said faintly. "Good. If you are here to congratulate, then I welcome you. However, if you are here to cause trouble, then I am sorry. No matter what my relationship with your father is, I will not give him face. You will get the punishment you deserve." Good's heart shuddered. He naturally knew the importance of the butterfly family in Elo Town's upper-class society. It could be said that the butterfly family was a transcendent family. Any family, including his own Douglas family, wanted to have a good relationship with them. Although his family was also very prominent, and other families would also curry favor with him, this would not happen to the butterfly family. However, Good had made up his mind this time. He would rather anger Wang Songshan and back down. He could not back down when it came to matters of the heart. "Uncle Wang, you don't have to scare me. I am a man." Good said, "Please let me finish my words. I will accept whatever punishment you want to punish me later." Wang Songshan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Good to be so stubborn. For a moment, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know what to say. However, Good did not wait for Wang Songshan to speak. He continued, "Uncle Wang, what era is this? Such a hasty engagement is unfair to Little Butterfly. Will she be happy if she marries someone she has never met? It is not up to you to judge whether she is happy or not," Wang Songshan said faintly. "If I'm not wrong, Xiao Dai is also very against this marriage, right?" Good continued, "Uncle Wang, you don't have to deny it. We all know that Little Butterfly ran away from home to avoid marriage. This shows her attitude. Everyone has a time when they are young and frivolous. Now she is back." Wang Songshan's tone was still flat. He was not angry and did not have the slightest emotion. "No, I believe that Xiao Dai will never like her fiancé. They don't have any feelings for each other." Good argued. "Good. In fact, you have said so much because you want me to give up the engagement." Wang Songshan glanced at Good and said, "I know exactly what you were thinking." Good's face turned red when his thoughts were exposed, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Wang, since you know, please fulfill my wish." "I'm not sure if my daughter likes her fiancé," Wang Songshan said, "but Good, what I want to tell you is that she also has no feelings for you." Wang Songshan's words made Good's originally pale face become even paler in an instant. This sentence poked at the deepest scar in Good's heart. "Indeed, Butterfly Wang does not like me." Good was very clear. Even when the children of the upper class gathered together, everyone half-jokingly said that he and Butterfly Wang were a couple. In fact, Good's heart was very clear that the reason why everyone said so was because they were afraid of the power of the Douglas family. Although he had declared his sovereignty over Butterfly Wang many times, and no one objected to this, it was because other people didn't dare to compete with him. Butterfly Wang did not have that kind of feeling for him. Otherwise, she would have expressed it. However, Good believed that with his perseverance, he would be able to move Butterfly Wang. In Elo Town, only he was worthy of Butterfly Wang. In the absence of any competitors, this kind of match made in heaven would not be difficult for him to conquer Butterfly Wang in the future. Even when Butterfly Wang ran away from home, Good did not lose his confidence because this also represented Butterfly Wang's resistance to the family's arrangement. Moreover, He was not afraid that Butterfly Wong would have feelings for others when she was alone outside because he had already learned about the 3 rules between Wong Song's Han and Butterfly Wong through secret channels. During the period when Butterfly Wong was away, she was not allowed to fall in love. Therefore, Good believed that as long as he waited for Butterfly Wong to come back, he would seize the opportunity. Butterfly Wong would rather choose him than the fiancé she had never met, right? Comparing the two, he was still someone that Butterfly Wong did not hate. As for the good feelings, they could be cultivated. Chapter 1402. Therefore, in Good's opinion, as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely conquer Butterfly Wong's heart. After all, it was very important for them, who lived in big families, to be well matched in terms of social status. The Butterfly family valued Butterfly Wong's marriage so much because of their consideration for the future of the family. If he could stop this marriage, then in the entire Elo town, there would be no one who could match Good. Elo town was just a town, but it was not a small town. It was bigger than some first-class cities and even some counties. Therefore, the strength of the Douglas family was quite terrifying. Not only in Elo town, but even in the whole of Europe, the Douglas family was one of the best. This was not only because the Douglas family was a mafia family in Elo town, but also because their father, Albert Douglas, was the godfather of this town. The more important reason was that Good's grandfather, Thomas Lancer, the current family master of the Lancer family, was one of the largest arms suppliers in Europe. He could be ranked in the top 5 among the big families in Europe. With such a strong background, Good believed that as long as the Butterfly family broke off the engagement with the mysterious fiancé, then he would have a great chance. Of course, Good did not know how terrifying Butterfly Wong's fiancé was. He also did not know that he was the direct disciple of the king of assassins. These were the secrets of the assassin world. These are not things that these non-assassin families could understand. Based on their information, they only knew that this marriage contract was set in the generation of Wong Songshan's father. Butterfly Wong's fiancé was also from the same clan as Wong Ruoshui's fiancé. The reason why Good was so bold to break into the Butterfly family and speak his mind at the expense of offending Wong Songshan was also because of Wong Ruoshui. Since Wong Ruoshui could break off the engagement, why couldn't Butterfly Wong? Moreover, the person who made this marriage contract was Wong Songshan's father. Now that he was dead, what effect did this marriage contract still have? Therefore, Good was willing to give it a try. In his opinion, the reason why Wong Songshan insisted on this marriage was nothing more than to respect the older generation. However, if he insisted, then Wong Songshan would definitely side with him. After all, a marriage alliance had to consider the overall interests of the family. Perhaps the family that was allied with the Wong family by marriage was once glorious, but Good didn't think that this family was still glorious. This was because Good had asked his grandfather, Thomas, to help him find out beforehand. Although most of the outstanding children of the right age from the top families in Europe were engaged, none of them were engaged to the Butterfly family. In other words, the marriage alliance with the Butterfly family did not belong to the top families. This way, Good's confidence was even stronger. After all, among the families that the Butterfly family could choose to form a marriage alliance with, the Douglas family was considered very powerful. The most crucial point was that as an assassin family, they needed a lot of top-notch firearms every year. Many of them were banned goods that were difficult to buy on the market and were specially for the army. Assassins were a profession that walked on the edge of the law. It was impossible for the Butterfly family to purchase top-notch firearms through official channels. Of course, the Butterfly family also had its own channels. This channel was the Lancer family helmed by Good's grandfather. The Butterfly family and the Lancer family had been working together for a long time. Every year, the Butterfly family bought a large number of special firearms from the Lancer family. Although this was a win-win deal, to put it bluntly, the firearms that the Butterfly family needed were all popular goods. Even if they were not sold to the Butterfly family, they could still be sold very well. Therefore, the Butterfly family was still in a weak position in this business. Although the status of an assassin family was relatively superior, the Lancer family was not to be trifled with. To be able to reach this point and operate firearms, they were definitely a family that could be on equal footing with the Butterfly family. It was also because of this reason that Wang Songzhan looked at the Douglas family of Elo Town differently and looked up to them in everything. Otherwise, with the Butterfly family's aloof status, they would not care about the other families in Elo Town. This was Good's trump card. He believed that with the existence of this trump card, Wang Songzhan had to consider the interests involved. Thinking of this, the originally pale Good was full of confidence again. Uncle Wang, although Little Butterfly may not have a good impression of me, it is undeniable that I am the most familiar with her among the other family members. Even if it is a marriage alliance, it is also an ideal thing to have a marriage alliance with our Douglas family, right? I think the probability of Little Butterfly choosing me between me and the fiancé that she has never met is higher, right? I will respect Little Butterfly's choice. So, Good, please go back first. Wang Songzhan glanced at the chattering Good and said, no matter who Little Butterfly chooses in the end, I will respect her choice. You respect her choice? Then why did she run away from home? Good obviously didn't believe Wang Songzhan's words. He didn't know that Wang Songzhan had reached an agreement with Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Songzhan frowned. He didn't expect this Good to be so presumptuous. Although he was a little reckless at first, he still followed etiquette. Now, this guy was obviously a little arrogant and even dared to criticize him. Are you done yet? I told you to go back first. Didn't you hear me? Before Wang Songzhan spoke, Wang Ruoshui couldn't bear it anymore. This little brat actually dared to come to the Butterfly family and make a fuss. Wang Songzhan actually tolerated him for so long. This was somewhat unbelievable in Wang Ruoshui's opinion. Could it be that the Butterfly family had declined over the years? Even the children of these small families dared to come and order them around? When the Butterfly family was at its peak, even the masters of these families didn't dare to be presumptuous. But this isn't right. Wang Ruoshui didn't hear of any changes in the Butterfly family's assassin ranking. Over the years, they had always been in second place and hadn't changed. How can a woman interrupt when a man is talking? Good hadn't seen Wang Ruoshui before. He didn't know that Wang Songshan's sister had returned, so he instinctively regarded Wang Ruoshui as a member of Yang Ming's group. In other words, Butterfly Wang's fiancé was the so-called VIP that Wang Songzhan had mentioned. The reason why Good spoke so rudely was also because he had inquired in advance that none of the top families could form a marriage alliance with the Butterfly family. Butterfly Wang's fiancé was most likely from a declining family. At this dinner table, in addition to Wang Songzhan, Fang Tian, and Wang Songzhan, a middle-aged man and woman were naturally regarded as a couple by Good, and Yang Ming, the young man, was their son. This family of three must be from the family that had a marriage alliance with Butterfly Wang. The middle-aged man and the young man didn't speak, but the middle-aged woman spoke first. So Good was naturally a little annoyed. They actually let a woman speak on such a big matter. Good despised it in his heart, and he increasingly despised the fallen family of the legendary fiancé. He didn't put them in his eyes at all, so he wasn't afraid of offending them. Therefore, Good spoke without mercy and didn't consider the consequences of offending them. In his opinion, it was insignificant to offend such a small family, and they wouldn't dare to say anything. The more upper-class society was, the more they believed in strength. The stronger the family, the more unscrupulous they were. They weren't afraid of those small families at all. Huh, a crisp sound was heard. Good covered half of his face that was already red and swollen. He looked at Wang Ruoshui, who moved like a ghost, in shock and anger. After this woman slapped him loudly in an instant, she quickly returned to her previous seat. This series of actions were completed in the blink of an eye, without the slightest hesitation. Good did not even realize it, but his face was already burning with pain. Chapter 14:03. Good covered his face and looked at the woman in front of him in shock. She dared to use a typewriter and was extremely fast. He thought to himself, sure enough, The families that can form a marriage alliance with the butterfly family are not easy to deal with. This woman is also so powerful. However, Good was not afraid of Wang Ruoshui at all. In his opinion, no matter how powerful an individual's strength was, it could not save the fate of a fallen family. In front of a super family, such individual strength could be ignored. Who are you? How dare you hit me? Although Good was polite to Wang Songzhan, he was not so good-tempered to Wang Ruoshui. His face was ferocious and looked like he wanted to kill someone. Ever since he was young, as the only son of the town's underworld godfather, the chances of him being beaten by others were very few. Unless it was his father who taught him a lesson, not to mention being slapped in the face in public in front of so many people. In Elo Town, the young masters and young ladies of the families, including their family masters, were all respectful to him and gave him some face in everything. Even the current family master of the butterfly family, Wang Songzhan, was the same. His impassioned speech in front of Wang Songzhan did not attract Wang Songzhan's anger. Therefore, how could Good, the young master of the butterfly family, be beaten up by a woman from a down-and-out family? How could this not make Good go crazy? So what if I hit you? Wang Ruoshui's expression was still so cold. She was not affected by Good's anger at all. Huh. Good looked as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Was this woman stupid? Does she not know my identity? Do you know who I am? The fate of your family will be destroyed because of your stupidity today. Aren't you Good? You said it yourself before. I know your name. Wang Ruoshui sneered. Do you think you have the ability to shake our butterfly family? Butterfly family? Good was stunned after hearing this. However, a funny expression immediately appeared on his face. Obviously, he misunderstood the woman's meaning. Your family has yet to have a marriage alliance with the butterfly family, and you're already calling yourself the butterfly family? The speed at which she threw herself at him was really fast. Could it be that you want your son to be a son-in-law who marries into the family? However, I can tell you that as long as I am here, there is no possibility of a marriage between your families. You don't have to hold on to any unrealistic illusions. Good obviously regarded Wang Ruoshui as someone on the side of Yang Ming and Fang Tian. He also regarded her as Yang Ming's mother, who came to the Wang family to discuss the marriage. Good thought that it was because they were going to have a marriage alliance with the butterfly family that they called themselves the butterfly family. What do you mean? What son? Wang Ruoshui was slightly taken aback, but immediately a blush appeared on her face, followed by endless anger. She was still an unmarried virgin. How could she have a son? This was simply an insult to her. Wang Songzhan was also inexplicable by Good's sudden words. Was Good's head caught by a door? How could he say such a bunch of illogical nonsense? Wang Songzhan and Wang Ruoshui were confused by the situation, but Yang Ming and Fang Tian quickly understood Good's meaning. It seems that this stupid young master regards Wang Ruoshui as Fang Tian's wife, his own mother. Yang Ming glanced at Good with pity. He really felt sad for this little brat. Of all the people he could provoke, he had to provoke Wang Ruoshui, who even Yang Ming himself had to avoid. No wonder Good was beaten up. He really deserved it. Looking at Wang Ruoshui's current appearance, she should be on the verge of going berserk, right? Sure enough, Wang Ruoshui attacked again. This time, it was fiercer than the last time. She directly punched at Good's face. Although Good subconsciously wanted to guard against it and dodge to the side, he still couldn't escape the tragic fate of being beaten to a pulp. How fast was Wang Ruoshui's skill? How could Good defend against it? To put it bluntly, if it weren't for Wang Ruoshui's scruples that this was the butterfly family's territory and that she didn't know what Good's background was, Good would have died long ago. Ayo! Good let out a heart-wrenching howl. His mouth twitched, and he spat out 2 front teeth vaguely. Although Wang Ruoshui's punch was not enough to kill him, the blow was still quite big. Good's face was full of blood at this moment, and his face was unusually ferocious. He slowly got up from the ground and pointed at Wang Ruoshui. I don't care who you are. You have to pay the price for what you have done today. The Douglas family will not let you go. You could just wait for your death. Douglas family? The underworld family in town? After Wang Ruoshui heard Good's words, She slightly hesitated and remembered what this family did. After all, when she left when she was young, this Douglas family had already controlled the underworld of the city. You know? Good snorted coldly. Since you know, just wait for our Douglas family's crazy revenge. Uncle Wong, you should be able to make a choice now, right? They have chosen to become enemies with our Douglas family. Will you still marry them? You have to think carefully. My grandfather is the current family master of the Lancer family. At this point, Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui completely understood why Good had been talking nonsense before. It turned out that he had regarded Wang Ruoshui as a person on Yang Ming's side. But it was no wonder. When Wang Ruoshui left home, Good had not been born yet. It would be strange if he knew Wang Ruoshui. Wang Songshan smiled bitterly and was somewhat helpless. Although Wang Ruoshui's actions had completely offended Good, Wang Songshan would not show weakness. Wang Songshan gave face to the Douglas family because of the Lancer family. However, Wang Songshan did not think that the Lancer family would cut off their firearm supply because of the Douglas family. After all, the two sides had been partners for many years. The Lancer family would not offend the Butterfly family because of this. Although the Lancer family was not weak and had its own secret defense force, which was a mysterious trump card, they should not be willing to openly become enemies with a mysterious assassin family like the Butterfly family, even if they had a large business. That would be a life and death struggle. Good. I think you have misunderstood. Wang Songzhan said faintly. This is my younger sister, Wang Ruasha, Little Butterfly's aunt. She will naturally teach you a lesson if you speak rudely to her. Since you are willing to be enemies with our Butterfly family, it doesn't matter. Wang Songzhan will accept it. What? She is Little Butterfly's aunt? Good's eyes widened. He never thought that this woman was actually Wang Ruoshui, who had left the Wang family 25 years ago. Isn't this too dramatic? Yet, he had regarded her as a person on Little Butterfly's fiancé's side. At this point, Good knew that his punches and slaps were in vain. As long as he had feelings for Little Butterfly, it was impossible to offend this woman in front of him, because she was Little Butterfly's aunt. Good secretly scolded himself for being unlucky. He really had to swallow his pride after being knocked out. Good took a deep breath. Aunt Wang, I didn't know your identity before and offended you. Please forgive me. Wang Ruoshui snorted coldly. Her impression of this young Master Good was very bad. It was completely different from Yang Ming's neither servile nor overbearing attitude. Although Yang Ming was also working hard to fight for his own rights, Yang Ming relied on his own strength to fight for his own interests, while this young Master Good kept talking about the Douglas family. If his relationship with the Douglas family was removed, this Good was no different from a pile of shit. It was impossible for Wang Ruoshui to marry her niece to such a person. Aunt Wang, this junior admires Little Butterfly very much. That's why I said the above nonsense. I hope that Aunt Wang can consider this junior's sincerity and grant the matter between this junior and Little Butterfly. Good saw that Wang Songzhan allowed Wang Ruoshui to beat him in the restaurant, and understood that Wang Ruoshui must have a very high position in the Wang family. If she agreed to his matter, then it would basically be half done. Therefore, his address of Wang Ruoshui changed from Aunt Wang to Aunt Wang. Chapter 1404. Help! Wang Ruoshui snorted coldly. My niece has already been engaged. You should leave. Besides, I don't like you. Don't like. Good's eyes flashed with a hint of sternness. He had never been so despised since he was young. Wang Ruoshui actually didn't put him in her eyes. Don't be delusional. Even if Little Butterfly's engagement doesn't work out this time, she will never marry you. Wang Ruoshui indifferently and ruthlessly attacked Good's self-esteem. An underworld family in Lo Town is nothing. Good's expression became ferocious after listening to Wang Ruoshui's words. He raised his head with red eyes and stared fiercely at Wang Ruoshui. Very good, very good. In that case, I don't need to say anything more today. Wang Ruoshui, I hope you don't regret what you said today. Regret? Are you threatening me? Wang Ruoshui didn't take Good's threat to heart. Whether it is or not, you can think about it yourself. Good gritted his teeth and said, "Since it has come to this point, I am not afraid to shed all pretense of cordiality with you. From now on, the Douglas family and the Butterfly family are at odds." Wang Songzhan looked at the situation on the verge of breaking out and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that the feud between the Butterfly family and the Douglas family was set today because of Wang Ruoshui's intervention. Wang Songzhan didn't think that he could salvage anything by persuading them now. Since they had shed all pretense of cordiality, there was nothing more to say between the two sides. Although Wang Songzhan was a little afraid of the Lancer family's attitude, he didn't put the Douglas family in his eyes. Since they were already on bad terms, then let it continue. A crack had already formed, and it wouldn't stop until there was a clear winner. Therefore, Wang Songzhan calmly shut his mouth at this moment. In any case, he would stand on Wang Ruoshui's side. A small Douglas family is also qualified to clamor in front of the Butterfly family. It seems that we haven't done anything for too long. Wang Ruoshui shook her head and said faintly. Her thoughts returned to the catastrophe that the Butterfly family brought to the European upper society when she was 8 years old. Dozens of families that were hostile to the Butterfly family were instantly annihilated under the full force of the Butterfly family's encirclement. What a terrifying strength! It was also from then on that the Butterfly family established itself as a transcendent existence in European upper-class society. Although she was still young at that time, and Wang Ruoshui's memory was already very vague, the shock brought by that catastrophe was still fresh in her mind. Now that so many years had passed, many people had probably forgotten about this matter. However, some disciples from small families actually dared to stand in the Butterfly family and openly threaten the Butterfly family. If this was in the past, it would have been impossible. Had the Butterfly family declined, or had they endured for too long? Wang Ruoshui didn't agree with the first possibility. After all, the Butterfly family's position in the assassin world had never changed over the years. They had even become more powerful. Therefore, it could only be attributed to the second possibility, which was that they had endured for too long. Small family? Very good. Very good. Since you said that we are a small family, then I want to see how your big family will cry and beg to marry Xiao die to me in the end. I believe that day is not too far away. Remember what I said today? Ha ha. Good's arrogant laughter echoed throughout the restaurant. His ferocious and bloody face, coupled with this laughter, made people feel a trace of horror. AI. Wang Songzhan sighed faintly. He respected the Douglas family, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of them. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of trouble. Since things had come to this point, there was no turning back. Wang Songzhan believed that even if he opened his mouth to mediate now, Good wouldn't let go of this grudge so easily. Unless he agreed to betroth his daughter to Good, this conflict would be difficult to resolve. However, this was impossible. The matter between Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming had already been settled and couldn't be changed. Wang Songzhan could only choose to be an enemy of the Douglas family. He didn't expect Wang Ruoshui to bring a lot of trouble to the family as soon as she returned. However, even so, Wang Songzhan didn't say anything to stop Wang Ruoshui in front of Good, Yang Ming, and Fang Tian. The people of the Butterfly family must not be bullied. Originally, Good thought that when things had developed to this point, Wang Songzhan would definitely speak up to mediate. After all, this was a society where family interests were more important than anything else. Good believed that Wang Songzhan would definitely make the right choice between the Lancer family and his daughter's marriage. However, he was disappointed because Wang Songzhan didn't speak. Good gritted his teeth. Well, since you don't know how to appreciate favors, then don't blame me for being rude. A fierce light flashed in Good's eyes. He was his grandfather's most beloved grandson. He believed that as long as he had any request, his grandfather would definitely satisfy him. Good firmly believed that as long as he pressured Wang Songzhan through his grandfather, Thomas, then Wang Songzhan would definitely have no choice but to obediently send his daughter to the Douglas family. The high-end firearms of the Lancer family were the foundation of the Butterfly family's foothold. Without the support of these high-end firearms, would the Butterfly family still be so prominent? In that case, I'll take my leave. I'll eat my words here. 5 days. Wang Songsan, you will definitely not obediently send little Butterfly to our Douglas family after 5 days. Good said fiercely. After 5 days, my surname will no longer be Douglas. Kid, your little Butterfly's fiancé, right? I advise you not to get involved in this mess. Be careful not to get yourself involved. If you're wise, you should quickly end this engagement. That's the smart choice. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Lo Town. After saying this, Good also knew that it was useless to stay in the Butterfly family now. He could only show them and make them regret their stupid behavior today. Enduring the pain on his face, Good strode out of the restaurant. Although no one stopped him, there was a trace of strangeness and anger in their eyes when they looked at him. Wait a minute. Yang Ming, who had been silent all this time, spoke up at this time. It was not that Yang Ming wanted to be a busybody, but this Good was too arrogant. Good's previous contempt for Wang Ruoshui was entirely because he regarded her as someone on Yang Ming's side. Therefore, it could be said that Good's previous words were also directed at Yang Ming. However, Yang Ming was no longer the young boy of the past. Naturally, he would not be angry because of this. After listening to Good's words about a fallen family, he just laughed it off. Yang Ming was not from any family, so he did not care about Good's words at all. However, what really made Yang Ming angry was Good's last few words of advice before he left. Although Yang Ming came this time to break off the engagement, he did not need others to tell him what to do. The engagement had to be broken, but it was not because of Good's words. However, Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Good's last few threats. Yang Ming did not dare to do anything to Wang Ruoshui and Wang Songsan because these two people were Fong Tian's old friends and lovers. However, a young master of a local underworld family actually dared to threaten him that he would not be able to leave Lo Town. This was simply a fantasy. Yang Ming could leave safely under the rain of bullets in Vietnam and Africa. Why would he be afraid of a young master of an underworld family? Don't forget what Yang Ming's original profession was. Half a year ago, Yang Ming had the ability to eliminate all the underworld in Jiduan City. He was not lacking in Lo Town's Douglas family. Why? Have you made up your mind? Good turned his head and looked at Yang Ming eagerly. He thought that Yang Ming was afraid, retreated, and took the initiative to break off the engagement. If this was the case, then Good would save a lot of trouble. As long as Yang Ming took the initiative to break off the engagement, then the Butterfly family would not have to insist on the engagement. Then among the big families in the entire European upper class, only his Douglas family could match the Butterfly family. Of course, this was with the help of the Lancer family. Chapter 1405. Yes, I've made up my mind. Yang Ming glanced at Good and said indifferently, Hee, it's good to deal with smart people. Good was overjoyed when he heard Yang Ming say so. Don't worry. As long as you make the right choice, there will be plenty of benefits for you. You also know the strength of our Douglas family. Yang Ming's words made Wang Songsan, Wang Ruoshui, and Fong Tian suddenly nervous. They all knew that Yang Ming wanted to break off the engagement, so they were really afraid that Yang Ming would say something inappropriate at this moment. It would be difficult if Good really got hold of something that could be used against them. If Yang Ming told Good that he wanted to break off the engagement, Good would definitely take advantage of it. Since they had already broken off the engagement, why didn't the Butterfly family choose the Douglas family? Could it be that you looked down on the Douglas family and even the Lancer family? Thinking of this, Fong Tian quickly signaled to Yang Ming with his eyes. For the first time, he felt that he had gone too far this time. If Yang Ming said that he wanted to break off the engagement in public, then there would be some trouble between him and Wang Xiaoyan. However, Yang Ming turned a blind eye to Fong Tian and the others. No matter how Fong Tian tried to squeeze his eyes, Yang Ming did not have the slightest reaction. Fong Tian could only sigh at the side. He turned his head and glared at Wang Songshan. What he meant was, "Look at you. What kind of bullshit engagement cancellation game are you playing? Now you're fine. Let's see how you're going to clean up after this." Wang Songshan could only smile bitterly and sigh. How could he have thought that Wang Ruoshui would interfere in the originally fun game of breaking off an engagement? Good was also involved. The Douglas family? Yang Ming repeated Good's words, but his words were full of disdain. "Very well. I'll wait and see how you won't let me walk out of Elo Town." Good's face stiffened. He thought that Yang Ming was here to admit defeat, but Yang Ming's words did not mean to admit defeat at all. Instead, they were full of provocation. Good's expression became even more ferocious and gloomy. "Since you chose not to walk on the path to heaven and instead chose to walk on the path to hell, then fine, you will pay the price for your curiosity." "All right," Yang Ming said lightly. "I'll wait and see, but I also have something to tell you." "What words?" Good sneered. He did not think that Yang Ming would have anything to say to persuade him. Good had already made up his mind to teach such an overconfident person a lesson. If he did not teach him a lesson, he would not know the immensity of heaven and earth. "I don't want you to do anything out of line. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it." Yang Ming said, "Remember what I said. I never speak without thinking. What I say will come true." For the sake of your family and the Lancer family behind you, I hope that you won't do anything stupid. Good was not angry after listening to Yang Ming's words. Instead, he laughed as if he had heard a very funny joke. In his opinion, Yang Ming's overconfident behavior was completely ridiculous, pathetic, and pitiful. Before speaking, he did not recognize his own strength and actually dared to talk nonsense. Good looked at Yang Ming from a perspective of looking down on him, so he was not angry. This was because he felt that Yang Ming was just an ant who had not seen the world and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Good did not refute Yang Ming's words. He laughed and left the restaurant, disappearing from everyone's sight. Yang Ming shrugged at his indifferent attitude. If this kid did not know his own limits, Yang Ming would not mind teaching him a lesson. This was not helping the butterfly family, but merely a provocation to Yang Ming. "I haven't exercised my muscles for a few days. I hope this Good will not seek his own death." After Good had completely left, Wang Songshan smiled bitterly and sighed. He did not expect this situation in advance. "Brother, a small Douglas family dares to be so arrogant in front of our butterfly family. Why have you become so tolerant over the years?" Wang Ruoshui was obviously very dissatisfied with Good's sudden intrusion. He is just a child of the Douglas family, yet he dares to do this. Have they forgotten the catastrophe that our butterfly family once brought to the European upper society? Ruoshui, Wang Songshan sighed. "It's not that I am tolerant, nor is it that the butterfly family has declined. It's because of the Lancer family behind the Douglas family that I have left some face for the Douglas family." "Lancer family? What kind of family is that? Are we afraid of them?" Wang Ruoshui's face changed. "Even if the Lancer family is the top family in the upper society, we don't have to be cowards, right? We are being bullied at our doorstep. What else can you do besides smiling bitterly?" Seeing Wang Ruoshui and Wang Songshan suddenly arguing, Yang Ming and Fong Tian both chose to shut up at the same time. This was not something they could get involved in. It was better to listen first. Ruoshui now is different from a few decades ago. Wang Songshan waved his hand and said, "The Lancer family is one of the largest firearm suppliers in Europe. They have cooperated with our butterfly family for many years. The top firearms used by our family currently all come from the Lancer family. Oh, since we bought their firearms, we should be considered as their big customers. Then they have no reason to offend us, right?" Wang Ruoshui asked strangely after hearing Wang Songshan's words. "Ruoshui, you don't understand," Wang Songshan said. "Because of the particularity of our family's industry, we need a lot of top limited firearms every year. These firearms are not easy to buy. This kind of thing belongs to the category where there is no need to worry about selling it. So even if the Lancer family does not sell it to us, there are still people who want it. There is no need to pay attention to us. On the contrary, we have to maintain a good relationship with the Lancer family in order to buy these top firearms. So that's how it is. Wang Ruoxue was not stupid. She understood Wang Songshan's few words. The firearms needed by her family were not easy to buy. So once they lost the support of the Lancer family, they would not be able to buy these top firearms. Then, the Butterfly family's position among the assassins would be in jeopardy. Has our family always cooperated with the Lancer family? Wang Ruoxue frowned. Since firearms are so important, then the catastrophe launched by father a few decades ago against the entire upper-class families, Ruoxue, it was different from now. Wang Songshan explained with a wry smile. A few decades ago, firearms were not developed. There were very few models of firearms, and there were many ways to buy them. Almost every firearm supplier had these things. But now it's different. With the rapid development of firearms research and development, many firearms specially used for sniping and assassination belong to the special forces. The production is not much, and there are restrictions on purchase. So, I tried my best to build a relationship with the Lancer family. Over the years, I've been buying these top firearms from them. Otherwise, how could our Butterfly family still be the second in the assassin world? It would have long been replaced by others. Wang Ruoxue listened to Wang Songshan's explanation, and her face gradually changed. She finally understood why Wang Songshan was so tolerant of good. Even when he broke into the Butterfly family and questioned Wang Songshan in public, Wang Songshan was not angry. Everything was because of the Lancer family behind the Douglas family. The Butterfly family could not lose the support of the Lancer family. Once they lost their top-notch firearm supply, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother, then my reckless behavior this time has completely offended the Good and Douglas families. So, will the Lancer family? Wang Ruoxue realized that she had gotten into trouble at this time. This disaster may lead to the decline of the Butterfly family. It's true that you have offended the Douglas family. Wang Songshan frowned and said, but the Lancer family should not cut off their business with our Butterfly family because of this. After all, they have cooperated for so many years. I don't think they will go too far. After all, with our reputation as an assassin family, the Lancer family should consider it seriously and not make some reckless decisions. Chapter 1406. I hope so. I hope that the Lancer family will not stand up for the Douglas family. Otherwise, I will become a sinner of our Butterfly family. Wang Ruoxue said with a gloomy expression. She seemed to regret her previous reckless behavior. Don't worry. Our Butterfly family doesn't want to offend the Lancer family, but we are definitely not afraid of them. Wang Songshan saw Wang Ruoxue's worried look, and his heart was filled with heroism. He waved his hand and said, "What are you afraid of? At most, we will become enemies with them and fight to the death." Uncle Wang, it's not that I want to discourage you. Yang Ming spoke at this time. He felt that it was necessary to remind Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoxue. Although he didn't have a good impression of them, it was precisely because of the Butterfly family's training that he became a real powerhouse. Yang Ming was not an ungrateful person. He didn't forget the person who dug the well. Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoxue, and Fang Tian had a very close relationship, so Yang Ming had to give them a heads up in advance. I dare to guarantee that Good will definitely not let it go this time. Yang Ming's words made the atmosphere in the hall fall into a deadlock again. Wang Songshan frowned silently, and Fang Tian also looked at Yang Ming with a dignified expression. However, Wang Ruoxue didn't know Yang Ming's ability. She was immediately angry when she saw a junior interrupting at the family dinner. The etiquette cultivated in a big family since childhood made her know that it was very taboo for a junior to interrupt when the elders were talking. Of course, there were exceptions, and that was if the junior already had the strength that was on par with the family elders or had surpassed the family elder's strength. This was a world where strength was respected, especially in a family like the Butterfly family that worshipped strength. Wang Songzhan naturally recognized Yang Ming's strength. He couldn't be more satisfied with his son-in-law. Whether it was from Wang Xian's mouth or other channels, he had already learned that Yang Ming had integrated the third largest family in the assassin world, the Charles family, with his own strength. This strength was enough to surpass him. Wang Songzhan knew that he didn't have the ability to make old Charles hand over the family to him, but Yang Ming did it. Therefore, Yang Ming's words naturally became an admonition between powerhouses of the same level. Wang Songzhan would only consider the power and not reprimand Yang Ming for interrupting at this moment. Fang Tian was Yang Ming's master. He and Yang Ming had long been a teacher and a friend, so there was no concept of inequality in his mind. Yang Ming was also so casual when he usually discussed things with him. This time, he had already given Wang Songzhan enough respect by using obscure honorifics. Fang Tian felt that he had already given Wang Songzhan a lot of face. However, Wang Ruosha didn't know all this. From the time she saw Yang Ming until now, she only treated Yang Ming as a junior. Wang Ruosha only thought that the words that Yang Ming said to good before were just a dispute between children, so she didn't care. Therefore, when Yang Ming's admonition was heard by Wang Ruosha, she didn't consider whether it made sense. Instead, she directly thought that Yang Ming was rude, so she snorted coldly. "Surname Fang, it seems that your disciple is very unruly. Didn't you teach him not to interrupt when the elders are talking?" Fang Tian's old face suddenly turned red when he was suddenly ridiculed by Wang Ruosha. However, he didn't think that Yang Ming had said anything wrong. It was just that Wang Ruosha's concept of a young lady was still too deep in her bones. "I'm just reminding you kindly." Yang Ming wasn't angry, but he said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "If Senior Wang Ruosha doesn't listen to advice and is arrogant, then it is not impossible for the butterfly family to be destroyed. What right do you have to say these words?" Wang Ruosha's face changed unpredictably because of Yang Ming's rebuke. She pointed at Yang Ming angrily. "What does a child know? Do you think that you young people don't think before you act because of jealousy? The bad blood between big families is based on the premise of the benefits of both sides. Without benefits, who would offend an enemy for no reason?" Yang Ming shook his head. If the butterfly family didn't have a relationship with him, he would be too lazy to care about so many messy things. He sighed and said, "Senior Wang Ruosha, you are right. Many of the jealousy between young people don't think before they act. I think good is such a person. I'm very familiar with the decisiveness and ruthlessness in his eyes when he left. I have encountered similar enemies before, and they all did hot-headed things." Femme fatale. This sentence was not wrong at all. Femme fatale. How many rational young talents could go crazy for a beauty? Wang Jitao was like that, Sui Guangxi was like that, and that Zhou Ruoguang, the second young master of the Ouyang family, and so on are all representative figures of this kind. In addition, the Li family in Singapore also served as a lesson. Even if good wants revenge, will the Douglas family go crazy with him? Will the Lancer family behind them play along with them? Unknowingly, Wang Ruosha had regarded Yang Ming as an equal who could talk to her. She had also put down her previous contempt for him as a junior. After all, whether she admitted it or not, Yang Ming's words made sense. Perhaps the Douglas family won't go crazy with him, but the Lancer family can't guarantee it. Yang Ming pointed out the key point. What? Wang Ruosha was stunned. Impossible. If the Douglas family doesn't care about this, will the Lancer family care? Is this possible? It doesn't make sense at all. Yang Ming sneered in his heart. This woman still has a poor grasp of people's hearts. She doesn't even understand these simple truths. However, on the surface, he still explained patiently. The bigger the family, the more conceited they are. In their eyes, no one can touch their beard, especially good. He said that he is the most beloved grandson of the current patriarch of the Lancer family, Thomas Lancer. The old man values his grandson even more than his children. Good has suffered so much this time. I reckon that Thomas will most likely stand up for him this time. If I'm not wrong, Good's last words are not empty words. He has a certain confidence in his heart. Good must know that he can persuade Thomas to help him. Don't you think it's too arbitrary to make such a judgment based on a series of speculations and Good's last words to save his face? Wang Ruoshui still had a trace of luck in her heart. No matter how reasonable Yang Ming's words were, she was the one who injured Good. She didn't want to bring trouble to the butterfly family because of herself. Therefore, Wang Ruoshui strongly denied Yang Ming's words. She was escaping and didn't dare to face Yang Ming's words head-on. She was lucky that the Lancer family wouldn't become enemies with the butterfly family because of Good's matter this time. If Yang Ming knew that Wang Ruoshui was Wang Xiaoyan's aunt, he would find that these two people were very different. Wang Xiaoyan was much smarter than Wang Ruoshui and more responsible than her. Wang Ruoshui's character was too emotional and always self-centered. Once there was an accident that was beyond her control, she would choose to escape. Previously, Wang Ruoshui also chose to escape when Fang Tian broke off the engagement. However, with Wang Xiaoyan's temperament, she wouldn't escape even if Yang Ming got married. They were two extremes. One was constantly fighting against the family for her own destiny, while the other was weak and decided to escape if she could. If it was just words, of course, I wouldn't say it like that. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Ruoshui and shook his head helplessly. When Good said this, he deliberately added a deadline of 5 days. Most people would say just you wait, or this matter isn't over when they say harsh words. No one would deliberately set a deadline of 5 days. However, Good added it and vowed that if he didn't teach the butterfly family a lesson within 5 days, his surname wouldn't be Douglas. Who would say such bold words if he wasn't sure? If he really didn't do anything in 5 days, wouldn't he become a joke in the eyes of others? Chapter 1407. Wang Ruoshui's face became extremely ugly. She had to admit that she had begun to agree with Yang Ming's words in her heart. Indeed, there was no need for Good to add a 5-day limit. If it was just a threat, then these 5 days were completely superfluous. As long as he left, there would be room to maneuver, whether it was 5 days, 10 days, or a year later. However, Good had blocked his room and added a limit. Then, it could only mean that Good was confident in persuading Thomas to stand up for him. Ruoshui, what Yang Ming said, is actually very reasonable. At this time, Wang Songzhan waved his hand and stopped Wang Ruoshui from continuing. He had completely heard what Yang Ming said in his heart. This detailed analysis had made Wang Songzhan sweat profusely. If this matter was really like what Yang Ming said, the butterfly family would really be in trouble. In our butterfly family, the strong discuss matters. Yang Ming's performance has reached the level of equal dialogue with us. This was the first time that Yang Ming had voiced his own voice among the elders of the butterfly family. However, it was obvious that no one objected. With Yang Ming's series of analysis, he had been recognized and accepted by Wang Songzhan. Even Wang Ruoshui had lost her previous arrogance at this moment. Wang Songshan's words finally made Wang Ruoshui recognize the situation. She sighed sadly. "Brother, this time, I have offended the Lancer family. Will they refuse to cooperate with our butterfly family?" This was also what Wang Songzhan was most worried about. After all, the firearms sold by the Lancer family were limited in supply. It was already very difficult to buy them. This was the seller's market, not the buyer's market. If the Lancer family cut off business with the butterfly family, then the Lancer family would not have any losses. However, the butterfly family's losses would be too great. The Lancer family sold to anyone. They did not necessarily have to sell firearms to the butterfly family. However, the butterfly family could only buy these top-grade firearms from the Lancer family. There was no other channel to replace them. Therefore, if this was really the case, the butterfly family was very likely to fall from 2nd place in the assassin world to below 5th place. "Ruoshui, let's not worry about it for now." Wang Songzhan smiled reluctantly. "If the Lancer family really wants to cut off the cooperation with us, then it is useless for us to discuss it here. Let's think of a way when it really happens. If we can establish this channel with the Lancer family, we can naturally establish other channels. Although Wang Songshan said so, everyone present understood that this kind of channel couldn't be established just like that. Back then, Wang Songshan had spent a lot of effort to establish a cooperative relationship with the Lancer family. Different situations. Seeing Wang Ruoshui's sad look, Fang Tian felt a little heartache. This was the time when Wang Ruoshui's heart was at its weakest. Although a major event was at hand, Fang Tian was not afraid of the Lancer family. If he could regain Wang Ruoshui's heart, Fang Tian did not mind talking about love first. I still have some channels for firearms. Although I can't say that I can supply them in large quantities, I can still temporarily replace them when you find new supplier. Really? That's good. Wang Ruoshui's eyes flashed with joy after hearing Fang Tian's words. Unexpectedly, she no longer ridiculed Fang Tian. Then I'll have to trouble you, old friend. However, Wang Songshan's expression was not very good because he knew very well that Fang Tian's expedient could only be used for a while and could not be used for a lifetime. Over the years, Wang Songshan had not only pinned his hopes on a Lancer family, because he also knew very well that it was very dangerous for the family's lifeline to be controlled by others. Therefore, he was also constantly looking for connections to find another firearm supplier. However, the result made him very disappointed because this kind of thing was not something that he could find just because he wanted to. The large firearm suppliers all had fixed buyers, and those shares were in short supply. They had no time to pay attention to Wang Songshan. Small firearm suppliers could not provide the top firearms at all. It was possible to buy some ordinary firearms, but in this way, the Butterfly family would sooner or later become a second-rate assassin family. Originally, a very sumptuous family dinner had become very bad due to Good's sudden intrusion and ended hastily. Wang Ruoshui's tit-for-tat against Yang Ming was gone now. Even her previous hostility towards Yang Ming had weakened a little. When Yang Ming's wisdom was recognized by Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoshui did not find trouble with Yang Ming anymore. After all, the most important thing in the family now was to discuss how to face Good's revenge. Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoshui, and Fang Tian all went to the study after the dinner. Yang Ming was not called, and Yang Ming was too lazy to participate. He had said what he wanted to say, so there was no point in going again. Previously, Wang Songshan had already regarded Yang Ming as someone who could speak in the Butterfly family, but perhaps his heart had not changed, so he subconsciously ignored the junior Yang Ming. Yang Ming did not have any opinion about this and went directly to his room. Hello Town, inside the Douglas family. Yang Ming's guess was right. Good had no intention of giving up at all. At this moment, his face was no longer bleeding, and the wound had been treated. However, the hideous scar and the bandage made him look particularly terrifying. The current family master of the Douglas family, Elt Douglas, was sitting in the middle of the family's conference room with a face full of anger. Looking at his son's face full of injuries, he had the thought of tearing Wang Ruoshui into pieces. However, he also knew that Wang Ruoshui was the sister of the Butterfly family's family master, Wang Songshan. She was not an ordinary person. In Elo Town, if someone else dared to beat Good up like this, Elt would have brought people to kill them. The murderer would probably have become a corpse by now. However, the person he was facing at this moment was the Butterfly family, a transcendent existence in Elo Town. Even if Elt was angry in his heart, he did not dare to act rashly. Of course, if he went all out and fought with the Butterfly family, then he might have a chance of winning. It was a pity that although he was the family master, he couldn't be stubborn and ignore the interests of the family. There were still a few respected elders in the family. They wouldn't agree to stand up for Good and fight against the Butterfly family. What do you think? Elt turned his gaze to the elders of the family. Good was beaten up like this. It seems that the Butterfly family does not put our Douglas family in their eyes. Family Master Elt's words are wrong. An elder in a gray suit responded indifferently. Young Master Good is also in the wrong in this matter. He directly broke into the butterfly family's butterfly castle and said some harsh words when Wang Songzhan was eating. Anyone would be angry if they were in his shoes. Therefore, I think that this is not a bad thing for young Master Good. It will kill his arrogance and let him understand that he must think before doing anything. Elt's face changed. The elder in the gray suit was obviously saying that Good did not think before doing things. However, he could not refute it. After all, the elder in the gray suit was telling the truth. Although Elt knew that this guy did it deliberately, there was nothing he could do. The elder in the gray suit was Elt's uncle. His grandson was considered to be the most outstanding in the family, but because of the orthodox lineage, he could only be considered the second successor. The first successor was still Elt's son Good. Therefore, the elder in the gray suit would definitely not let go of an opportunity to attack Good. Therefore, the moment he opened his mouth, he made it sound like Good deserved it. Even if the Douglas family wanted to stand up for him, it would be impossible. However, because of the elder in the gray suit's special seniority in the family, even Elt, the family master, could not refute his words. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and said to Good, "Good, Uncle Changster is right. Don't be so reckless in the future." Chapter 1408. Good was about to explode when he heard the words of the elder in the gray suit. However, his father was talking to him, so he could only brace himself and say, "Yes, Grandpa Changster is right. Good won't be so reckless next time." The gray-suited elder Chong Shite coldly snorted, as if to show off his authority. This made Good gnash his teeth even more. This group of old fools. He was afraid that each and every one of them was waiting for him to make a fool of himself. They couldn't wait for him to make a fool of himself so that their grandson could take over. Elder Changster's words resonated with another elder. His grandson was also one of the more outstanding talents in the family. He was not inferior to Changster's grandson. Therefore, if Good really could not inherit the position of the family master, it was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. This elder was called Madaman. He was also Elt's uncle. He had long been dissatisfied with Elt being the family master. When Elt's father was the head of the family, they couldn't say anything. After all, they were all blood brothers, and Elt's father was quite outstanding. However, after Elt's father passed away, the old men in the family began to stir. Especially when Elt was training Good as the next heir of the family master. These old guys began to plan for their own children and grandchildren. They were all of the Douglas family's bloodline. How could Good, this idiot, be the successor of the family master? Of course, Good was not that bad. It was just that he was a little impulsive in comparison. However, as a young man, who could guarantee that he would not be impulsive when it came to emotional problems? If it were Elder Changster or Elder Madaman's grandson, they would probably not be any better. It was a pity that they did not encounter such an incident. Therefore, Good became the target of public criticism and was criticized by these people. Although our Douglas family has a lot of power in Elo Town, there is no need to be enemies with the Butterfly family, a transcendent assassin family. This will bring disaster to our Douglas family. Elder Madaman said ambiguously, but the meaning in his words was already very obvious. If the Douglas family wanted to stand up for Good, he would be the first to object. "Uncle Madaman, you must be joking. Although our Douglas family has grown very quickly over the years, I am not arrogant enough to think that we can compete with the Butterfly family." Elt smiled and said, "If we were to find trouble with the Butterfly family, it would undoubtedly be like hitting a rock with an egg. Even if we could take advantage of them, we wouldn't be able to escape the situation where both sides would suffer." Although Elt was enraged and wanted to dismember Wang Ruoshe, the woman who had beaten his son to the point of disfigurement, his reason told him that it was not feasible to do so. The Butterfly family wasn't an ordinary small family. They weren't a pushover. Elt couldn't just bully them as he pleased. The Douglas family's all-out attack might be able to fight to the death with the Butterfly family, but doing so was obviously an underhanded move. Elt was not stupid enough to use the entire family to vent his anger for his son. There was only one thing that could be said, and that was that even if the Douglas family wanted to stand up for good, they did not have the ability to do so. Since you understand this principle, then I won't say anything more. Elder Ma Demand saw that he had achieved his goal, so he didn't say anything more. Father, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you and the elders this time. Good had long expected this situation. He didn't expect the Douglas family to stand up for him. His trump card was the Lancer family, his grandfather who had loved him since he was a child. Since Good's mother, Thomas's daughter, had died in childbirth while giving birth to Good, Thomas loved this grandson very much. He had turned the pain of losing his daughter into doting for Good. Good believed that as long as he begged his grandfather, the Lancer family would definitely stand up for him and get back his face. Oh, then you? El pretended to be surprised as he looked at Good. In fact, when Good said this, he had already thought of what Good was going to do next. However, he didn't say it directly. Instead, he wanted Good to say it himself. This was because Elt also realized that this was a good opportunity for Good to establish his authority in the Douglas family. Over the years, with the support of the Lancer family, the Douglas family had gradually expanded and become the #1 family in Elo Town. Of course, most of the family members thought that this was Thomas's compensation to the Douglas family, because Elt had never married. Only Elt understood that it didn't matter if he married again or not. The reason why Thomas spared no effort to support the Douglas family was because Good was the first successor of the Douglas family. Helping the Douglas family was equivalent to helping his most beloved grandson. Naturally, Thomas would spare no effort to help. However, because Thomas had only instructed the Lancer family to take care of the Douglas family behind their backs, the Douglas family members didn't know of Thomas's love for Good. The reason why the old fellows of the Douglas family tolerated Elt sitting in the family master's position was because they saw the benefits that the Lancer family had brought to the Douglas family over the years. If it weren't for this, Elt's position as the family master would have been shaken long ago. Now, this was a good opportunity for Good to quickly establish his authority in the Douglas family. As long as he went to Thomas and asked the Lancer family to resolve the grudge between Good and the Butterfly family, he could let the Douglas family see that Thomas supported Good. At that time, even Changster and Ma Demand would no longer think of making their grandson the successor. Even if they agreed, the rest of the Douglas family would not agree. No one was a fool. If Good was the successor, the Douglas family could continue to receive the support of the Lancer family. The benefits they would receive would not be small. I'm going to the Lancer family to see Grandpa, Good said. I'm one of Grandpa's most beloved juniors. Grandpa will definitely stand up for me if I'm bullied. Elt was not surprised by Good's words because he had already guessed Good's thoughts. The Douglas family was not enough to shake the Butterfly family, but the Lancer family was not afraid of the Butterfly family. However, Elder Changster, Elder Ma Demand, and a group of Douglas family members looked at Good in surprise. It was not because they were surprised to hear the name of the Lancer family. Everyone present knew the relationship between Good and the Lancer family's family master, Thomas. However, they did not think that Thomas would stand up for Good. Of course, the Lancer family's care for the Douglas family over the years was obvious to everyone. However, taking care of the Lancer family and standing up for the Lancer family were two completely different concepts. In everyone's opinion, the Lancer family's care for the Douglas family was entirely because Elt missed his late wife and had not remarried. That was why Thomas took care of him, allowing the Douglas family to rise quickly and become the largest family in Elo Town besides the Butterfly family. However, these people did not think that the Lancer family would stand up for Good. If Good had offended a small family, perhaps the Lancer family could easily help Good settle it. However, Good's current crime was indeed the Butterfly family, an assassin family with a transcendent status in European upper-class society. Would the Lancer family start a war with the Butterfly family for a child with a different surname? This seemed to be impossible at all, right? If Good's mother had not passed away, there might be such a possibility. However, Good's mother had passed away long ago. It was reasonable to say that the bond between him and Thomas had long been gone. So, how could Thomas stand up for him? Only your grandfather, my father-in-law, can solve this matter. Elt was very satisfied with the expressions of everyone present. As long as Good invited the Lancer family to stand up for him, then Good's position in the Douglas family would be fixed. Good had provoked such a strong opponent, but the Lancer family still spared no effort to stand on his side. What did this mean? It meant that Thomas was supporting his grandson. If the Douglas family wanted to develop, they really needed Good to be the family master. Otherwise, not to mention the support from the Lancer family, Thomas might create some trouble for the Douglas family in anger when he saw that Good did not become the family master. Chapter 1409. I think that everyone has no objection to Good's suggestion, right? Elt glanced at everyone in the conference room one by one, especially after pausing for a moment on Elder Changster and Elder Madaman. If the Lancer family can stand up for us, of course, I won't object. Elder Changster saw Elt looking in his direction and knew that he had to speak. He was the most senior elder, so if he didn't speak, no one else could. However, when Elder Changster said these words, he was doubtful in his heart. Can the Lancer family really go against the Butterfly family for good? The Lancer family and the Butterfly family have cooperated for decades, right? I have no objection. Elder Madaman saw that Elder Changster had already spoken, so he followed and said, "However, I'm afraid that the Lancer family won't stand up for us." A trace of distrust flashed across Elder Madaman's face. Everyone could hear that the us in his words was actually referring to Good himself. He meant that he didn't believe that the Lancer family would stand up for Good. Good is the future family master of our Douglas family and the grandson of the current family master of the Lancer family. I think that the Lancer family will definitely lend a helping hand. Elt glanced at Elder Madaman. How could he not know what he was thinking? So, he choked on his words. Sure enough, after listening to Elt's words, Elder Madaman's expression suddenly changed. I didn't expect him to say this. Doesn't that mean that with the support of the Lancer family, there's no doubt that Good will become the next family master? However, after thinking about it, this matter was two-sided. It was a good excuse to make trouble in the future. So, Elder Madaman was not annoyed. He said slowly, "Yes, if he has the full support of the Lancer family, young Master Good will naturally be capable of becoming the next family master." Elder Madaman's implication was obvious. If the Lancer family didn't help Good this time, then Good would be done for. He would not be able to compete for the family master position in the future. After listening to Elder Madaman's words, Elt secretly scolded this old fox. He is so fucking insidious. He actually used this kind of words to force me to take a stand. However, the previous words were said by Elt himself. Elder Madaman just continued his words, so Elt really couldn't refute anything. He could only say, "Of course, this is also a test for Good. Without going through true experience, one will not grow. Father, elders, please don't worry. Good's grievances with the Butterfly family will never affect you." Good stood up and nodded to everyone present. "I'm going to the Lancer family now. Please wait for my good news." Elt nodded. This time, it might not be a bad thing. If Thomas could help Good and attack the Butterfly family, it would be a good thing for both his family's interests and Good's position in the family. Thinking of this, he was looking forward to it. This kid's lucky hit and provoking the Butterfly family seemed to be an opportunity. Compared to Elt's excitement, Elder Changster and Elder Madaman each had their own ulterior motives. Their hearts were heavy. On the one hand, they didn't want the Lancer family to stand up for Good. In this way, Good would completely lose his competitiveness. His identity as the heir would automatically be given up. But on the other hand, they hoped that the Lancer family could stand up for Good. After all, everyone was a member of the Douglas family. Putting aside the conflict with Good and the family, they were still a whole when it came to the outside world. It was very shameful for the Douglas family to choose to tolerate being bullied by others. Since the Butterfly family could bully the Douglas family once, then there would be a second time and a third time. In fact, some other families might even bully the Douglas family. Everyone couldn't help but feel sad for Good. Although it was Good who was injured this time, Would the next one be themselves, their son, or their grandson? More importantly, everyone wanted to see what the Lancer family's attitude towards the Douglas family was. If the Lancer family could stand up for the Douglas family this time, it would also show the Lancer family's final position. Then, everyone had to consider the proposal to support Good because the Douglas family could get the most benefits from the Lancer family only with Good on the throne. Looking at Good's figure leaving the conference room, everyone's gaze changed. Since Good was so sure, then he must have a certain degree of confidence to persuade the Lancer family to help. For a time, Good's status in the family had obviously improved. You probably don't know, right? Elt looked at the expressions of the people present and was very satisfied. In fact, this kid Good is the most beloved grandson of father-in-law Thomas. This kid Good would go out for a while every New Year. In fact, he didn't go out to fool around. He accepted his grandfather's invitation to stay in the Lancer family for a while and accompany his father-in-law. As soon as Elt said this, even Elder Changster and Elder Ma Demand were shocked. It turns out that this kid Good has a good relationship with Thomas? Then this time, I'm afraid that the future family master of the family will be none other than Good. Okay, everyone is adjourned. Let's quietly wait for the good news that this kid Good will bring. Elt stretched casually. Although the Douglas family is the head of Ello Town and named these years, the days are really uncomfortable with the Butterfly family, the overlord, eyeing us covetously from aside. It may be easier in the future. After saying that, Elt stood up and walked out of the conference room. The clansmen behind him started to praise Good with envy. They all said that the Douglas family would reach glory under Good's leadership. They were no longer gloating over Good's misfortune like they were when they saw the injuries on Good's face. Elder Changster and Elder Ma Demand also knew that it was impossible to get the position of the heir now that the situation was over. However, if Good could really bring enough benefits to the Douglas family after taking the position, then the two of them would not object. As a core elder in the family, the benefits that he would receive would not be small. Good did not delay. He really could not bear it anymore. Today, the humiliation that the Butterfly family brought to him, he would return it back in double, even 5 times or 10 times. Even then, it would not be enough to resolve the hatred in his heart. When he got Butterfly Wong, that Wong Ruoshui and Butterfly Wong's fiancée would have to pay a certain price to make them regret their stupidity. However, Good did not think that if he had not rudely barged into the Butterfly family and said some unpleasant things, how would he have been beaten up by Wong Ruoshui and warned by Yangming? However, many people were often like this. They only saw the faults of others, but not their own. They never reflected on whether they had done wrong, and blamed all the mistakes on others. They belonged to the type who would rather betray the world than be betrayed by the world. This time, Good did not bring a single follower with him to the Lancer family. He drove a Hummer off-road vehicle to the Lancer family that night. He wanted to take advantage of the time before the shocking injuries on his face were healed to let his grandfather take a look. He believed that his grandfather would definitely be furious after seeing it. At that time, the Butterfly family and Chapter 1410. At the same time, in Wang Songshan's study room in the Butterfly Castle, Wang Songshan looked at Fong Tian and Wang Ruoshui in front of him with a sullen face. There is always a faint uneasiness in my heart. Don't let this Good really do something. I don't know much about the situation in Europe. I don't know how much power this Lancer family has. Fong Tian smiled bitterly after listening to Wang Songshan's words. I'm afraid I can't help you this time. My old friends in the arms business are all in Africa, but they aren't large enough. You also know that I'm a lone wolf. I don't need a large number of arms. Wang Songshan nodded. How could he not know Fong Tian's situation? Although Fong Tian's connections were very wild and he could get a lot of advanced arms, Fong Tian was only one person after all. He was only in contact with businessmen who were responsible for the small arms trade. Fong Tian didn't need to contact those big arms dealers because it was impossible for him to buy in batches. It's not necessarily as pessimistic as you think. It's hard to say whether the Lancer family will stand up for good. Maybe it's just a false alarm? Wang Song's Han saw the tense atmosphere and quickly comforted everyone. Yang Ming, this kid, is very good at judging people. Fong Tian sighed. I hope this time he can really turn the misfortune into a blessing. Yang Ming, Wang Ruoshui repeated the name. Old man Fong, your disciple is really courageous. He is neither servile nor overbearing and is not impulsive. However, he is still a little arrogant. Arrogant? Fong Tian was stunned. However, getting these evaluations of Yang Ming from Wang Ruoshui's mouth was also a kind of affirmation of Yang Ming. At least she accepted the existence of Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan's fiancé. After Good made those provocative words at the end, he couldn't help but refute a few words. Wang Ruoshui said, his involvement will only make things worse. I was the one who caused this, so naturally, the butterfly family should settle it. I don't want him to be involved. This is also the reason why I didn't ask my brother to bring Yang Ming over for a discussion. After listening to Wang Ruoshui's words, Fong Tian looked at Wang Ruoshui in disbelief. Previously, she was picking on Yang Ming, but he didn't expect that at the critical moment, she would do such a thing to protect Yang Ming. Wang Ruoshui's attitude was very obvious. She was the one who provoked Good, and it had nothing to do with Yang Ming. She didn't want Yang Ming to be involved when the Lancer family and the Douglas family retaliated. Ruoshui, Yang Ming is not an outsider. He is also a member of the butterfly family. How can he stay out of this matter? Fong Tian looked at Wang Ruoshui and said solemnly, moreover, this matter has nothing to do with him, but it does have something to do with him. If he didn't come here to get engaged, Good wouldn't have done such a thing. He came here to get engaged, and our butterfly family can't even guarantee his safety. Wouldn't the butterfly family's reputation be ruined if this news were to spread out? Wang Ruoshui said, we won't involve a junior like him in this matter. Actually, he's not young anymore. He can already take charge of things alone. Fong Tian waved his hand and said faintly, however, whether he participates in this matter or not, he can't help much. It's okay to let him assassinate the family master of the Lancer family, but he really can't care about your fights. Yeah, Wang Song's Han smiled bitterly when he heard this. If we really want to fight openly, who is the butterfly family afraid of? But I'm afraid that the Lancer family will cut off our firearm supply. This matter is unreasonable no matter where we go. Even the families that are on good terms with us won't stand up for us. It's because they have the final say on who they sell their things to. It doesn't violate any rules, and it won't affect the interests of others. So, in this case, very few people will offend the Lancer family for our matters. Brother, actually, there's one thing I don't understand. Wang Ruoshui hesitated for a while and finally said, what is it? Wang Songhan asked, is the ranking on the assassin list really that important? Wang Ruoshui took a deep breath and asked, even if we don't have the firearm supply, what can we do if our butterfly family falls a few places on the assassin list? Wang Ruoshui's words made Wang Songshan's expression slightly startled, making him fall into contemplation. But after a while, Wang Songshan shook his head helplessly. The butterfly family was established by grandfather and passed to me. I can't carry it forward, but it's declining. How can I be worthy of grandfather and father's hard work? You weren't like this in the past. Wang Ruoshui looked at Wang Songshan as if she didn't know him. She sighed slightly and said, in the past, father forced me to be engaged to this guy, surnamed Fong, for the sake of the family's interests. You supported me and argued in front of father. You said to him, is the family's interests really that important? What's the significance of the ranking on the assassin list? We already have enough money and can live a good life. Why do we have to chase after these illusory fame and fortune? Ruoshui, Wang Songshan suddenly fell into embarrassment after listening to Wang Ruoshui's words. Indeed, I once said such words, but that was because my identity and perspective were different. Now that I am the family master of the butterfly family, I must proceed from the family's interests. There's a good saying, if you're not in your position, you can't do your job. I can't help it. Can't help it. Wang Ruashe snorted coldly. If that's the case, then you should just marry my niece to Good. This way, it won't be a problem once and for all, and it will be connected to the Lancer family. We won't have to worry about them retaliating against us. This, Wang Songshan smiled bitterly. Maybe this time, our butterfly family is really going to decline. Forget it. Let's take one step at a time. Looking at the stubborn Wang Songshan, Wang Ruashe seemed to see her father in the past. Although she didn't understand Wang Songshan's feelings at the moment, she was also a member of the butterfly family. Deep in her heart, she didn't want the butterfly family to decline and decline. Her previous words were just to ease Wang Songshan's mind and make the atmosphere more relaxed. At the Lancer family, an off-road vehicle stopped steadily in front of the suspension bridge in front of the castle where the Lancer family was located. Good took a deep breath. I've finally arrived. I'd driven the car at the speed limit all the way just to get here a moment earlier. Today, the butterfly family must pay back the humiliation I suffered at their hands. Good believed that as long as his grandfather stepped in, even the family master of the butterfly family, Wang Songshan, would have to bow to him and obediently send his daughter to the Douglas family. A smug smile appeared on Good's face when he thought of his prestige in front of the Douglas family in Elo Town at that moment. He pressed the car horn, and then a searchlight shone from the watchtower behind the suspension bridge, followed by the inquiry of the Lancer family's private army. This is the Lancer family. Who are you? What's the matter? I'm Good, the grandson of the family master, Thomas. Good didn't get out of the car. Instead, he picked up the loudspeaker in the car and said. Good's voice came from the car's loudspeaker, but the watchtower behind the suspension bridge became silent. The news of Good's arrival must have been passed into the castle. After a while, the voice from the watchtower sounded again. This time, it was a young man's voice. Cousin Good, is that you? Cousin Witch, it's me. Good was delighted when he heard this voice and quickly replied. Lower the bridge. After confirming the identity of the visitor, the young man in the watchtower named Witch ordered the two men on duty in the watchtower. After a while, a creak sounded. The huge suspension bridge slowly descended, connecting the road to the castle. Chapter 14:11. Good started the car and slowly drove onto the suspension bridge. When the car passed the suspension bridge, a creaking sound came from behind again. The suspension bridge slowly rose again. Lancer Castle once again became an isolated castle. The castle was surrounded by mountain streams. If one wanted to enter, it was impossible to reach the castle under such a natural mode unless one had light body skills, could leap over walls, or could fly on a sword. Good parked the car in the empty parking lot in front of the castle. He got out of the car and saw a blond young man walking toward his car. This was Witch Lancer, the grandson of the Lancer family's family master, Thomas. He was also Good's cousin. Cousin Good, why are you here so late? What happened to your face? Witch looked at Good, whose face was bruised and bandaged, and was suddenly stunned. Don't mention it. I was slapped in the face. Good said bitterly, this time, I really lost all my face. Slapped by someone? Who dares to hit you? After all, the Douglas family is the most powerful family in Elo Town. Witch frowned. He naturally began to calculate in his heart. Being able to be cultivated as the first successor of the family was naturally not just because he was Thomas's grandson. He still had some outstanding aspects. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have a firm foothold in this kind of open strife and veiled strife. Currently, Witch had obviously become the most prestigious young man in the third generation of the family. If there were no accidents, he would become the third generation family master candidate of the family. Witch's relationship with Good was very good since they were young. The two did not belong to the same family. Although they were relatives, there was no competitive relationship. Good was the first successor of the Douglas family, and Witch was the first successor of the Lancer family. Both of them were Thomas's favorite third-generation children, so there were only benefits and no disadvantages for the two of them to be on good terms. If the two of them were to be promoted at the same time in the future, it was reasonable to help each other. Butterfly family. Good said the family's name with a pale face. I was slapped in the face by a crazy woman in their family. What? It's the Butterfly family? Which was shocked after hearing the name of the Butterfly family. He naturally knew the origin and strength of the Butterfly family. The Lancer family also had business dealings with the Butterfly family, so he naturally knew the details of the Butterfly family. Although the Douglas family was very powerful in Town, they were powerless in the face of the Butterfly family, which also understood that Good wanted the Lancer family to stand up for him when he saw that Good had come here so late at night with injuries. Although he had been on good terms with Good since young, as a descendant of such a large family, the first thing that came to his mind was not to seek revenge for Good, but to consider the pros and cons of this matter. Will the Lancer family be able to gain any benefits after they intervene? Even if they can't gain any benefits, will there be any losses? Witch's heart relaxed when he thought that the Butterfly family and the Lancer family had no other dealings except for the cooperation in firearms. It seemed that even if the Lancer family stood up for Good, the loss to the family would not be great. The firearms that the Butterfly family wanted were all rare goods. If they were not sold to them, many people would rush to buy them. There was no need to worry about this cooperation at all. The Lancer family had the initiative, which glanced at Good quietly when he thought of this cooperation. Could this be his idea? The Butterfly family was a family whose main business was assassins. The annual demand for these firearms was quite large. If the supply to them was cut off all of a sudden, the impact on the Butterfly family would be more than just a little. My cousin is also a ruthless character. He must have seen that the Lancer family would not suffer any losses after cutting off the cooperation with the Butterfly family. That was why he could come here so fearlessly to ask Grandpa to stand up for him. Of course, if Good had been replaced by another family member, Thomas would not have casually agreed to such a thing, even if he knew that it would not have much impact on the family's interests. Although they had no other business dealings with the Butterfly family, they would try not to offend such a family as much as possible. There was no need to stand up for some irrelevant people. But Good was different, which knew very well that Good's position in Thomas's heart was probably not lower than his own grandson. Therefore, which smiled at Good when he thought of this. Cousin Good, don't worry. The Lancer family will definitely stand up for you. Even if Grandpa doesn't agree, I will definitely speak up for you. If that's the case, then thank you, cousin. Good's heart was suddenly excited when he heard Witch's declaration. This time, there was a lot more hope. Although Good was originally very confident that Thomas would definitely stand up for him, this matter was basically set in stone after Witch's guarantee. They followed Witch in a Lancer castle. Although Good was not a member of the Lancer family, many people in Lancer Castle knew him because of his special relationship with Thomas. When they saw Good, they greeted him in a flattering manner. As for the injury on his face, these people did not have the courage to ask about it, which asked about Good's injury out of concern. If some people who were not of high status asked about it, it would obviously cause trouble. Cousin Good, let's rest in the living room first. Grandpa has also heard the news of your arrival, Witch said, I think you'll be downstairs soon. Good nodded and sat on the sofa in the living room. Soon, a servant placed tea and snacks in front of Good. Good didn't eat before he made a scene in the Butterfly family. After being beaten up, he didn't have the mood to eat, so he didn't hold back at this moment. He grabbed a few snacks and put them into his mouth. He lived in the castle for a period of time every year since he was a child. He was very familiar with this place. It was like his own home, so he was very casual. Not long after, footsteps came from the stairs. A vigorous and powerful voice came down first. My grandson Good, it's so late. Why did you come to Grandpa's place? Thomas was also very puzzled about Good's sudden visit. After the guard sent the news, he first asked Witch to confirm it. He then put down the things in his hands and came over. Grandpa, Good stood up quickly. Witch also quickly stood up from his sofa and stood there respectfully, waiting for Thomas to come downstairs. What happened to your face? Thomas's eyes suddenly froze when he saw Good. His sharp gaze stopped on Good's face. His tone also became gloomy with an indescribable sense of killing. "Grandpa, Good is useless. I was bullied, but I didn't dare to fight back." Good lowered his head in grievance. "Who dared to hit you? How can someone hit my grandson just because they want to?" Thomas's face was filled with unspeakable anger. As one of the top families in Europe, the Lancer family had not been bullied for many years. Now, his grandson was beaten up. Although he was not a member of the Lancer family, who didn't know that he was his grandson. What was the difference between this and bullying the Lancer family? "It's someone from the Butterfly family." Good heard Thomas's tone and knew that there was a chance. He said quickly, "Butterfly family?" Thomas couldn't help but frown after hearing this name. Thomas had business dealings with the Butterfly family over the years, so he naturally knew the ins and outs of the Butterfly family. Thomas still maintained a trace of reverence for this mysterious assassin family. If it were any other family, Thomas might have brought people and rushed to their door, shouting and yelling. However, Thomas didn't have much confidence in the Butterfly family. However, looking at Good's face that was beaten beyond recognition, he still asked in a deep voice, "Why did they hit you? Tell me the details of what happened. If they bully you, then don't worry. Grandfather will definitely stand up for you." Chapter 14:12. Good didn't dare to hide anything, nor did he dare to exaggerate. He could only tell the truth. He knew very well that with his grandfather's power, it wasn't difficult to find out the details of what happened at that time. Once he hid something, his grandfather would think that he was lying. Then, he would likely be disappointed and dissatisfied with him. Not only would he not achieve his goal of standing up for him, but it would also be hard to say if he could continue to treat him well in the future. When Good told Thomas everything that happened in the Butterfly family in detail, Thomas nodded solemnly. "So, you were the one who broke into the Butterfly family first?" "Yes, I was reckless." Good didn't dare to deny it. He lowered his head and admitted. Thomas waved his hand. He was very satisfied with Good's attitude. He dared to take responsibility for his mistakes. He was a real man. Otherwise, he would have loved him for nothing. What Thomas didn't know was that Good spoke according to the person he met. It was because he knew Thomas's temperament that he didn't hide anything from him. Good knew that he was wrong, but Thomas was an old man who protected his children. He had suffered a big loss this time, so Thomas would definitely stand up for him. If Thomas had been a fair and just person, Good would definitely not have said that. He would have tried his best to come up with a lie and take revenge first. "Although you were reckless to break into the Butterfly family, it was reasonable." Thomas hesitated for a while and said, "Young people will always do something out of line for love. As an elder, I will understand this. After all, who hasn't been young and frivolous? So although what you did was wrong and thoughtless, Wang Ruoshe, as an elder of the Butterfly family, attacked you. This is a bit unreasonable. If it was Butterfly Wang or her fiancé who beat you up, I really can't say anything. After all, it's a battle between the younger generation. It's not good for us as elders to participate in the winner and loser. A gentleman can't complain about self-cultivation. However, Wang Ruoshue attacked you, and you weren't her opponent. This has nothing to do with self-cultivation. She was obviously bullying the young." Good's mouth curved slightly when he heard Thomas's words. It seemed that he had made the right decision to come this time. Grandpa really wouldn't let go of what had happened to him. It seemed that he was going to find trouble with the Butterfly family. "Indeed, if I were to have a fair fight with Xiao Dai's fiancé, I believe that I would not lose to him." Good nodded and said, "However, you were at fault in this matter after all. Although our Lancer family has hundreds of years of heritage and is not afraid of the Butterfly family, this reason is not sufficient." Although Thomas seemed to be very protective, he wasn't hot-headed to the point of thinking that he was the boss. It seemed that he was still very afraid of the Butterfly family. Good's heart tightened, but he did not dare to make sound. He raised his head and looked at Thomas nervously, waiting for his final decision. Moreover, the strength of the Butterfly family is not weak. In the end, it is very likely that both sides will suffer. Thomas sighed slightly Over the years, our Lancer family has had business dealings with the Butterfly family. I still have some understanding of their strength. After listening to Thomas's words, Good couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that Thomas didn't want to go against the Butterfly family. Grandpa, I have a good suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. Seeing that Thomas was in a dilemma, who had been standing aside for a long time, spoke at this moment. Oh, you can say what you have to say. You have the right to speak at the family meeting, not to mention that this is just a private discussion. Thomas made a gesture and motioned for Witch to speak his mind. Grandpa, since the Butterfly family is not weak, it is not wise for us to go against them openly. However, we can give them a little punishment and let them suffer in silence. Witch said, Grandpa, don't we have business dealings with the Butterfly family? Good's heart moved. He immediately understood the specific content of Witch's proposal, which was to cut off the supply of firearms to the Butterfly family. This was an idea that he had before, so when he heard Witch at this moment, he immediately showed a hopeful expression. Oh, you mean stop the business cooperation with the Butterfly family? Thomas was slightly stunned, and then he understood Witch's meaning. Cutting off their firearm supply is equivalent to cutting off their left and right arms. Witch, your proposal is really good. In fact, as the head of the family, how could Thomas not think of such a simple and clear idea? He just didn't think about this before. When he saw Good being slapped in the face by Wang Ruoshui of the Butterfly family, Thomas was thinking about how to fight back and give her a taste of her own medicine. He didn't think of using other means. Good curled his lips in his heart. He had thought of this idea long ago. What was so great about Witch saying it? However, he remained calm on the surface. It didn't make sense to compete with Witch for this credit. There was no conflict of interest between the two. On the contrary, the more harmonious the relationship, the better. Therefore, after Witch spoke, Good also praised, Cousin Witch is really amazing. Grandpa and I were thinking about how to retaliate against that woman, Wang Ruoshui, but your method made the Butterfly family suffer a hidden loss. After all, we have the final say on who our Lancer family cooperates with. No one can say anything about it. How could Witch not know that Good was deliberately praising him in front of his grandfather? However, he also knew that Good was doing this to befriend him. Both of them were the future successors of their respective families, so there was no harm in befriending each other. Therefore, Witch gladly accepted this compliment, but he said modestly, This is just a small scheme of mine. It's not something that can be shown in public. No. Thomas waved his hand and said, You can't say that. It doesn't matter whether it's a conspiracy or an overt scheme, as long as it can achieve the goal. Witch, it seems that you have matured a lot over the years. You know how to deal with those who stand against the family. Witch's heart suddenly rejoiced. Grandpa's praise obviously affirmed his ability. Grandpa's lesson is right. Grandson understands. Butterfly family, you don't need me to deal with you without my Lancer family's weapon supply. I'm afraid that you will be reduced to a second-rate assassin family in a few years. At that time, our Lancer family won't even need to do anything. Some of your former enemies will come knocking on our door. A cold smile appeared on Thomas's face. There's no time to lose. I'll arrange it now. I believe that it will be too late for the Butterfly family to cry when they know the news. In the Butterfly family, the phone in Wang Songshan's study suddenly rang. It was already midnight. Who would call at this time? I'll take the call first. Wang Songzhan stood up with a wry smile and said to Fong Tian and Wang Ruoshui. The three of them discussed for a long time, but they couldn't come up with any good countermeasures. Now, they could only hope that the Lancer family would not stand up for Good. Is this Mr. Wang Songzhan from the Butterfly family? A voice that Wang Songzhan was very familiar with came from the other side of the phone, but this voice was different from its usual enthusiasm. At this moment, it seemed extremely indifferent. When he heard this voice, Wang Songshan's heart was completely filled with coldness. He was very clear about the other party's identity. Calling in the middle of the night, one would not visit without a reason and with indifference. In an instant, Wang Songshan understood that the thing he was most unwilling to see was about to happen. It's Butler Mitery. It's so late, what's the matter? Wang Songzhan said politely to the other party. He really couldn't afford to offend this person. He was butler Miteri of the Lancer family and the main person in charge of the business with the Butterfly family. Mr. Wang, I'm calling to inform you of something, Miteri said faintly. There was no trace of emotion in his voice. This year's special firearms quota is very small. I'm afraid that the supply to your family will have to be suspended. Wang Songshan's heart suddenly went thump. What should come has finally come. Although he had comforted himself many times that things might not be as bad as he thought, Wang Songzhan had to accept the helpless reality in front of him when all these worries became reality. Butler Miteri, hasn't our cooperation always been very pleasant? Wang Songshan's heart was bitter and his voice trembled a little. Chapter 14:13. Cooperation. You also said that it is a cooperation. Butler Miteri's voice still had no trace of emotion. Cooperation is only called cooperation when both sides agree. Now that I am short of supplies, the cooperation is naturally over. Butler Miteri, is there any room to maneuver? Wang Songzhan naturally did not believe Miteri's far-fetched reason, but he knew the real reason very well. Miteri was just looking for an excuse at the moment. This is the decision of the Thomas family master. I am just conveying his decision to you. Butler Miteri said, Okay, Mr. Wang, if there's nothing else, I will hang up. I am sorry to disturb your rest. However, before Wang Songzhan could say anything, the other party had hung up the phone. Wang Songzhan looked at the microphone in his hand with an indescribably ugly expression. The other party had finally made a move. In any case, the other party had not let go of the revenge on him. Finally, it still came. Fang Tian looked at the somewhat absent-minded Wang Songzhan and sighed. He felt that his old friend seemed to have aged a lot all of a sudden. I didn't expect it to be unavoidable in the end. Wang Songzhan put down the phone in his hand and looked at Fang Tian with a numb expression. It was Butler Miteri of the Lancer family who called. He said that this year's special firearms quota was not enough, and he wanted to stop business cooperation with our Butterfly family. Aren't there any remedial measures? At this moment, Wang Ruoshui's face was also dejected. Self-blame and regret filled her heart. If she hadn't hit good for a moment of pleasure, things wouldn't have developed to such an irremediable point. At most, she would have a few words with Good and pushed him away. Presumably, the Lancer family would not have done anything to the Butterfly family, but now, I will sacrifice my old face and call the Lancer family patriarch, Thomas, personally. Wang Songzhan did not know if what he did would be useful. It was the first time he had asked for help like this. When he first established a cooperative relationship with the Lancer family, he had never bowed and groveled. Although Fang Tian wanted to help Wang Songzhan do something, he was powerless. He had never run a family, nor had he dealt with the arms merchants of these large families. He knew that he couldn't give any advice at this time, so he could only watch the situation develop silently. Wang Songzhan picked up the phone again and dialed the private number of the Lancer family's family master, Thomas. After 2 short rings, the phone was picked up. Thomas's voice came from the other side of the phone. Mr. Wang, if you have anything to say, just say it. Mr. Thomas, you and I are well aware of the situation this time. Since that's the case, let's not beat around the bush. Wang Songzhan said, This time, my sister has indeed gone too far. I deeply apologize to Good. In order to express the sincerity of the Butterfly family, we will personally hold a banquet in the largest hotel in Elo Town to apologize to young Master Good. Wang Songzhan secretly gritted his teeth when he said this. This kind of concession made his heart bleed. When has the Butterfly family ever been so weak? However, at this time, people had to lower their heads under the eaves. Wang Songzhan couldn't help but be nervous when a Lancer family held his lifeline. Although this would damage the reputation and prestige of the Butterfly family, it was worth it to endure this kind of humiliation for the future of the Butterfly family. That grandson of mine won't be able to accept such an apology, Thomas said faintly. If outsiders knew the reason, they might think that Good was arrogant and domineering. Wang Songshan's heart sank after listening to Thomas's words. Thomas was unwilling to let go even with such a humble attitude. It seemed that this time, the butterfly family would not rest until one of them was dead. Mr. Thomas, even if we were wrong first, considering our many years of cooperation, can't you? At this time, Wang Songshan didn't have a trace of the family master's arrogance. He was completely like those who asked for help. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was humble. Mr. Wang, I think Butler Mitery has said before that it's not that I don't want to cooperate with the butterfly family, but it's because this year's special firearms quota is very small. It's not enough to meet your needs. Thomas's indifferent words were enough to push all the blame away from him, but the others couldn't find a reason to refute him. Then, if that's the case, half of the previous year's supply is fine. I wonder if Mr. Thomas can satisfy us. Wang Songshan asked carefully. Half. Thomas repeated Wang Songshan's words plainly. Half is not enough. Mr. Thomas, why don't you tell us a way to continue to cooperate with the butterfly family? As long as we can do it, we will not shirk. Wang Songshan really had no other way. This Thomas was not willing to let go no matter what. He could only see if there was any room to maneuver. Mr. Wang, as you know, this is a special firearm. It's not an ordinary firearm. There's not a lot of them every year. Many of my clients are old friends. They've been working with me for longer than you. Some are even old friends from my father's generation. Thomas said, in the previous years, the firearms quota was just enough for you to share equally, so it was peaceful. But this year, the special firearms quota is obviously much smaller. I have to give priority to those old friends. As for your side, I can only apologize. Wang Songshan was furious after listening to Thomas's words. What quota is reduced? Why didn't you say it was reduced before? But after Good was beaten by Wang Ruoshui, the Lancer family's firearms quota suddenly decreased, and in the middle of the night. Who will believe this? However, Thomas's words were neither too fast nor too slow, and no one could find fault with them. Wang Songshan couldn't refute at all. Thomas's words were reasonable. The other customers had a stronger relationship with Wang Songshan, so they could only cut off their cooperation with Wang Songshan first and prioritize the supply to others. If half of the previous years is not enough, 1/3 is also fine. Wang Songshan gritted his teeth and settled for the second best again. He would not be willing to give up just like that. Mr. Wang, I've already made my words very clear. Thomas faintly said, if my old friends find out that I'm providing firearms to outsiders, they'll definitely be angry and bring out their fathers. So, although we have cooperated for many years, I have no good reason to give you firearms. There is no reason for this, so it is very difficult for me to handle this matter. If there is a reason, I can explain it to those people, but our cooperation time is really too short. Our friendship is not as deep as others. Wang Songshan frowned when he heard Thomas's words that seemed to have a hidden meaning. What is this old guy trying to say? Listening to his words, there seems to be a way out of this matter? After all, if there is no way out, why would Thomas explain so much to me? What is the point of him explaining so much? Mr. Thomas, listening to your words, it seems that this matter can be solved as long as there is a reason to supply to our butterfly family. I don't know. Do you have any good suggestions? Wang Songshan couldn't understand Thomas's meaning, so he directly asked the question. If Thomas really had a hidden meaning in his words, he would definitely give some hints. If he didn't have this meaning, I wouldn't have to rack my brains to think of those meaningless things. It's not that I don't have any suggestions. Thomas smiled and said, if our families are related, then my supply of firearms to you will be justified, and no one will be able to say anything about it. Even if I give you all the special firearms quota, others can't say anything even if they have an opinion. Chapter 14:14. Wang Songshan's heart tightened as he listened to Thomas's words. He vaguely guessed something. This old fox really has other intentions. If the quota was really reduced, then he wouldn't have said these words. It was obvious that there was still room for redemption. Relatives? Wang Song's Han snorted noncommittally. He already knew Thomas's plan. It seemed that Good must have gone to Thomas and said something, so Thomas did this. Good's matter is actually not a big deal. He has had a good impression of your little butterfly since he was a child. If little butterfly marries Good in the future, then Wang Ruoxue will be his aunt. Isn't it normal for an aunt to beat her nephew's son-in-law? Thomas smiled and said, Good is my grandson. Supporting the butterfly family is supporting my grandson. I don't think anyone would be able to say anything different. Patriarch Thomas, forgive me for not being able to accept your proposal. My daughter is already engaged. Wang Songzhan took a deep breath. Although he knew that his approach might completely offend the Lancer family, there was no other way. If it was before Wang Xiaoyan had any contact with Yang Ming, it would be possible. But now, Wang Songzhan would never agree to Thomas. Really? Thomas didn't expect Wang Songzhan to be so stubborn. He sneered and said, If that's the case, then I can only do things according to the rules. This? Wang Songshan's heart tightened. Mr. Thomas, is there any other way? No, let's do it this way. Call me when you have thought about it. Well, within 5 days. If you haven't decided within 5 days, then I'm sorry, I can only give the quota of firearms to someone else. Thomas said in a low voice. Okay, I'll hang up if there's nothing else. I'm going to rest. After Thomas finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly without waiting for Wang Songshan's reaction. 5 days. Wang Songzhan sighed and suddenly thought of Good's previous words. 5 days, at most 5 days. Sure enough, the powerful words from back then were realized so quickly. Indeed, the butterfly family only had 5 days of opportunity. Thomas's deadline was as such. After 5 days, the butterfly family must bear the revenge of the Lancer family and stop all business cooperation. What did Thomas say? Seeing Wang Songshan's appearance, Wang Ruoxue knew that this negotiation was not successful. The other party must have put forward some harsh conditions that made it difficult for Wang Songzhan to agree. Thomas said to let your precious niece marry Good. In this way, the two families will become relatives. He can supply us with goods, and you will become Good's aunt, so Good will not pursue the matter of you hitting him. Wang Songzhan smiled bitterly. He's dreaming. Wang Ruoxue gnashed her teeth in anger. Isn't this forcing us to submit? They've gone too far. So what if he's going too far? Now, he has the qualifications to do so. Wang Songzhan said, just as Good said, Thomas gave us a deadline. 5 days, only 5 days. Good, this kid really does what he says. Fang Tian's face became gloomy after hearing Wang Songshan's words. We can't agree to Thomas's request. It seems that this matter has become a foregone conclusion. We should come up with countermeasures as soon as possible. Wang Songzhan nodded and said, Old man Fang, I'll have to trouble your connections. Although the number may not be much, relief is still possible. Don't worry. This matter is not only related to Ruoxue, but also my apprentice. I naturally can't shirk away. Fang Tian waved his hand and nodded solemnly. I'll contact my old friends tomorrow morning and try my best to buy more firearms. There is no problem with the price, as long as there are goods. Wang Songzhan said, the butterfly family is still not sure of money. I understand this. I'll try my best to fight for you. Fang Tian nodded and said, some are destined to be happy, and some were sad tonight. Good and Thomas were the type of people who slept soundly and sweetly. However, Wang Songzhan, Wang Ruoxue, and Fang Tian almost didn't sleep. They sat on the sofa in the study, each thinking of a way to save their family. If Fang Tian and Wang Xiaoyan could really get together, coupled with the relationship between Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan, it could be said that Fang Tian had basically become a member of the butterfly family. The fate of the butterfly family would be closely related to Fang Tian. Fang Tian couldn't sit idly by if someone wanted to plot against the butterfly family. Yang Ming didn't think about this at all and slept very soundly. In his eyes, Good was a clown, a flea-like character who couldn't make any waves. Yang Ming didn't put this kind of character, including the Lancer family behind him, in his eyes. The biggest difference between Yang Ming and Fang Tian was that Yang Ming had a special ability. Ever since he had this special ability, Yang Ming was almost never afraid of anyone, including the behind-the-scenes boss and Elder Yu. Yang Ming wasn't afraid of Yang Ming, let alone the Lancer family. Perhaps, with Fang Tian's ability, he still couldn't assassinate Thomas. After all, it was very difficult to sneak into the heavily guarded Lancer family, let alone kill under those heavy guards. But for Yang Ming, it was not difficult. With the experience of successfully avoiding the surveillance video of the Sways Group's immortal building, Yang Ming believed that as long as he used his special ability, it was not impossible to sneak into the Lancer family. So as long as he was willing, Thomas could die at any time. This was Yang Ming's trump card, a trump card to protect his life and attack others. This was an absolute advantage over anyone else. What gave Yang Ming a headache was the competition that Wang Ruoxue mentioned. He couldn't win or lose. Only a tie could he leave the butterfly family safely. This was what really troubled Yang Ming. Although Yang Ming boasted during the meal as if he was very confident, in fact, Yang Ming didn't have any confidence in his heart. It was easy to say if he won or lost, but a tie. As long as Wang Ruoxue played a little trick and took the initiative to show weakness, a tie could become his victory. This was really a bit difficult to handle. Perhaps he could only play a little trick first and use a ruthless move. When he collided with Wang Ruoxue, he would also take the initiative to retreat when Wang Ruoxue retreated. This way, he could create the illusion of a tie. However, doing this required an opportunity. It couldn't be done under any circumstances. Everyone present was an expert, so he had to do it well. Otherwise, if Wang Ruoxue refuted, it would be really difficult for him to explain. He could only let everyone think that it was a tie. When Wang Ruoxue suffered in silence, Yang Ming could insist that it was a tie. If others couldn't see the flaw, no one would speak up for Wang Ruoxue. Even if Wang Ruoxue continued to pester him, he was not afraid. When he woke up, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. All the fatigue from the flight was relieved. He stretched and jumped out of bed, but when his eyes fell on the wall clock, there was a slight difference. When he came yesterday, according to the disciple who received him, he would call at 8 o'clock every morning to inform him to go for breakfast. It was already 8:30. Why didn't he call? Could it be that he slept too deeply and didn't hear it? Impossible. Although Yang Ming slept very well since he went through the assassin training, he was extremely sensitive to the sound of the outside world. He could easily catch the slightest movement. It was impossible not to hear such a loud phone call. There was only one possibility, and that was that no one called him. Since no one called, Yang Ming didn't think much about it. Maybe the person who notified him had forgotten. He put on his clothes, washed up, and opened the door to go downstairs. The disciples on duty of the butterfly family all knew Yang Ming, so when they saw Yang Ming coming out of the room, they all greeted him. Yang Ming walked to the restaurant where he ate yesterday, but unexpectedly found that there was no one in the restaurant. Of course, this was excluding the disciples of the butterfly family. Yang Ming was referring to Wang Songshan, Wang Ruoxue, and Fang Tian. Chapter 14:15. Mr. Yang, you are here. The disciple on duty in the restaurant saw Yang Ming come in and quickly greeted him. Oh, that has everyone finished eating? Yang Ming was puzzled as he looked at the empty restaurant and asked. No one has come yet. The disciple on duty looked at Yang Ming with a bitter smile. Usually, the family master would have come by this time. Oh, no one is coming? Yang Ming frowned. So, you didn't call me to inform me to come down? Yes, the family master didn't instruct us, so we didn't dare to make a decision. The disciple on duty said. Yang Ming suddenly understood. No wonder I didn't receive a call. It turned out that Wang Songshan hadn't come to the restaurant yet. However, if Wang Songshan didn't come, why didn't Wang Ruoxue and Fang Tian come? Could it be that these three people are discussing something? Could it be that Wang Ruoxue is looking for me to compete? Thinking of this, Yang Ming increasingly felt that there was such a possibility. Yang Ming had already thought about today's countermeasures last night, so he wasn't afraid to compete with Wang Ruoxue. He would just act according to the situation. Yang Ming wasn't a fledgling kid. He couldn't be said to be a veteran, but he had rich experience. He wouldn't be led by the nose by Wang Ruoshui. Yang Ming sat down casually in the restaurant. Since no one came, Yang Ming was embarrassed to ask the disciple on duty to prepare the food first. He would wait for others to arrive first. Yang Ming sat in the restaurant for a while. About 20 minutes later, he heard footsteps. He looked up and saw Wang Song's Han, Wang Ruoshui, and Fong Tian walking toward the restaurant. Yang Ming quickly stood up. After all, he was still a junior here. The necessary respect was still needed. "Oh, Yang Ming, you came here first?" Fong Tian was slightly surprised to see Yang Ming in the restaurant, but then he looked at the clock in the restaurant and smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect it to be 9 o'clock already. It took so long to make a few phone calls." Early in the morning, Fong Tian began to help Wang Songhan contact the firearms and called some old friends of many years. Although the scale of these friends' businesses was not as large as the Lancer family, the combined strength of these people could barely cope with the emergency, but it was not a long-term solution. These people could help Fong Tian once or twice, but they couldn't help Fong Tian all the time. After all, they also had fixed customers. They couldn't offend other friends for Fong Tian because of Fong Tian. Therefore, Fong Tian's methods could only play an emergency role. The key was still to rely on Wang Songhan to explore new partners. Otherwise, even if they could survive for a while, they couldn't survive for a lifetime. In the end, the decline of the family was inevitable. "Well, didn't we say we'll have breakfast at 8? I'm really sorry. I forgot the time." Wang Songhan saw that Yang Ming had been waiting in the restaurant for a long time, and he was a little embarrassed. "Hurry up and serve the dishes. I discussed some things with your master this morning, so the time was delayed." After the disciple on duty heard Wang Songshan's words, he quickly ran to the kitchen to inform the dishes to be served. The dishes in the kitchen had already been prepared, but Wang Songshan didn't come, so the kitchen didn't dare to do the final processing procedures. Once Wang Songshan appeared, the prepared dishes could be served as long as the final cooking was done. So it didn't take long for the delicious breakfast to be served on the table. Yang Ming sat down at the table with Wang Songshan and the others. Wang Songshan greeted Yang Ming. "Little friend Yang Ming, eat more. You must be hungry." "I'm okay." Yang Ming smiled, but he was really hungry. Since Wang Songshan said so, he didn't hold back and ate the breakfast in big mouthfuls. However, after eating a few mouthfuls, he stopped, raised his head, and looked at the others at the table with some astonishment. It was because other than him, no one else had touched their chopsticks. Instead, they were still sitting there, thinking about something. It could be seen that the expression on everyone's face was not very good. They were all filled with an indescribable haze, which made Yang Ming a little puzzled. "Uncle Wang, what's wrong with you? Why aren't you eating?" "You eat? We're not very hungry, so we don't want to eat." Wang Songshan smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Although his mind was in a mess, he didn't show too much. Now, Yang Ming and Fong Tian had become the butterfly family's only hope in the future. If his daughter could successfully get engaged with Yang Ming this time, the butterfly family's reputation would be improved with the title of the King of Assassins. Then, they might be able to find some new ways out. Yang Ming heard that Wang Songshan didn't tell the truth, so he didn't ask anymore. Since Wang Songshan didn't say it, then it was inconvenient for him to ask. When the time came, Fong Tian would definitely tell him what he needed to know. "Senior Wang Ruoshui, after dinner, let's have the competition according to the agreement, right?" asked Yang Ming. Wang Ruoshui was stunned. She didn't expect Yang Ming to mention the competition at this time. She had already put this matter to the back of her mind. "Let's put this matter aside first. We don't have time to care about this now." "No time?" Yang Ming was even more puzzled. "What's wrong with these three people? Why are they more lost than the other one?" "Don't think that no one wants my niece." Yesterday, Good was very willing. Wang Ruoshui couldn't help but be annoyed when she saw Yang Ming like this. "If it weren't for the engagement with you, do you think you would be able to benefit from it?" Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Wang Ruoshui's words. How did it benefit me? It was too late for me to break off the engagement. If that good was willing to marry, then marry, but the premise was that Wang Songzhan acquiesced. Are you worried about Good's matter? Yang Ming heard Wang Ruoshui's words, and there was a hint of anger. Of course, this anger was not directed at him, but at Good because she emphasized the syllable when she said good just now. These things can't be hidden from you. Wang Songzhan raised his head and looked at Yang Ming. He smiled bitterly and said, "Since you asked, then I might as well tell you. Last night, I received a call from the Lancer family to cut off all arms business with our butterfly family." Cut off arms business. I see. Yang Ming nodded. It seems that my guess yesterday was correct. They really did make a move, but I didn't expect it to be so fast. The news came last night. Yang Ming saw Wang Songzhan and the other two frowning before, but he didn't think in this direction. In his opinion, even if Good went to the Lancer family to punish the Butterfly family, it would take a certain amount of buffer time. It could not be done immediately. This buffer period might be 1 or 2 days, but it would not exceed the 5 days he set. But what Yang Ming didn't expect was that Good and the Lancer family's reaction was fast enough. However, this Wang Songzhan is too weak to take a blow, right? Just the Lancer family is enough to make him worry like this? Yes. Wang Songzhan nodded. It seems that little friend Yang Ming sees things more clearly. You can guess Good's intentions from his behavior last night. Uncle Wang, you don't have to flatter me. I've just seen a lot of this kind of thing. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, "However, just the Lancer family can make you worry like this." After listening to Yang Ming's words, Wang Ruoshui was a little unhappy. This Yang Ming can't help much, and he even ridiculed them. Wang Ruoshui immediately snorted and said, "The Lancer family? You're not afraid of biting your tongue. Do you know the details of the Lancer family? Do you understand the situation here? They are the largest arms supplier family in Europe." The largest? Yang Ming curled his lips at this moment and said, "It doesn't seem to be the case, right? As far as I know, the largest arms dealer should be the Buffon family, right?" Chapter 14:16. Wang Songzhan looked at Yang Ming in astonishment after hearing the name of the Buffon family. He didn't expect Yang Ming to know about the Buffon family, the top family in Europe. Yang Ming had only been to Europe a few times. How could he know about the forces here? The Buffon family is indeed the biggest supplier of firearms, but their family is involved in too many industries. Firearms is just one of them. This kind of family's firearms are generally supplied to the national army or some small countries with some power. They rarely supply it to individuals. Our butterfly family is nothing in their eyes. Yang Ming nodded and said, "The Buffon family is indeed the biggest supplier of firearms, but their family is involved in too many industries. Firearms is only one of them. This kind of family's firearms are generally supplied to the national army or some small countries with some power. They rarely supply it to individuals." It wasn't that Wang Songzhan was mocking himself, but the butterfly family was nothing compared to the Buffon family. Similarly, the Lancer family was nothing. So that's the case. I didn't expect this Buffon family to be so awesome. Yang Ming said faintly. He hadn't made up his mind whether to help Wang Songzhan or not. What Yang Ming was most afraid of was that Wang Ruoshui would pester him again and force him to marry her niece after he helped the butterfly family get through this difficult time. What should he do? If he didn't help, Wang Ruoshui wouldn't be able to take care of herself. It seemed that she didn't have the mood to compete with him at all, nor did she have the mood to pester him about the engagement. If he was forced to marry Wang Songshan's daughter to Good, it would save him a lot of trouble. However, it seemed a little wrong to do so. Although Yang Ming faintly felt that it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, there was a trace of resistance. No matter what, the butterfly family's miss was his fiancée in name. Before the engagement was broken, she was still his woman. Even if he didn't like her and had no feelings for her, how could he casually give away his woman? Yang Ming's woman? The male chauvinism in Yang Ming's bones didn't allow him to do so. To ask him a hand over the fiancée, he had never met to solve his own problems. Yang Ming couldn't do it. If he wanted to break off the engagement, he should do so in a dignified manner. He should not use such despicable means to take advantage of others. After he successfully broke off the engagement, the Miss of the Butterfly family could marry whoever she wanted. It would be up to her whether she married good or a cat or a dog. By then, it would have nothing to do with him anymore. Thinking of this, Yang Ming made a decision in his heart. He would help the Butterfly family get through this crisis first. Then, he would have a legitimate reason to break off the engagement. Yang Ming didn't want to take advantage of the Butterfly family's crisis and encourage them to marry their miss to good in order to solve the problem of breaking off the engagement. However, helping the Butterfly family get through this crisis couldn't be done for free. Of course, there had to be conditions. The so-called condition was that he would help the Butterfly family solve their problem. After the problem was solved, the Butterfly family would happily break off the engagement. Everyone would be clear, and no one would owe anyone anything. Then, they would go their separate ways in the future. He believed that at this time, Wang Ruoshui would agree to his proposal. After all, this was the best solution. It would solve their family's problem and wouldn't force their miss to marry good. Of course, although Yang Ming made a decision, he didn't say it on the spot. Although he was 90% sure that old Buffon could properly solve the Butterfly family's firearm supply problem if he stepped in, Yang Ming didn't want to do things that he wasn't sure of. If old Buffon really had a problem, or if their firearms had already been booked this year, then it would be a bit difficult. Therefore, Yang Ming had to confirm with old Buffon first. Moreover, Yang Ming also wanted to inquire about the strength of the Lancer family and see how big the gap between them and old Buffon was. If this Lancer family was really nothing in old Buffon's eyes, Yang Ming didn't mind tidying them up. Who asked that idiot Good to threaten Yang Ming in public? Yang Ming was a very vengeful person. If he didn't get rid of this idiot, he would be a future trouble. Yang Ming didn't want this kind of thing to happen. Right, little friend Yang Ming? I have something, but I don't know if I should say it. Wang Songzhan took a deep breath as if he had made a big decision. He looked up at Yang Ming and said, this was what he had thought of before, but he hadn't said it because he knew that this matter was a bit difficult. What's the matter? Yang Ming glanced at Wang Songzhan. Did this guy notice that I have a relationship with old Buffon? But it can't be. Yang Ming was confident that there were no flaws in his expression. So he said with some doubts, Uncle Wang, just say what you want to say. Actually, the matter is like this. Wang Songzhan hesitated and said, little friend Yang Ming, I heard that the Charles family is now your partner. Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't know how Wang Songzhan knew about this, but then he smiled bitterly. Fong Tian knew about this, so it was not strange for him to tell Wang Songzhan. This old man, why is he so talkative? How could Yang Ming know that this matter was actually told to Wang Songzhan by Wang Xiaoyan? What did it have to do with Fong Tian? Fong Tian was really wronged. Yes, I did reach a cooperation intention with the Charles family, but I haven't started to implement it yet. Yang Ming was telling the truth. He had indeed discussed things with old Charles, but they hadn't started the formal cooperation yet. Yang Ming's idea was to use Country X's island as his own base. After it was built, he would directly move the Charles family's forces to the island and merge with the former Black Butterfly assassin group to form a new organization. However, all of this was based on the completion of the official development and planning of the island. Now, the island was only in the initial stage of construction. Although Sun Hongjun and Tian Long were not weak, it was not easy to build such a large island to a decent size. The Charles family is the third force on the world's assassin list, second only to Old Man Fong and our Butterfly family. Wang Songzhan was relieved when he saw that Yang Ming didn't deny it. If Yang Ming directly denied it, Wang Songzhan really couldn't do anything. Yang Ming mistakenly thought that it was Fong Tian who told this to Wang Songzhan, but Wang Songzhan himself knew that it was not Fong Tian who said it, but his daughter, Wang Xiaoyan, who told him. So if Yang Ming denied it and questioned where he got the news, Wang Songzhan really had nothing to say. It would be awkward. Yang Ming nodded after listening to Wang Songshan's words. He was naturally very clear about the Charles family's ranking on the assassin list. So, the Charles family must also have its own firearms purchase channel. Wang Songshan said, "Little friend Yang Ming, can you help to make an exception and let the Charles family and the Butterfly family share this supply channel?" Yang Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Uncle Wang, don't you know that every assassin family has its own special channel and limited purchase quantity? If the Charles family can buy a large number of special firearms, I believe that their ranking on the assassin list can be further improved, and they won't be like this now." This? How could Wang Songshan not think of this? He just really had no other way, so he had an attitude of giving it a try. However, Yang Ming's words at this moment were like a bucket of cold water on his head. In other words, even Uncle Wang, if you cooperate with the Lancer family, don't you try to buy as many of these special firearms as possible every year? Asked Yang Ming. Wang Songshan nodded and sighed. That's right. After all, these things are very rare. We don't know if there will be any the next year. So if we can buy more, we certainly won't let it go. That's it. Don't you think the Charles family is the same? Yang Ming said. If you expect the Charles family to share the firearms supply channel with you, then it is equivalent to forcibly reducing their annual purchase share to half of the original. Do you think old Charles will agree? He probably won't. Wang Songshan shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's it. If it's just an emergency, maybe the Charles family will give Uncle Wang 1/3 or even half of this year's share with me. However, if you expect this to happen every year, then it's impossible. Yang Ming said, I believe the Charles family will not agree to this kind of force thing. Yeah, I didn't think it through. Wang Songshan knew that what Yang Ming said was the truth. He was not evasive because he was very clear about some of the things that had happened. Chapter 14:17. However, if Uncle Wang wants to deal with an emergency, I believe I can still help a little. Yang Ming had never thought about the Charles family. He had his own ideas, but Yang Ming didn't want to say it too early before his ideas were fully confirmed. So, Yang Ming perfunctorily responded to Wang Songshan. If it's an emergency, Wang Songshan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Fang Tian's friend could deal with the emergency for a while, and the Charles family could deal with the emergency for a while. It could temporarily solve the emergency, but it was not a long-term solution. Forget it. I'll think of another way. Wang Songshan took a breath helplessly. He said that he would think of another way, but in fact, he didn't have any good ideas. He had racked his brains for a long time to think of a way, but it was to no avail. Now, he was just comforting himself. Yang Ming didn't care because he had made up his mind to help the Butterfly family solve this matter. So, whether Wang Songshan thought of a way or not, Yang Ming would do it. Let's leave it at that. Yang Ming, my little friend, you go back to your room to rest first. The three of us will think of a countermeasure. We can't let good trick us for no reason, said Wang Songshan. I'll go out and meet some of my old friends whom I haven't seen for many years and see if there is any way. Fang Tian stood up and said, That's good too. Wang Songshan nodded and didn't object. Fang Tian had a wide network. Although the chance of contacting such a big arms dealer was small, it was better to try than stay at home. Yang Ming didn't interfere. If Fang Tian wants to go out, then let him go. Whether he can think of a good way or not, this is a good time for him to be a hero and save the beauty. It's okay to give him a chance to show off. Even if the problem is not solved in the end, Wang Ruoshui should have a good impression of him when she sees him running around. How would Fang Tian know that Yang Ming's idea was so evil? He was burning with anxiety, but Yang Ming thought he was showing off. He didn't know if Fang Tian would be angry when he knew the truth. After Yang Ming returned to the room, he found Old Buffon's phone number and dialed it. Old Buffon and Mrs. Old Buffon had been very happy recently. Since they had a ruthless person as their master, the two of them had practiced a kind of martial arts to strengthen their body. Not only were their bodies getting better and better, but their spirits were also much better than before. In the past, he would need to sleep for more than 9 hours every day. However, after cultivating, he only needed to sleep for 5 to 6 hours. Even so, he still felt refreshed every day, making his peers envious. After tasting the sweetness of the cultivation technique, Mrs. Old Buffon finally knew why Old Buffon valued Yang Ming so much. At their age, money and status were no longer that important. They had everything they needed. The only thing they cared about was their health and longevity. Yang Ming's appearance solved this problem. Sigh, Master hasn't contacted me for a while. It's been more than a month, right? Old Buffon looked at the calendar on the bedside and murmured to Mrs. Old Buffon, "Could it be that I didn't do well and Master doesn't want me anymore?" Although Mrs. Old Buffon was also looking forward to Yang Ming coming to the Buffon family again as a guest, she didn't lose her composure like Old Buffon. "Master is so busy. How can he have time to come here all day? It's only been more than a month. He hasn't contacted you for so long, but isn't there no problem? Besides, you didn't do anything to make Master unhappy. Why would he not want you anymore?" That's true. After listening to his wife's explanation, Old Buffon nodded happily. In fact, he knew this in his heart, but it was nothing more than a comfort to hear it from Mrs. Old Buffon's mouth. "Master likes to travel around the world. Sigh, it's just that the two of us can't help much. We'll be a burden if we follow him. Don't think so much." Mrs. Old Buffon said, "The training plan that Master left for the two of us, we haven't completed it yet, right? When we finish it, maybe Master will appear." "And that's true," Old Buffon said. "Then let's do some bed exercise first." "You old ghost," Mrs. Old Buffon scolded. "I used to look forward to you being more vigorous every day. Now, I can't wait for you to rest for a day. This technique seems to be so effective." Hee hee. Old Buffon smiled proudly. He was very proud of his vision and shameless experience of becoming a disciple. If he didn't have the spirit of being shameless, how could it be so easy to become Yang Ming's disciple? Ring. A hurried phone ringtone sounded abruptly. Old Buffon frowned and couldn't help but complain in his heart. "Who is this? He woke up early in the morning and called me. Isn't he deliberately disturbing my mood?" However, he could not pick it up because the ringtone was a private phone. There weren't many people who knew this phone number. They were some of Old Buffon's old friends and close confidants. So, even if Old Buffon was reluctant, he could only get up from the bed and pick up the phone, but his voice was a bit low. "Who is it? Why are you calling so early?" "Oh, Old Buffon, did I disturb your rest?" Yang Ming listened to Old Buffon's resentful voice and was slightly stunned. He immediately apologized. "I'm really sorry. This voice is..." After Old Buffon heard it, he was suddenly excited. The expression on his face changed from the previous complaint to joy. The speed was so fast that even the world-class face-changing master couldn't do it. "Master!" Old Buffon's gloomy voice immediately disappeared and was replaced with a respectful attitude. "Is it you, sir? I'm fine. I'm preparing to practice the kung fu that you gave me. I definitely won't disturb you." After listening to Old Buffon's words, Mrs. Buffon on the side naturally knew who was calling at this moment. She was pleasantly surprised, but she also found it incredible. Why is it that every time Old Buffon talks about missing Master, Master either calls or visits? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Could it be that Master has a special ability to sense it? But it's really possible. These masters can't be measured with common sense. So even if Yang Ming was Superman, Mrs. Buffon wouldn't have any doubts. "It's good that I didn't disturb you. I thought I disturbed your rest." Yang Ming smiled. Old Buffon's respectful attitude made Yang Ming very satisfied. "No, absolutely not," Old Buffon said quickly. "Master, do you have any instructions for your disciple?" "What old man? Am I that old?" Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly after listening. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I called to ask you about the situation. Your Buffon family has an arms supply business, right?" "Yeah." "Don't you know about it, Master?" Old Buffon was stunned. He didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly asked this. "Aren't the arms on Country X's island supplied by our family?" "Oh, it's like this. I mean to ask, how big is your Buffon family share in the arms market?" asked Yang Ming. Our Buffon family is different from the general arms suppliers. We have our own arms manufacturing factory. It can be said that in addition to selling ourselves, we also supply some small and medium-sized arms dealers to let them find their own channels to sell. Old Buffon explained, our family is involved in a wide variety of manufacturing industries, from light arms to heavy arms production. Master, why are you asking this? Chapter 14:18. This is the case. I have a friend who belongs to an assassin family. The arms dealer who cooperated with them before suddenly stopped cooperating with them, so there's a problem with their arms supply. Yang Ming did not hide it. There was no need to beat around the bush with old Buffon. Yang Ming was very accurate in judging people. If old Buffon was really a cunning and insidious person who played mind games with him, then Yang Ming could not teach him everything, and it was impossible for him to accept his wife as an apprentice. Yang Ming understood old Buffon's temperament from the last test in Country X, so he began to really teach old Buffon. Old Buffon's character was worthy of Yang Ming doing so. Old Buffon, you also know that arms are the lifeblood of an assassin family. Once there is no support from these special weapons, then this assassin family is likely to be reduced to a second-rate or even third-rate force. It turned out to be this matter. Old Buffon nodded after listening. Master, our Buffon family has no problem supplying arms to them, but you also know that our Buffon family is not the only one with arms factories. I can guarantee that our family can produce as many arms as they want. As for the other arms factories, I can only do my best. I dare not guarantee the number. Yang Ming naturally understood what old Buffon said. Old Buffon's own family's factory, of course, he had the final say. He could get as many firearms as he wanted, and old Buffon couldn't decide on other people's business. But even so, Yang Ming's heart was still grateful. The old Buffon family's munitions factory must have had a fixed supply of customers before this. The remaining quota for the annual mobility was definitely not much. With just one sentence from Yang Ming, old Buffon agreed to take as much as he could. This was obviously treating Yang Ming's matter as the most important matter in the family. Yang Ming had a better impression of old Buffon's character. It's very good to be able to do this. Yang Ming said, your family can be regarded as the world's top firearms manufacturing company. In fact, you don't need all the special firearms. As long as you produce the same level of things, the number can keep up. It is not a problem. That's easy to handle, said old Buffon. Tanks, fighter jets, rocket launchers, these are limited to the size of the factory. The number produced each year is not much, but all of them can be given to you first. There is no limit to the number of others. If you work overtime, you can get as much as you want. Tanks, fighter jets. A black line appeared on Yang Ming's forehead. He could not help but smile bitterly. Old Buffon, it is not so exaggerated. They are just an assassin family, not a terrorist organization. Yang Ming was very helpless after listening to old Buffon's words. This old guy thought that he wanted those heavy weapons. Now it seemed that those light arms were very easy for old Buffon and old Buffon. With your words, I have confidence in my heart. Yang Ming thanked him. Old Buffon, thank you this time. Master, what are you talking about? You're my master. It is my honor that I can do something for you. Old Buffon was a little unhappy. Others want to do it, but they can't. Master, if you have anything in the future, just tell me directly. If I can do it, I will do it. If I can't do it, I will try to help you find a way. Well, when I'm done with these things, I'll go to your place again when I'm free. I'll see how you and your wife's kung fu practice is progressing. Yang Ming knew that old Buffon was interested in these things. That's great, master. After old Buffon heard this, he suddenly beamed with joy. Master, then I will wait for your arrival. Let's put this aside first. Right, I want to ask you something. Yang Ming said, do you know the Lancer family? The Lancer family? Yes, I know. They are one of our Buffon family's customers. 90% of the arms they sell are from our Buffon family. After old Buffon heard this, he quickly explained to Yang Ming, In the past, the Lancer family was just a second-rate family. It was their family master, Thomas, who knew how to conduct himself. He served my uncle, who was the previous Buffon family, very well like a lapdog. Therefore, our Buffon family reached out to support him, allowing his family to leap from a small family to one of the top families in Europe today. Lancer family? The arms they sell are supplied by your family? Yang Ming was stunned after hearing old Buffon's words, but then he just wanted to slap his thigh. Isn't this world too amazing? It's so small that it's scary. After going around in a big circle, it turns out that the Buffon family is the superior supplier of the Lancer family. If the Lancer family can scare the Butterfly family to this extent, then the strength of the Buffon family. Although Yang Ming had only heard about how powerful the Buffon family was before, he had nothing to compare them with. However, with today's comparison, Yang Ming discovered that the Buffon family was indeed extraordinary. However, Yang Ming thought of a very dramatic scene. If the Lancer family cuts off the Butterfly family's arm supply, then what will happen if the Buffon family cuts off the Lancer family's arm supply? Yang Ming's mouth curved beautifully when he thought of this. Didn't you say that the quota is not enough and the supply is tight? This time, I will make your dream come true. I will make your insufficient quota a reality. Good actually dares to clamor in front of me, thinking that he is invincible with the backing of the Lancer family. Now, I want to see if the Lancer family, who has lost the support of the Buffon family, can still protect this idiot good. Yes. Master, why did you suddenly ask about the Lancer family? Ah, old Buffon was not stupid. He suddenly thought of something. Master, the family that cut off the supply of arms to your friend isn't the Lancer family, right? Yang Ming secretly thought, this old Buffon is not an idiot to be able to become the family master of the Buffon family. He can judge a thing or two from my words. He is also an old fox. It's just that he has never used any tricks in front of me. Old Buffon, you are smart. Yes, the Lancer family is on bad terms with my friend. Yang Ming said with some amusement in his heart. It turns out to be that old guy Thomas. Old Buffon repeated the name faintly. He immediately had a plan in his heart. Master, do you want me to teach this old guy a lesson? This guy has forgotten how the Lancer family can become like this. He actually dares to offend my master. He is really ignorant. His position in old Buffon's heart was much lower than Yang Ming's. He belonged to the kind of dispensable character. It didn't matter if the Buffon family had one more customer or one less. He could be abandoned at any time, but his awareness was really a bit low. Yang Ming smiled. Thomas was a smart man, but he was also a little stupid. Yang Ming smiled. It's necessary to teach him a lesson, but not now. Old Buffon, wait for my call. You can do it when I let you do it. Yang Ming thought and said, let this idiot good be proud for a few days, and let the Lancer family feel good about themselves for a few days. Then, let them fall from the high platform. This kind of cadence method is enough to make the Lancer family miserable. Okay, master, I'll wait for your news. Old Buffon agreed readily. His uncle had already passed away, and this old man, Thomas, had never been as humble to him as he was to his uncle. Presumably, as his family and status rose, this old man had become complacent. If he didn't teach him a lesson now, he really wouldn't know where he was from. Yang Ming hung up the phone call with old Buffon and was relieved. As long as old Buffon cooperated, then it would not be a problem to clean up the Lancer family. Although he was already sure that old Buffon could help, he didn't know the intricate relationships. He didn't dare to boast to Wang Songshan and others before, but now there was no problem. It was just a matter of a word to play the Lancer family to death, and the Butterfly family's troubles were all solved. Chapter 1419. As soon as Butler Mu and Wang Xiaoyan returned to the Butterfly Castle, they felt that the atmosphere was a bit wrong. Although the servants and disciples were as respectful as ever, there was an indescribable oppressive atmosphere in the family. Moreover, Wang Xiaoyan usually came back once in 800 years. Every time she came back, Wang Songshan would personally greet her with a smile. But this time, there was no movement. It was not that the disciples of the family did not inform Wang Songshan. In fact, as soon as Butler Mu and Wang Xiaoyan's car entered the surveillance range of the Butterfly Castle, the disciples on duty called Wang Songshan and reported the matter to him. Yin Yin, little Dai is back. Wang Songshan put down the phone and looked at Wang Ruoshui and Fang Tian. Through Wang Songshan's explanation, Wang Ruoshui also knew that her niece's name was Wang Xiaoyan, and Little Dai was just her nickname. However, she was used to the name Little Dai, so she felt a little uncomfortable saying Yin Yin. Then, I'll leave for a while. Fang Tian glanced at Wang Songshan. Although the trouble in front of them had not been solved, their plan was still in progress. However, both of them were not in the mood to continue playing now. Now that they had reached this step, they could only hide it first. Otherwise, if Wang Xiaoyan suddenly found out that Fang Tian was here, there might be new problems. Good's matter was enough to give Wang Songshan a headache. How could he have the mood to explain other things to Wang Xiaoyan at this moment? Why are you leaving? Wang Ruoshui didn't know the secret and looked at Fang Tian strangely. I'm here to break off the engagement with my apprentice. Naturally, it's not good to sit here. It will only increase the awkwardness when I meet your niece. Fang Tian explained. Then do whatever you want. Wang Ruoshui didn't think much about it. She waved her hand impatiently, indicating that Fang Tian could do whatever he wanted. Fang Tian smiled bitterly, flashed out of Wang Songshan's study, and quickly returned to his own room. Looking at Fang Tian's back as he left quickly, Wang Ruoshui suddenly frowned. This guy, what is he doing so mysteriously? Who knows? Wang Songshan also smiled bitterly. How can I explain to Wang Ruoshui about the farce that I made with Fang Tian? After explaining, Wang Ruoshui would think that the two old men were not serious and were fooling the younger generation. Although Wang Xiaoyan and Butler Mu felt strange about the strange atmosphere in the house, they quickly came to Wang Songshan's study. The disciple had already reported that Wang Songshan was waiting for them in the study. The two came to the door of Wang Songshan's study and knocked on the door. Wang Songshan's voice suddenly came from inside. Please come in. Butler Mu reached out and pushed open the door of the room. He let Wang Xiaoyan go in first. He followed behind her and then went in. Seeing that Wang Songshan was not alone in the study, but a young woman, Wang Xiaoyan and Butler Mu were stunned. Is there a guest in the house? Butler Mu and Wang Xiaoyan understood at this time why Wang Songshan did not go out to greet Wang Xiaoyan. It turned out that there was a guest in the house. No wonder the atmosphere was a bit wrong. Wang Xiaoyan glanced at the middle-aged woman in front of her with some surprise. She didn't know her, but she felt a little familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. There was an indescribable sense of intimacy. However, when Steward Mu saw this person's appearance, he frowned and his gaze became solemn. This person is... Suddenly, Steward Mu's entire body trembled. You are... Eldest Miss? Butler Mu's words did not surprise Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui, but Wang Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. She looked at Butler Mu strangely. In the Butterfly family, she was the only Mississippi. There were no other misses. Why is this person in front of me, also called Miss by Butler Mu? Uncle Mu, you still know me? Wang Ruoshui looked at Butler Mu in front of her with some emotion. Time had turned the once middle-aged man into an old man. 20 years was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. Miss, it really is you. You are finally back. This old servant missed you so much. When Butler Mu said this, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Obviously, he was moved. He was from Wang Songshan's father's generation. He watched Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui grow up. Therefore, although they were not his children, he regarded them as his own. This kind of feeling was irreplaceable. When Wang Ruoshui had that incident, Butler Mu was also heartbroken. He even hated Fang Tian. Although he knew that Wang Songshan's feelings for Fang Tian were very complicated, and the two were also brothers, Butler Mu definitely did not have a good expression every time Fang Tian came. Originally, he thought that he would never see Wang Ruoshui again in this life. but he did not expect to see Wang Ruoxue again after more than 20 years. No wonder he was so excited. Uncle Mu, I'm sorry to make you worry. Wang Ruoxue saw Butler Mu like this and suddenly felt very uncomfortable in her heart. She knew that Butler Mu was really worried about her. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay as long as you're back. It's okay as long as you are back. Butler Mu waved his hand. As long as you are back, I am happy. Otherwise, I will always feel uneasy in my heart. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyan could guess the identity of the person in front of her even if she did not know her. Butler Mu called her Miss. In this butterfly family, who else could be called Miss other than herself? In addition, the person in front of her was somewhat similar to herself. Wang Xiaoyan finally understood why she was so familiar before. It turned out that she saw her own shadow in her. The association recalled Butler Mu's words just now. Then, this person was undoubtedly her long-lost aunt whom she had never met. "Aunt, is that you?" Although Wang Xiaoyan was 80% sure of her own thoughts in her heart, she could not help but ask tentatively, "Little Dai, it's me. I am your aunt." Wang Ruoxue saw that her niece was already so old, and her words were also unusually excited. She trembled as she stretched out her hand. "Come, let me take a good look at you. Aunt has never seen you since you were born." "Aunt." Wang Xiaoyan quickly walked forward and was pulled by Wang Ruoxue to ask about her well-being. If Yang Ming were to see this strange scene, he would probably be extremely shocked at first. Then he would curse Fang Tian and Wang Songshan for deceiving him for so long. However, at this moment, Yang Ming was lying in the room in boredom, thinking about how to negotiate with Wang Songshan, fight for his own conditions, help them solve the problem, and teach the Lancer family and the Douglas family a lesson. Then, everyone would be clear, cancel the engagement, and go back to their own families to find their mothers. However, it seems that Wang Songshan's mother has already passed away. But the key problem is, what if I perform too well this time, and Wang Songshan does not let go of this excellent son-in-law? This is not a joke, but a very possible thing. If I perform too dazzlingly and awesome, Wang Songshan will not bear to cancel the engagement. What should I do? What if Wang Songshan's daughter, who I have never met, also sees how awesome I am and falls in love with me? This is also very possible. Thinking of this, Yang Ming suddenly had a headache. This seems to be a bit of a dilemma. It is not that Yang Ming is narcissistic, but he is very confident in solving the butterfly family's crisis. In their eyes, such a difficult thing was easily solved by me. Who wouldn't worship me? I just don't know how Yang Ming, who is in a complicated mood at this moment, will feel after knowing that the so-called Miss of the Butterfly family is Wang Xiaoyan. Will his mood be even more complicated? Chapter 1420. After a short sigh, Wang Xiaoyan and Butler Mu felt a strange atmosphere. Whether it was Wang Songshan or Wang Ruoxue, both of them had a faint sadness on their faces. This was definitely not the festive feeling brought by Wang Ruoxue's sudden return home. Originally, when Wang Ruoxue, who had been missing for many years, returned home after 25 years, there would at least be a jubilant atmosphere, even if there was no celebration at home. However, the atmosphere at the moment was definitely not like this. Even if Wang Xiaoyan didn't usually go home, she could sense the strange atmosphere in the study room. So, if even Wang Xiaoyan could feel it, Butler Mu, who had been living in the butterfly castle, naturally noticed it too. "Master, what happened at home? What did you notice?" Wang Songshan was slightly surprised. Butler Mu had keenly felt that something was wrong before he spoke. However, Butler Mu had been with him for so many years. It was normal for him to be able to detect some problems. Wang Songshan was not too surprised. Anyway, he would have to talk to Butler Mu about this matter sooner or later. Since Butler Mu had mentioned it, he might as well tell him now. After all, Butler Mu was also a member of the butterfly family. Now that such a big thing had happened in the family, he naturally had to be told. "I feel that the atmosphere is a bit wrong. Miss, it should be Madame Ruoxue. She is back, so the family should be happy. However, why do I feel that instead of being happy, the family is a little, how should I say it? It just feels a little depressed. Although Butler Moo couldn't guess what had happened at home, his keen intuition could still sense some of it. Dad, it's not only Butler Moo. I also feel that something is wrong. Wang Xiaoyan also nodded. Since you all ask, I won't hide it. Wang Songzhan sighed and said, Good came last night. Do you know why he came here? Good? Why is he here again? Is he here to look for me? Wang Xiaoyan frowned when she heard the name. Every time she returned home, this Good would always find some reason to get close to her, which annoyed Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan naturally knew his thoughts, but Wang Xiaoyan had no interest in him. In any case, Wang Xiaoyan was Chinese. Her aesthetic sense was not too inclined toward Europeans, so naturally, she had no feelings for Good. It was impossible to develop any feelings for him. Yes, he came for your matter. Wang Songzhan nodded. He heard the news of your engagement and rushed over last night. But when I was having dinner with your aunt and your fiancé, he suddenly broke in. You know that the Douglas family is very prestigious in Elo Town. Good is the heir of their family. Is a little arrogant, but the disciples in charge of the Butterfly Castle skate as the gate of the gate. The gate's gate. Good is the gate. Why is this Good so unruly? Butler Moo couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He thinks that our Butterfly family won't dare to do anything to the Douglas family, because they have the support of the Lancer family. But this is a little too much. Too much. Wang Songzhan smiled bitterly. It is indeed a little too much. After he came, he tried every means to obstruct Yinyan's engagement. He spoke arrogantly. Ruoshui didn't know who he was, and Good didn't know Ruoshui's identity. So, Good offended Ruoshui with just one sentence. With Ruoshui's temper, she naturally wouldn't let Good go easily. So, Ruoshui slapped Good's face twice, and even his teeth were knocked out. Wang Songzhan briefly explained the incident to Wang Xiaoyan and Butler Moo. After that, with Good's temper, he naturally wouldn't let it go after being slapped for no reason, even if Ruoshui is my sister. So, Good said that he wants our Butterfly family to teach them a lesson within 5 days. Otherwise, he won't be surnamed Douglas. Dad, you can't be so worried because of Good's harsh words, right? Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but feel very strange after hearing this. Her father doesn't seem like such a timid person. Why is he so afraid because of someone else's words? Even if the Douglas family is unreasonable, this matter is still because of Good's rudeness first. Moreover, will the Douglas family compete with our Butterfly family because of this matter? Miss, please calm down. Since Master said so, then Good must have come to cause trouble. Butler Moo was old and experienced. He naturally understood that Wang Songzhan wouldn't be so worried if it was only because of Good's harsh words. It was basically impossible for Wang Songzhan to take this kind of childish words to heart. The only possibility was that Good had already taken action, and his actions had brought a lot of trouble to the family. Yes, if it was only because of Good's words, I naturally wouldn't take it to heart. Wang Songzhan waved his hand and said somewhat helplessly, However, Yin, your fiancé was also present yesterday. After seeing Good's expression, he judged that Good definitely wouldn't just say it. The fierceness in his eyes had already revealed his heart. He would not rest until he was dead. Most people would have a limit to their harsh words if they weren't absolutely sure that they could take revenge. It was impossible for them to be so bold and unrestrained. Take this Good, for example. He said that he would teach our Butterfly family a lesson. He could have just left after saying that. There was no need to add a limit of 5 days. There is also no need to add a sentence that he wouldn't be surnamed Douglas if not. In this way, it was equivalent to blocking his own escape route. Originally, his harsh words told us to wait. We waited for 1 day, and we waited for 10 years. Whenever he wanted to take revenge, it was just an empty promise with no time limit. But once he added 5 days, it meant that he had full confidence. Not to mention, he also said that if he didn't, his surname wouldn't be Douglas. It was impossible that he didn't want to fight. Once his revenge failed, it would not only be Good who would lose face, but also the entire Douglas family. As the first-in-line successor of the Douglas family, if he didn't fulfill his promise after making such a promise, he would most likely lose his position as the first-in-line successor, since he had already publicly announced that he wasn't surnamed Douglas. How could the elders in his family not let go of this opportunity to make trouble? As far as I knew, the Douglas family was not peaceful at all. There were many internal strifes, both open and covert. A few of the old guys were not convinced that Good was the successor, and they were all thinking of ways to get rid of Good so that their grandsons could take over the position. Therefore, with such a good opportunity, it would be strange if these people didn't use it as an excuse to attack Good since he had lost his face outside. So, do you think that Good would do such a stupid thing as digging his own grave? Wang Songshan's words made Wang Xiaoyan and Butler Mu fall into contemplation. They had to admit that his words were very reasonable. Or rather, the fiancé's analysis was very reasonable. However, Wang Xiaoyan had an indescribable sense of resistance in her heart when it came to the fiancé she had never met. Thinking that it was his analysis, she couldn't help but want to refute. "Dad, are you scared just because of his words? This isn't your style, right? If it was just his words, naturally it wouldn't be like this," but Wang Songshan's expression was indescribable. In fact, he was right. Good's revenge has come. What? Did the Douglas family take action? Although Butler Mu had already made a bad plan, Wang Songshan's words still shocked him. It's not the Douglas family, but the Lancer family. When Wang Songshan said the name Lancer family, there was a hint of bitterness in his words. After all, if it was just the Douglas family, the Butterfly family might not be afraid of him. However, it involved the Lancer family behind the Douglas family. No matter how impulsive Wang Songshan was, he had to weigh the pros and cons. Chapter 1421. Hearing the Lancer family from Wang Songshan's mouth, Butler Mu couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was because the Lancer family and the Douglas family were not on the same level at all. If the Butterfly family still had an absolute advantage in the battle with the Douglas family, then they were at an absolute disadvantage against the Lancer family. Although the Butterfly family was an assassin family, no one would believe that the Lancer family did not have any life-saving trump cards. It was true that the Butterfly family had a group of fierce assassins, but wasn't the Lancer family the same? The Lancer family was a super arms dealer. Not to mention anything else, just weapons and equipment alone were inferior to the Lancer family. If they really fought openly, the Butterfly family might not have any advantage. However, even so, the Butterfly family was not a soft persimmon that could be easily bullied. So thinking of this, Butler Mu said, "In this matter, the Lancer family is obviously unreasonable. Our family is not afraid of trouble. I believe that as long as they dare to make a move, we will fight back. At that time, someone in the upper class will definitely come forward to mediate, but in the end, the Lancer family will still be criticized." Butler Mu, you misunderstood. Wang Songshan waved his hand and sighed. "If the Lancer family really fought openly with us, then we would fight to the death with them even at the risk of damaging our vitality. However, they didn't make an open enemy of us. Instead, they played a dirty trick." "Dirty trick? What's going on?" Butler Mu was slightly stunned after hearing Wang Songshan's words, but immediately seemed to understand something. He frowned. "Are they going to make a fuss about the supply of firearms? Last night, the Lancer family's family master, Thomas, called me." Wang Songshan nodded helplessly. Thomas claimed that the upstream supplier's firearms quota had been reduced and could no longer supply our Butterfly family with firearms. Sure enough, Butler Mu's eyes turned cold after hearing it. What a good knife to kill without spilling blood. In this way, no one could say anything. His reason is dignified, and we can only suffer in silence. Yeah, who would believe such a lame reason? Wang Songshan said, "However, even if you don't believe it, so what if you know that the Lancer family is the excuse?" At this moment, Wang Songzhan still didn't know that the fact that Thomas, the upstream supplier, had his supply quota reduced was about to come true. At that time, it wouldn't just be a simple reduction, it would be completely gone. If Thomas knew that his casual words had turned into a fact, he would probably cry, but have no tears, right? After losing the Lancer family's firearm supply, our butterfly family, I'm afraid that we will lose more than just one or two of our strengths. Butler Mu was very clear about the chain consequences of this incident. At that time, our ranking on the assassin list, you're right. Wang Songzhan nodded. Without the support of the Lancer family, the decline of our butterfly family is only a matter of time. Did the Lancer family make any requests for doing this? Butler Mu suddenly thought of something and asked suddenly. In his opinion, doing this was to teach the butterfly family a lesson. However, the Lancer family should have some purpose for doing this since they wouldn't do it without benefits. Indeed, the Lancer family made some of his requests. Wang Songzhan nodded. But their requests were too much, so I didn't agree. What requests? Butler Mu asked. Good's request is to let Yin Yin marry him. Wang Songzhan said, according to Thomas, the butterfly family and the Lancer family will become in-laws. Even if the special firearms quota is small, the butterfly family share will not be missed. Sure enough, there is a purpose. Butler Mu snorted coldly. So, have we come up with any countermeasures? If we had thought of a countermeasure, we wouldn't be so worried. Wang Songzhan sighed. Now, we have almost thought of all the ways we can think of, but there is still no way to solve the problem. Indeed, we have cooperated with the Lancer family for so many years. It's not that we haven't tried to find other firearm suppliers, but in the end, it all ended in failure. Butler Mu nodded in agreement. Although we have long known that it is not a good thing for the Lancer family to control the lifeline of the family survival, there are some things that we can't control. Yes, it's not that we haven't tried, but the result. Wang Songzhan waved his hand and said, it doesn't make sense to say this now. Let's just take one step at a time. Dad, why don't you marry me to good? Wang Xiaoyan felt a little strange. This is not your character, right? Aren't you capable of doing anything for the benefit of your family? Why now? Wang Songzhan suddenly blushed when he heard Wang Xiaoyan's words. He coughed twice embarrassedly. Ahem, Yin Yin, how can you say that? Didn't I promise you that I could break off the engagement this time? How can I still force you to marry good? But before you... Wang Xiaoyan was very surprised. Her father's decision this time seemed to be very calm. No matter what the Lancer family did, no matter how aggressive they were, he did not compromise and had no intention of marrying her good. But according to her father's previous thoughts, as long as it was beneficial to the family's interests, he would do it anyway. If it were not so, the relationship between Wang Xiaoyan and Wang Songzhan would not have become so tense and even incompatible. This led to Wang Xiaoyan running away from home for so many years. But now, Wang Songzhan seemed to have changed into a different person. Previously, your marriage agreement was set by your grandfather. Firstly, it was because your fiancé was indeed very outstanding. Secondly, it was because this was the rules set by your grandfather for our butterfly family. Thirdly, it was also because Ruo Shui couldn't be together with the king of assassins back then, which made me feel a knot in my heart. Therefore, I wanted to facilitate the marriage between you and this generation's king of assassins. Wang Songzhan looked at Wang Xiaoyan lovingly and said what he had been thinking for many years. I set a goal for you to build an assassin organization that is more powerful than the butterfly family. You can decide your marriage by yourself. In fact, this is just a way for me to get out of the embarrassing situation. You know very well whether you have achieved this goal or not. Although you have not achieved it, I still agreed to break off the engagement. Have you thought about the reason in between? Wang Xiaoyan couldn't help but be a little moved after listening to Wang Songshan's words. Yes, my goal has not been achieved. Although my assassin group is thriving now, it is very difficult to surpass the butterfly family. After all, my foundation and heritage are still shallow. Even if I integrate into the Charles family, it doesn't mean that I can surpass the butterfly family. However, her father had suddenly changed his mind and agreed to break off the engagement. Could it be that she had wronged her father in the past? Perhaps. My father has his own difficulties in the position of the family master. Indeed, it was very difficult for his father, as the current head of the family, to overturn the decision of the previous head of the family. Even if he wanted to do it, he would need a reason. Then, the agreement with him would be the step to overturn this decision. In fact, what Wang Xiaoyan didn't know was that if her current boyfriend was not Yang Ming, it would not be so easy for Wang Songshan to overturn her grandfather's decision, even if he wanted to. In this kind of big family, the words of the previous family master were like an imperial edict. Just like in the imperial families of the past, the rules of the ancestors could not be changed. Changing the rules left behind by the ancestors was not something that the current generation of people could casually decide. In the past, many emperors seemed to have great power, and their words were like gold and jade. However, when it came to matters of principle, even the most powerful emperor would be extinguished by the words of the ministers of the ancestors. Chapter 1422. Then Dad, this time you. Wang Xiaoyan listened to her father's words and raised her head worriedly. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. Although she had not been in the butterfly family for many years, as an assassin, she naturally knew the importance of firearms to an assassin organization, especially those limited supply of special firearms. It could be said that it was hard to find, and it was not something that could be bought with money. Once they lost these firearms, would the butterfly family still have the same status in the assassin world? It would not be long before they would decline into a second-rate family. This time, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Lancer family to turn things around. Wang Songshan smiled bitterly. But even so, I will not compromise. You have suffered these years. I will not use you as a bargaining chip to revitalize the family. I'm sorry. Although Wang Xiaoyan knew that what happened to the family this time seemed to have nothing to do with her. In fact, it had a lot to do with her. In fact, good came for her. If she did not exist, Good would definitely not have a bad relationship with the butterfly family. Yin, what does this have to do with you? Wang Songshan waved his hand and said heroically, You are in the butterfly family. As a father, I can't protect you. This is my responsibility. What does it have to do with you? Wang Xiaoyan nodded. She did not agree with her father's words. After all, there was always someone better. The butterfly family was not the most powerful existence. Once they encountered an opponent like the Lancer family that even her father could not resist, then this was no longer a personal responsibility. Dad, is our problem now just a firearms problem? Wang Xiaoyan suddenly thought of something. It's just a firearms problem. Isn't that enough? Wang Songshan could not help but be speechless after listening to his daughter's words. Listening to his daughter's tone, it seems that it is not enough that the firearms were contained by the Lancer family. If it's just a firearms problem, I think I should be able to solve this problem for the family. Wang Xiaoyan paused and said. She did not use a very certain tone, but used should because she was not 100% sure in her heart. But even so, she still had some confidence. The person she had suddenly thought of was Yang Ming. Originally, the combination of Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming was quite strange. When the two of them first got together, it was only a mutually beneficial cooperation. However, as the situation developed, both of them fell in love with each other. Wang Xiaoyan also witnessed Yang Ming's huge power again and again. Whether it was the Karsi family incident or what he had seen and encountered along the way from Vietnam to Africa, it showed that Yang Ming was not an ordinary person. Especially during the days in Country X in Africa, Wang Xiaoyan was with Yang Ming. Yang Ming's disciple, Old Buffon's ability, Wang Xiaoyan was also very clear about it. This person could even get armored vehicles, rocket launchers, planes, and cannons. The special firearms that her family needed should not be a problem for him. He was not boasting. Even if he wanted missiles, he could probably get it. If Wang Xiaoyan did not know the special relationship between old Buffon and Yang Ming, Wang Xiaoyan would not dare to boast casually. However, she had lived with Yang Ming in old Buffon's house for a while. Wang Xiaoyan was very clear about old Buffon's respect for Yang Ming from the bottom of his heart. Even she was his master's wife. Old Buffon was very respectful. Therefore, she believed that as long as Yang Ming did not even need Yang Ming to speak, she would talk to old Buffon. Old Buffon should give her face. The firearms in the family would not be a big problem. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyan dared to boast in front of her father. Yin Yan, are you joking? Wang Songzhan glanced at his daughter incredulously. It was not that he suspected that his daughter was lying, but what Wang Xiaoyan said was too shocking. He had racked his brains, and even Fang Tian was at his wit's end, but his daughter could solve it? Looking at the meaning of her words, it seemed that she had a lot of confidence. What was going on? Dad, how can I joke about this kind of thing? Wang Xiaoyan looked at her father's expression and knew that he did not believe her words. She smiled bitterly and said, I mean, my boyfriend, he may be able to solve it. Wang Xiaoyan had no choice but to use Yang Ming. However, she thought that her aunt would not know who Yang Ming was, so Wang Xiaoyan was afraid that it would be troublesome to explain, so she directly used the term boyfriend. Yang. Oh, he can solve it. Wang Songzhan almost blurted out the two words Yang Ming, but he remembered that Wang Ruoshui was still by his side. If he said Yang Ming's name, it would obviously make Wang Ruoshui suspect something. Although he didn't know if Wang Ruoshui remembered Yang Ming's name, Wang Songzhan didn't want to take the risk. This matter was still hidden from Wang Ruoshui for the time being. It was not that Wang Songzhan deliberately hid it from Wang Ruoshui, but Wang Songzhan and Fang Tian were really embarrassed to explain this matter. If Wang Ruoshui knew that Wang Songzhan and Fang Tian were disrespectful and made these things difficult for the younger generation, she might despise them. Therefore, even if they wanted to explain, they had to find an opportunity to explain tactfully. They couldn't be exposed so directly, which would only increase the embarrassment. It should be possible. He has a wide network. Wang Xiaoyan nodded and said, but her eyes were firm because she firmly believed that this matter was not troublesome for Yang Ming. After seeing the firearms that old Buffon had gotten, Wang Xiaoyan was very confident in old Buffon. He can do it. Although Wang Songzhan didn't question again, it seemed that he didn't believe it in his heart. Wang Songzhan also understood his daughter's blind trust in Yang Ming as the kind of blind worship that a woman in love had for a man. What can Yang Ming do? His master, Fang Tian, can't do anything, let alone Yang Ming. If there was something that Fang Tian didn't participate in, it was nothing more than relying on the relationship with the Charles family. However, he had asked Yang Ming before, how can the Charles family get more firearms quotas? I believe in him. Wang Xiaoyan nodded firmly. He must have a way. What boyfriend? Wang Ruoshui was confused as she listened. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, Little Dai, do you have a boyfriend? Why? Didn't my dad tell you? Wang Xiaoyan also felt a little strange. Could it be that Good's matter was too rushed, and my father hadn't told my aunt about Yang Ming's matter? Wang Ruoshui shook her head. No. Why do you have a boyfriend? What's going on? Didn't you come home this time to get engaged? Previously, Wang Ruoshui felt a little puzzled when she heard Wang Songshan's words, because Wang Songzhan also mentioned breaking off the engagement and giving her a way out. However, Wang Ruoshui thought that she didn't hear it clearly, so she didn't delve into it. But at this moment, she heard her niece say these two words clearly again, and she was shocked. Engagement? Wang Xiaoyan glanced at her father suspiciously. Seeing that her father's expression was normal, she secretly sighed in relief. She was afraid that her father would use the reason of breaking off the engagement to deceive her. In fact, he wanted her to get engaged. However, seeing that her father didn't have any evasive expression at this moment, Wang Xiaoyan knew that her father must have had no time to tell her aunt in detail. Presumably, the family was already in a terrible mess because of Good and the Lancer family. And in fact, I already have a boyfriend outside. This time, I'm here to get engaged in name, but in fact, I'm here to break off the engagement, Wang Xiaoyan explained. What? Break off the engagement? Two black lines suddenly appeared on Wang Ruoshui's forehead. Does my niece have the same thoughts? Then, wasn't it unnecessary for me to force Feng Tian's disciple to get engaged? Am I not being a busybody? Since both of them want to break off the engagement, why should I stop them? Thinking of this, Wang Ruoshui couldn't help but raise her head and glare fiercely at Wang Songzhan. He must know about this matter. Why didn't he tell me before? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me to force the old man's little disciple to compete with me? Chapter 1423. Yes, I have discussed it with my father, and he agreed with my choice. So, I came home this time to break off the engagement. Wang Xiaoyan saw that her father did not refute, so she explained in detail. Father said that this marriage was decided by the elders, and both sides are very famous families in the assassin world. So, if we break off the engagement, no matter which side proposes it, it is inappropriate and will be seen as a joke. So, Father means to call me and the apprentice of the king of assassins, arrange for us to meet and talk about it. This way, we can tell the public that both of us feel that it is inappropriate, and no one will say anything. It turns out to be like this. Wang Ruoshui nodded after listening. Wang Xiaoyan's words are indeed very reasonable, but why didn't Wang Songzhan tell me beforehand? Let me make a fool of myself for no reason. No wonder that kid repeatedly claimed that he came to break off the engagement. Sure enough, it seems that my niece doesn't have that intention. There is no value in forcing this marriage. Ruoshui, you just came back yesterday. Old man Fong and I were very excited, so we didn't have time to tell you about this. Wang Songzhan pondered for a long time and finally said, then Good's incident happened. You know what happened after that? We are all worried about this matter, and we don't have the mood to think about Yin Yan. That's true. Wang Ruoshui was relieved after listening to Wang Songshan's explanation. His explanation is reasonable. Not to mention him, even for myself, when I saw Yang Ming this morning, didn't I temporarily put aside the idea of competing with him? How can I have the mood to deal with other things when the family is facing a crisis? Thinking of this, Wang Ruoshui did not blame Wang Songzhan. She just smiled embarrassedly. It seems that I have to explain it to that kid. So, Yin Yin, as for the method you said, let's put it aside first. If it really doesn't work, how about we borrow the power of your little boyfriend? Wang Songzhan hesitated and said. Although he didn't think that Yang Ming had any other ideas, no matter what, Wang Xiaoyan had good intentions. If he directly refused, Wang Xiaoyan would be very uncomfortable in her heart. All right then. Wang Xiaoyan was clearly dissatisfied with her father's words. It seemed that her father still didn't believe in Yang Ming's ability. This made Wang Xiaoyan, who worshipped Yang Ming, feel somewhat sad. However, since her father had said so, Wang Xiaoyan didn't insist anymore. Anyway, it wouldn't affect the butterfly family much sooner or later. The Lancer family's influence on the butterfly family was long-term, but it wouldn't affect them in the near future. Therefore, it wouldn't be too late to find Yang Ming for help when her father had no other choice. Thinking about it, as an elder, if his father were to ask Yang Ming for help in this matter, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? This also indirectly proved that his vision wasn't as good as hers, right? This was where Wang Xiaoyan was wrong. Although Wang Songzhan was an elder, the main reason why he didn't ask Yang Ming for help was that he had already asked Yang Ming about asking the Charles family for help. Yang Ming had already made it very clear at that time, and Wang Songzhan also understood the importance of this. He naturally didn't think that Yang Ming was deceiving him. After all, he was also the family master of an assassin family. He knew that every family supply of firearms was almost limited, and it was impossible to buy unlimited. Therefore, he didn't have much hope after Yang Ming denied his proposal. He didn't know that the Charles family was only one of Yang Ming's many trump cards. Even if Yang Ming didn't have a trump card like the old Buffon family, he could still force the Lancer family to change their mind. The great assassin Yang was different from the assassins of the Butterfly family. Under the tight security of the Lancer family, others might be helpless, but the great assassin Yang had special abilities. Although it wasn't easy to take Thomas's life while avoiding those guards, it was not impossible. In the face of a perverted guy like the great assassin Yang, Thomas had to give in even if he was unwilling. He could either agree or die. It was impossible to fool the great assassin Yang. If the great assassin Yang could come in once, he could come in a second time. When the great assassin Yang found out that he had been fooled, it would probably be the end of Thomas. The great assassin Yang was so fearless because of his own strength. In the face of absolute strength, a behemoth like the Lancer family had no room to fight back. Although Wang Xiaoyan was somewhat unwilling and dissatisfied with her father's underestimation of Yang Ming, since her father had said so, Wang Xiaoyan had no other choice. She left the study and walked to her room. After Wang Xiaoyan left, Wang Ruoxue frowned and glared at Wang Songzhan. "Brother, what is the meaning of you and the surname Fong? Why didn't you tell me about breaking off the engagement? I forced that kid to marry Little Butterfly yesterday. Aren't you just waiting to see me make a fool of myself?" This, Wang Songzhan smiled bitterly. Sure enough, this matter was not over. Wang Ruoxue didn't get angry on the spot when Wang Xiaoyan was at the side, but she couldn't help it when Wang Xiaoyan left. "What is this? Don't use the reason that you were all very agitated and good came to brush me off." Wang Ruoxue directly interrupted Wang Songshan's words and said, "Brother, are you hiding something from me?" It had to be said that a woman's sixth sense was often very accurate. Although Wang Songzhan didn't say anything, Wang Ruoxue was still keenly aware of something. Wang Songzhan saw that Wang Ruoxue had vaguely guessed something and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that things can't be hidden. Even if I don't say it, when Wang Ruoxue asks Fang Tian, that kid will definitely say whatever he wants. Wang Songzhan was 100% sure of this. Fang Tian wasn't a person with a big mouth. On the contrary, as a professional assassin, he had a very good principle of confidentiality. However, that also depended on who he was dealing with. She believed that if this sister of hers were to ask Fang Tian would definitely spill everything. Wang Songzhan was very clear about this old guy's feelings for Wang Ruoxue, so it was impossible to expect Fang Tian to keep it a secret in front of Wang Ruoxue. Instead of letting Fang Tian tell Wang Ruoxue, it was better to tell Wang Ruoxue himself. Otherwise, if his sister knew the truth from Fang Tian, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't find trouble with him later. Instead of that, it was better to tell the truth. "Ruoxue, what did you see?" Wang Songzhan hesitated and asked. "Isn't this nonsense? If I didn't see something, why would I ask you?" Wang Ruoxue rolled her eyes at Wang Songzhan. "Brother, why do I find that you are stuttering now? Can't you just say it straightforwardly?" "It's not that I'm stuttering, but this matter," Wang Songshan's old face blushed. "It's really a bit shameful to say it." "Shameful? What do you mean?" Wang Ruoxue frowned as soon as she heard it. "You didn't do anything dishonorable, right?" "It's not dishonorable, it's just a bit, haha. I just wanted to joke with little Dai." Wang Songzhan laughed awkwardly. "Joke? What joke? Was the cancellation of the engagement a joke? What you really plan to do is still the engagement." Wang Ruoxue frowned and asked, "More or less?" Wang Songzhan nodded. Since Wang Ruoxue guessed correctly, he did not hide it. "What? You lied to little Dai?" Wang Ruoxue was suddenly a little unhappy. Looking at the situation now, little Dai obviously has feelings for her boyfriend. Do you want to break them up? Wang Ruoxue was the one who forced the marriage before, and now Wang Ruoxue was also the one who opposed it. Women were always fickle, not for anything else, but for her niece's happiness. Since her niece already had a sweetheart, she would only fully support it. How could she still destroy it? So after listening to Wang Songshan's words, Wang Ruoxue immediately misunderstood, so she was unhappy. "It's not breaking them up." Wang Songzhan quickly waved his hand. "Ruoxue, you misunderstood." "Misunderstood? How did I misunderstand?" Wang Ruoxue asked. Didn't you admit it before? This time it's not a cancellation of the engagement, but an engagement? I admitted it. It's not a cancellation of the engagement, but an engagement. It's not wrong, but the person I'm getting engaged to this time is Yinyan's boyfriend. Wang Songzhan was afraid that Wang Ruoshui would be angry, so he quickly explained in one breath. Chapter 1424. Yinyan's boyfriend? Wang Ruoshui looked at Wang Songzhan puzzledly. Isn't she going to be engaged to the disciple of Fang Tian this time? How did he become Yinyan's boyfriend? Could it be that the two are going on at the same time? Wang Songzhan saw that Wang Ruoshui still didn't understand, so he smiled and waved his hand. Ruoshui, in fact, this is the case. Yinyan's boyfriend is Old Man Fang's disciple, and Old Man Fang's disciple is Yinyan's boyfriend, Yang Ming. What? Wang Ruoshui was confused by Wang Songshan's words. She didn't know what was going on. What kind of mess is this? How did Yinyan's boyfriend become Fang Tian's disciple? In this case, why is there still a need to cancel the engagement? Indeed, it was difficult for an outsider like Wang Ruoshui to understand the complicated relationship. Brother, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word? It's normal that you don't understand. Wang Songzhan said in his heart. It seems that I have to confess. Otherwise, with Wang Ruoshui's temperament, she will definitely ask until the end. This matter is a long story. In the beginning, Yinyan's marriage was decided by our father. In other words, it was a marriage that was difficult to change. However, as Yinyan gradually grew up and matured, she showed a very strong resistance when she knew about this engagement. She didn't want to marry someone she had never met before. The two of them didn't have any feelings for each other, so how could they have a common language when they live together in the future? Although it can be said that they are in the same industry, it doesn't mean that they can get along well or even fall in love in the end. This is what Yinyan couldn't accept the most, so she proposed an agreement with me. That is, let her leave the family alone and go to China to study. During this period, she will establish an assassin organization. If this assassin organization surpasses our butterfly family and becomes the world's #1 assassin organization, then I will agree to her canceling the engagement. Otherwise, she will go home and get married. Yinyan and I both agreed to this agreement, but in my opinion, it is already impossible for her to establish such a huge assassin organization alone. It is even more impossible for her to become the world's #1 assassin organization. It's true. Wang Ruoshui couldn't help but nod after listening to Wang Songshan's words. However, brother, don't you think that your request is a bit too much? Our butterfly family also has hundreds of years of foundation before we finally manage to reach such a scale. Isn't it whimsical to ask my niece to create a world-class assassin organization in just a few years? Isn't this a bit too much? It's obviously unfair, very unfair. It was no wonder that Wang Songshan's end-to-end. It could even foresee that in the end, would definitely win-win-win-wins and would SSSS end. To the end, twos to S was certain. After all, the butterfly family was already at the top of the assassin families. It was basically impossible to surpass the butterfly family in one leap. No matter what, Fang Tian was a lone ranger. No matter how powerful he was still a lone hero. He wasn't a family, so he wouldn't be a threat to the butterfly family. Therefore, excluding Fang Tian, the butterfly family was the #1 among all the assassin families. In other words, as long as the butterfly family firmly held the #1 position among the assassin families, then it would be impossible for Wang Xiaoyan to surpass the butterfly family with a newly established assassin organization. Which of the assassin families ranked behind the butterfly family didn't want to go further? Take the Charles family as an example. Over the years, he had always wanted to surpass the butterfly family, but he didn't manage to do it in the end. After reaching such a peak strength, it was undoubtedly difficult to go further. How could it be so easy? Therefore, Wang Songzhan didn't believe that Wang Xiaoyan could realize her dream. In fact, with the Black Widow assassin group established by Wang Xiaoyan a few years ago, it would be extremely difficult for it to be ranked in the top 100 assassin families, let alone become the world's first-class assassin group. If Wang Xiaoyan hadn't founded that kind of small, mediocre organization, Wang Songzhan wouldn't even notice them. He didn't even bother to pay attention to them. However, because the Black Widow assassin group was established by Wang Xiaoyan, Wang Songzhan had to pay attention to it from the beginning. But the result of his attention made him disappointed. How is this an assassin group? It's just like children playing house. It's even worse than what I expected. This isn't just not mainstream. It's simply too not mainstream. After observing that the Black Widow assassin group had accepted several missions, Wang Songzhan didn't have much hope for the Black Widow assassin group. How is this an assassin group? Is it simply taking revenge on the company? They accept missions to break legs, hands, and teach people a lesson. This is simply the same as those small, not mainstream organizations. Little did he know that the Butterfly Assassin Group was the same when it was first established. No assassin group could be very big at the beginning. With Wang Xiaoyan's own efforts, she had established such an organization from scratch. It was already very good. Without strong strength and a wide range of connections, how could such a small assassin group accept missions? Who would be willing to entrust missions to such a small assassin group? To survive with the current strength of the Black Widow assassin group, they could only take on the business of teaching people a lesson. As for the mission of killing people, there were definitely very few of them. Except for some local people who would come to hire them, it was impossible to take on a transnational mission. Ruoshui, you also know that when Father set this engagement, it's not something we can change. Wang Songzhan said helplessly, "It's unfair. This is a fact, but even so, Yin accepted it. Since we have accepted it, then there is no such thing as fairness. If Yin really thinks it's unfair, she can totally not accept it." Not accept it? Wang Ruoshui rolled her eyes at Wang Songzhan. The result of not accepting it is to accept this engagement, and there's always a glimmer of hope if you accept it. Is this still fair? My niece must have no other way and accepted your proposal as a last resort. Wang Songzhan suddenly blushed and said embarrassedly, "I also have no other way, right? Just take it as a chance for her to try." Well, let's put this matter aside for the time being. However, what I want to know is, how did my niece's boyfriend become the apprentice of that guy surnamed Fong? Wang Ruoshui looked at Wang Songzhan strangely. That Yang Ming? The Yang Ming who ate with us? Yes, it's him. Wang Songzhan nodded with a bitter smile. This thing is a bit unbelievable, but it happened. It really makes people feel that the world is really small. You mean to say that those two people are actually the same person? Wang Ruoshui somewhat understood Wang Songshan's meaning. In other words, Yin found a boyfriend, but this boyfriend is Fong Tian's apprentice, Yin's own engagement partner? Wang Ruoshui was also confused by Wang Songshan's words. Yin, niece, and Xiao Dai. But they both knew who he was referring to, so they did not seem confused. And that's probably what it means. Wang Songzhan nodded. Otherwise, how could I let them be together without interfering? So, Yin still doesn't know the truth of this matter. Wang Ruoshui suddenly frowned. So you promised Yin that you could break off the engagement just to make her happy? I think you're pretending to be a good person here. After being questioned by Wang Ruoshui, Wang Songshan's face suddenly changed between green and white. He was extremely embarrassed. I don't want to hurt my relationship with Yin. Hurt your relationship? You pretending to be a good person is secondary. The key problem is that you still haven't told Yin the truth. What are your intentions? Wang Ruoshui frowned again when she said this. No, judging from Yang Ming's attitude yesterday and today, he doesn't seem to know about this matter. If he knew that his fiancée was Yin, would he still want to break off the engagement? How come Yin doesn't know and he doesn't know? What kind of mess are you and that idiot Fong Tian doing? What are you two doing? Chapter 1425. The two of us just wanted to play a joke with the two juniors. Wang Songshan's expression was very ashamed. After all, it was indeed a bit shameful to mention this in front of his sister. He and Fong Tian were not young anymore, but they actually played tricks with the juniors. This would make Wang Ruoshui laugh her head off. Just playing a joke? Wang Ruoshui now fully understood the meaning of these two old guys. They were really shameless and disrespectful. It was simply too shameless. They could even do this kind of thing. I was wondering why both of them were in such a hurry to break off the engagement. It turned out that they already had someone in mind, but they still didn't know that the person they were engaged to was the person they liked. I say, Wang Songshan, my dear brother, have you become muddle-headed? Is it fun to play like this? Cough, cough. Wang Songshan coughed twice awkwardly. Of course, we didn't want to do it. It's just that these two little guys have a bad temper. Not only did Yin Yin want to break off the engagement, but old man Fong's disciple also didn't like it after knowing about the engagement and wanted to break it off. So since both of you want to break off the engagement, then fine. Old man Fong, and I will fulfill your wish. When the two of you meet, let's see what kind of expression you have. Oh, so that's the case? Wang Ruoshui listened to Wang Songshan's explanation and nodded with interest. So, these two little guys resisted first. So you wanted to punish them slightly? Is indeed so. Otherwise, why would we do this when both of them have feelings for each other? Wang Songshan quickly nodded and said. But there was one thing that Wang Songshan didn't say. That was, in this case, why didn't he and Fong Tian tell Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan earlier that they were each other's engagement partners? Wouldn't this save a lot of trouble, and the two of them wouldn't resist? Since there were so many opportunities before, why didn't they make things clear? But it was just a matter of a sentence, right? Of course, it was impossible for Wang Songshan to confess these. Wang Ruoshui would definitely scold him again. Now that he saw that Wang Ruoshui was no longer pursuing the matter, Wang Songshan was relieved. You too, Wang Ruoshui sighed. Although this method isn't very commendable, there's nothing wrong with teaching these two children a lesson. Yeah, do you think so too? Wang Songshan was very happy to see Wang Ruoshui agree. If it were normal times, this matter would indeed be quite interesting, but now... Wang Ruoshui smiled bitterly. Now that the enemy is in front of us and the family is in danger, how can we still have the mood to play these? Wang Songshan also nodded with a bitter smile after listening. No one thought that good would intervene. Man proposes, God disposes. It was supposed to be a happy event, but now... Sigh. In the end, I was too impulsive yesterday. Wang Ruoshui said remorsefully. If I wasn't so impulsive, Good wouldn't have dared to attack our butterfly family, even if he had designs on Yin Yin. There needs to be a reason and an excuse for everything. I just happened to give him this excuse. Sigh. If I had known this would happen, I would have persuaded him nicely and sent this good away. Then, we wouldn't have come to this stage where we can't tolerate each other like fire and water. Not necessarily. Wang Songshan waved his hand. Even if he didn't take action, with Good's temper, would he just watch Yin Yin get engaged? I think it's 80% impossible. At that time, he would definitely use some tricks against our butterfly family and force us to compromise. Now that Good has used this trick, it doesn't matter even if you didn't slap him. It won't be criticized by others. Wang Ruoshui nodded. Indeed, Wang Songshan was right. Even if she didn't take action, if Good was really interested in Wang Xiaoyan, then he would never give up. The trouble from the Lancer family was a matter of time. It was just a matter of time. Thinking of this, Wang Ruoshui's heart felt a little better. After all, if the family's disaster was caused by her, then how could Wang Ruoshui feel good in her heart? She had just returned home and brought trouble to the family. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have come back. You're right. As long as Yin Yin gets engaged, Good will use these tricks sooner or later. Wang Ruoshui sighed. I didn't expect our butterfly family to be so fragile and inexperienced. A Lancer family can decide our fate. It's not unusual for one person to decide success or failure. It has happened since ancient times. Wang Songshan sighed. I just didn't expect that the butterfly family would decline in my generation. Dang, dang, dang. before Wang Ruoshui could speak, there was a knock on the door of the study. Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui chose to shut up at the same time. The topic they had discussed before was not suitable to be talked about in front of others, especially the matter of making things difficult for the younger generation. "Who is it?" Wang Songshan asked. Butler Mu and Wang Xiaoyan had just left not long ago. Could it be that Fong Tian, that fellow, had returned? "It's me, Yang Ming." The great assassin Yang called Old Bu Fan in the room. After confirming that Old Bu Fan had the ability to solve this matter, the great assassin Yang quickly came to negotiate with Wang Ruoshui. With this bargaining chip in hand, he believed that Wang Ruoshui would not insist on fighting with him. Moreover, he had helped the Butterfly family once. It could be considered that he had repaid the previous training here. He and the Butterfly family were considered to be even. Yang Ming, Wang Songshan, and Wang Ruoshui were stunned at the same time and looked at each other. He came just when we mentioned him. I don't know why he came at this time. It turns out to be little friend Yang Ming. Wang Songshan made a gesture to Wang Ruoshui, indicating that she should be patient. Then, he said to the door in a friendly manner, "The door is not locked. Come in directly." Yang Ming did not use his special ability to detect the situation in the study room beforehand, because he felt that it was unnecessary. His special ability could only be used when necessary to bring him some benefits. If he used it all the time, this special ability would be too worthless. What's more, he couldn't always rely on his special ability to live. There was no need to be cautious at all times. After pushing open the door, Yang Ming saw that Wang Ruoshui was also in the room. Yang Ming was suddenly delighted. Originally, he decided to first find Wang Songshan to help them solve the problem in front of them. Then, he would mention the matter of breaking off the engagement to let him be responsible for dealing with Wang Ruoshui. It would be fine as long as he was not forced to fight. However, he didn't expect Wang Ruoshui to be here too. This saved a lot of trouble. He could just say it directly. He believed that Wang Ruoshui would definitely not refuse at this time. He didn't need Wang Songshan to inform her to avoid complications. "Uncle Wang, Senior Wang Ruoshui, you are all here." Yang Ming greeted the two of them politely, then entered the room and closed the door again. "Little friend Yang Ming, what's the matter with you coming here?" Wang Songshan looked at Yang Ming suspiciously. He didn't know why he came here at this time. Wang Ruoshui no longer had those dissatisfied expressions with Yang Ming because she knew the truth of the matter. Instead, there was a hint of gentleness in her eyes. If it weren't for the family's crisis that had not been resolved, Wang Ruoshui would definitely welcome him with a smile. "Uncle Wang, I came here this time to talk to you about a deal." Since Yang Ming had decided to break off the engagement, then this matter had nothing to do with the Butterfly family. Therefore, he didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. He simply said his purpose straightforwardly and didn't care if he appeared here as a junior. Chapter 1426. Deal. Wang Songshan and Wang Ruoshui were both stunned after listening to Yang Ming's words. Why did Yang Ming come here to talk to them about a deal at this time? What the hell is going on here? "Yes, deal." Yang Ming nodded affirmatively. "I don't know if the two seniors are free." Previously, after Wang Ruoshui listened to Wang Songshan's explanation, her previous malice towards Yang Ming had disappeared. She knew that he had come to cancel the engagement purely because he had been set up by Wang Songshan and Fong Tian. Therefore, she was not prepared to make unreasonable requests such as a martial arts competition. This was because she felt that Yang Ming was really pitiful. He had been set up by the two old guys and still didn't know it. He actually wanted to cancel the engagement and was threatened by her martial arts competition. It was really tragic. Therefore, when Yang Ming came in, Wang Ruoshui had an impulse to tell the truth to Yang Ming. Even if she didn't tell the truth, she would first cancel the meaningless martial arts competition so that Yang Ming wouldn't be worried. However, before Wang Ruoshui could speak, Yang Ming spoke first and vowed to talk about a deal with her and Wang Songshan. This made Wang Ruoshui temporarily put the previous thoughts behind her and quietly wait for what Yang Ming wanted to say. Oh, little friend Yang Ming, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? Wang Songzhan looked at Yang Ming with interest. He really didn't understand why Yang Ming chose to come here at this time. My deal is very simple. Yang Ming didn't beat around the bush and said directly and sincerely, I will help the butterfly family solve the trouble of the Lancer family. Then, I will ask Uncle Wang and Senior Wang Ruoshui to fulfill my request to cancel the engagement. As for the martial art competition, you can also cancel it. You? Can you solve the problem? Wang Songzhan looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. Previously, Yang Ming had said that there was no way. Moreover, Wang Songzhan also knew a little about Yang Ming's background. Except for the cooperation with the Charles family, Yang Ming's other resources belonged to Fang Tian. If Fang Tian had no way, what could Yang Ming do? Is it possible for the Charles family to give all their firearms to the butterfly family and share them with both families? However, Yang Ming's transaction conditions made Wang Songzhan and Wang Ruoshui dumbfounded. After solving the problem, the only condition was to break off the engagement. Isn't this too dramatic? Even though the family was in trouble now, it was still uncertain whether Yang Ming could solve the problem. But Wang Ruoshui really wanted a laugh. There was no other reason. Yang Ming had tried so hard to break off the engagement. In the end, if he knew that the person he was breaking off the engagement with was Wang Xiaoyan, who knew how he would feel, Wang Ruoshui really felt sorry for Yang Ming. Wasn't this equivalent to toying with people? He was even toyed with until there was nothing left of him. Thinking of this, Wang Ruoshui couldn't help but look at Yang Ming with some pity. However, Great Assassin Yang was still unaware and nodded. As long as Senior agrees to this Junior's request, then leave this matter to me. Are you sure that you can solve the problem from the Lancer family? Wang Songzhan still didn't believe that Yang Ming had this ability. You know, the Lancer family is one of the top families in European upper-class society. It can be said that it is extremely difficult to make them change their mind. If their conditions are not met, how can they change their mind? That's right. Could it be that you mean to let my niece marry good, and then you can smoothly break off the engagement? Wang Ruoshui also looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. How is it possible? Yang Ming suddenly smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Senior Wang Ruoshui, isn't your imagination too rich? If I do this, what kind of deal is it? That's true. Wang Ruoshui saw that she had misunderstood and was a little embarrassed. Then, if that's not the case, how can you make the Lancer family change their mind? When did I say that I want to make the Lancer family change their mind? Yang Ming looked at Wang Ruoshui and Wang Songzhan, dumbfounded. Why do these two always like to figure out other people's thoughts? And they figure out wrong. Yang Ming was a little speechless. Can these two people have a little patience to listen to me finish speaking? Don't let the Lancer family change their mind? Wang Songzhan didn't understand this time. Since the Lancer family doesn't want to change their mind, what can be done to solve the butterfly family's current crisis? Uncle Wang, you don't think that only the Lancer family supplies firearms in Europe, right? Yang Ming said, you can't be so stubborn. There are so many choices. Why do you have to keep an eye on the Lancer family? You mean to open a new supply channel? Wang Songzhan was overjoyed after hearing Yang Ming's words. You have a channel? I do, but I don't know if you're satisfied. Yang Ming paused and said, I can only get special firearms from one firearms factory. I can't get all of them. One factory? Which one? Wang Songzhan asked quickly. At this moment, not to mention one factory, even half of them would be fine. It was good to have a glimmer of hope. How could he be picky? It's the firearms factory that supplies the Lancer family. Yang Ming said, I have some friendship with it, so I can basically guarantee you the goods you can get from the Lancer family. The factory that supplies the Lancer family? Isn't that the Buffon family? Wang Songzhan was stunned and showed a surprised expression. Yang Ming, you mean you know the Buffon family? Yang Ming nodded slowly. No matter what, this Wang Songzhan is still the head of the family. How can he be so lacking in depth? Just the Buffon family alone was enough to make him lose his composure like this. I don't know what Uncle Wang thinks of my deal, asked Yang Ming. If you can really bypass the Lancer family and contact the Buffon family directly, then it is of course a good thing. But Wang Songzhan hesitated as he said this. Obviously, he had not been blinded by excitement. He had become very careful these 2 days. According to my team, the Lancer family's patriarch has a good relationship with the previous patriarch of the Buffon family. Although the previous patriarch of the Buffon family has passed away, the Buffon family should not easily offend the Lancer family, right? Wang Songzhan sighed. Won't offend. Yang Ming sneered faintly. Didn't that old bastard Thomas say it? The Buffon family's firearms factory has reduced the firearms quota for the Lancer family. How can you believe it? Wang Songzhan smiled bitterly after listening to Yang Ming's ignorant words. That's just an excuse for Thomas of the Lancer family to make trouble for us. He just wants to take the opportunity to blackmail the Butterfly family and make me agree to the marriage between my daughter and Good. It can't be taken seriously. Wang Ruoshui also frowned. This Yang Ming can't be so naive, right? How can he believe this? If this is the case, then it seems that there is no hope for him to solve the Butterfly family's problem. Is an excuse? Yang Ming curled his lips and said with some contempt, maybe his dream will come true soon. Dream come true? Wang Songzhan suddenly frowned. What do you mean by dream come true? Do you really want me to marry my daughter to Good? No. Uncle Wang, you misunderstood what I meant. Yang Ming chuckled. What I meant when I said that his dream would come true was the reduction of the quota of firearms that he said. His dream will come true soon, since he wants to reduce the Buffon family supply to him so much. Then we will fulfill his wish. Fulfill his wish? Wang Songzhan suddenly showed a shocked expression. Yang Ming's words were not small at all. It was extremely arrogant. Yang Ming could actually reduce the Lancer family's firearm supply. Is this possible? Wang Songzhan only felt that he was dreaming now. Isn't this Yang Ming's boasting too much? It's simply unrealistic. Wang Ruoshui also felt the same. She only felt that Yang Ming's boasting was about to reach the heavens. Yes, we will fulfill his wish. Yang Ming nodded. Since we are buying firearms directly from the Buffon family, the total number of firearms is limited. Since they are selling to us, they naturally have to reduce the share of other dealers. Then, whose share should we reduce? Naturally, the Lancer family is the most suitable. Chapter 1427. Yang Ming's words made Wang Songzhan and Wang Ruoshui dumbfounded. Yang Ming is too daring? How can the Buffon family listen to Yang Ming's orders? The Buffon family is the largest family in Europe. How can they do whatever Yang Ming tells them to do? Is the person Yang Ming knows his son or someone related to him? This is not a trivial matter. It's impossible for him to listen to orders, right? Moreover, the person Yang Ming knows is an important person in the Buffon family. The Buffon family also has several elders. Above the elders is the family master, old Buffon. Even if that person wants to help Yang Ming, it is impossible to ask for the consent of so many people at the same time, right? It must be known that this was not an ordinary matter. This involved the friendship between the previous family master and the Lancer family. It was not something that could be changed with just a word from anyone. Therefore, Wang Songzhan and Wang Ruoshui didn't believe Yang Ming's nonsense at all. They didn't believe that Yang Ming had this ability. It is possible that Yang Ming knows an important person in the Buffon family, but it is impossible for Yang Ming to use the Buffon family to deal with the Lancer family. Yang Ming, your words are a bit too much. Wang Songzhan finally couldn't help but say, we don't ask for revenge on the Lancer family. We just want to guarantee the supply of firearms to the Butterfly family. Yang Ming looked at the trembling Wang Songzhan. After a long while, he finally sighed helplessly, but there was some disdain in his eyes. Uncle Wang, I thought that you were a responsible man as the family master of the Butterfly family. I didn't expect you to be so timid at this moment. You're being bullied by others, but you don't even dare to resist. Even if you have a chance to resist, you have to take the initiative to give up. Wang Songshan's face turned ugly when he was ridiculed by a junior. He thought, "You really don't know how to speak. If I had such great strength, who wouldn't want to take revenge?" But now, the butterfly family is obviously evenly matched with the Lancer family and is even slightly weaker. It is absolutely unwise to become enemies with the Lancer family in this situation. Little friend Yang Ming, you don't have to provoke me. Wang Songshan took a deep breath, and his mood calmed down a lot. A real man has an indomitable spirit. If there is enmity, you naturally have to take revenge, but you also have to have the strength. If you have the strength to take revenge, you are pretentious. If you don't take revenge, you are stupid. I don't think I need to explain this to you. You should understand it, right? Now, how is it possible to compete with the Lancer family strength? We family has a family. But who can guarantee that the Lancer family does not have any life-saving trumps? As a family with hundreds of years of history, they have cultivated a group of their own forces. So, if we act rashly, it is likely to become a lose-lose situation. The butterfly family will be even more miserable. Wang Songshan was not afraid that Yang Ming would laugh at him, so he spoke his views and thoughts truthfully. Yang Ming was slightly stunned after listening to Wang Songshan's words, but he immediately understood Wang Songshan's meaning. Yes, now, I always look at the problem with my own ideas, but I never look at the problem from Wang Songshan's point of view. Indeed, if you have the strength, you are pretentious. If you don't have the strength, you are just stupid. Didn't I choose to endure when I didn't have the strength to deal with Wang Jitao? Until the day I can take him down. Now that I think about it, although it hasn't been long, not even a year, it feels like a lifetime ago. My strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and I haven't been afraid of anyone for a long time. Now that I am reminded by Wang Songshan, I also understand that my point of view is different from Wang Songshan's. My strength is also different. So Wang Songshan is timid, but great assassin Yang is unscrupulous. Uncle Wang, you are right. Yang Ming nodded. However, I have to give this sentence to the Lancer family as it is. They can only be pretentious in front of me if they have the strength. But now it seems that their family is stupid. If Yang Ming was extremely arrogant before, it would be excusable. The ignorant are fearless. But now, after Wang Songshan's reminder, Yang Ming still didn't put the Lancer family in his eyes. This could only mean one thing. Either Yang Ming was really confident and didn't put the Lancer family in his eyes at all, or Yang Ming was a complete idiot. Of course, the second possibility was unlikely. It was possible for the disciple taught by Feng Tian to be arrogant, but it was impossible for him to be an idiot. That old guy, Feng Tian, was not stupid enough to accept an idiot as a disciple. Yang Ming, are you really sure? Wang Songshan took a deep breath. Finally, he had some confidence and hope at this moment. Uncle Wang, you can call the Lancer family now and ask Thomas if it is true that his firearms quota has been reduced. Yang Ming nodded and said, "Oh, why are you asking this? Is there any meaning?" Wang Songshan didn't understand Yang Ming's approach. Of course, Yang Ming looked at Wang Songshan with a smirk. In a while, Thomas's quota may really be reduced. His dream will come true. Of course, we have to squeeze him in advance. Wang Songshan listened to Yang Ming's words and finally understood Yang Ming's meaning. Yang Ming wants to make Thomas feel uncomfortable. This brat was simply rotten to the core. If Thomas's quota was really reduced soon after he made this call, this old fellow would probably cry to death. However, how could he be so confident? Although Wang Songshan also felt that this was a very cool thing to do, if it was successful, it was simply a way to vent the anger in his heart. However, what if Yang Ming can't do it? Then, wouldn't he have lost all his face to his grandmother's house? Yang Ming, can the person you know from the Buffon family really have the final say? Wang Songshan was still a little worried. Of course, he has the final say. Yang Ming saw that Wang Songshan was so careful and was a little dumbfounded. Uncle Wang, there's a chance for revenge in front of you anyway. Whether you can seize it or not depends on you. Okay, I'll call. Wang Songshan gritted his teeth. How can there be benefits without taking risks? Besides, even if Yang Ming doesn't fulfill his words in the end, what can I do if I lose face? Haven't I lost enough face before? This time won't make a difference. At this time, Wang Ruoshui had less doubts and more doubts. She didn't speak, but lowered her head and pondered on something. This was because she remembered what Wang Xiaoyan said before. Wang Xiaoyan said very firmly that Yang Ming should have a way to solve this matter. At that time, neither she nor Wang Songshan cared. But now, Yang Ming took the initiative to look for her and said that he could solve this matter. What does this mean? Could it be that Yang Ming can really help the butterfly family get through this difficult time? It should be. Wang Ruoshui didn't know why, but suddenly she had an inexplicable confidence in Yang Ming. On the other side, Wang Songshan's phone had also been dialed. The person who answered the phone was Thomas, the family master of the Lancer family. Family Master Wang, have you thought it through? Thomas saw that the phone call was from the butterfly family, so he asked directly. It's me. Wang Songshan organized his words. Of course, he knew how to squeeze people, since he had decided he could let go. Family Master Thomas, as far as I know, the Buffon family did not reduce your family's firearms quota. Oh, is that so? Thomas suddenly frowned and scolded in his heart. Damn it, you old man. Can't you even tell that this is an excuse? However, since the words were out in the open, Thomas naturally couldn't say it directly. He could only say, how do you know? Who does have a few friends? Wang Songshan smiled. Family Master Thomas, since this is the case, do you think we should resume our cooperation? Resume? Thomas was stunned. He thought, aren't you too whimsical, old man? He snorted and said directly, where did you find out about the decision of the Buffon family's upper management? This is their family's latest decision. It hasn't been spread out yet, so you definitely don't know. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.